Good morning and welcome to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for this Thursday, February 6th of 2025. I'm the chair of this committee, Councillor Evan Duncan. I also have with me Councillor Santos, Schreier, and Wyatt. I'd also like to welcome several members of the public service, including our senior committee clerk, Leah Cowan, and our director of Property Planning and Development, Hazel Boris. I will not get into everybody's names around the table, but would invite them to introduce themselves as they speak, or if the director would like to do introductions. We will get into our public hearing and our reports for today, but first I'd like a motion to move the minutes of the last meeting. So moved by Councillor Wyatt. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is carried. I'd also like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territories, the original homelands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, Dakota people, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and that our drinking water does come from Shoal Lake, 41st Nation in Treaty 3 territory. And with that, I believe we are going to move into our public hearing, but before we do that, I would like to have a motion from the committee to reduce speaking times, with the exception of the applicant and the main proponent, a gentleman by the name of Christian Pierce. I'd like to reduce the remaining of the speaking times, as we have at least 45 delegates here today, to 5 minutes. Support from the committee on that, obviously, given that there would be time for questions and extensions should they need.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Wyatt. All in favor of that? And that is carried unanimously. And I will now turn it over to our committee clerk, Ms. Cowan, for an introduction of the hearing.
Okay, in accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a subdivision and rezoning at 22 Granite Way under file DASZ 46 of 2024. Please note additional communications were received in support of, in opposition to, and with respect to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. All participants participating via Zoom have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any Zoom participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute the YouTube audio now.
Thank you. And with that, I believe that we will hear from our applicant at this point in time.
If the committee wishes to hear a summary from the administration prior to the applicant speaking, they certainly can, but if you'd like to move.
I'm seeing heads nod, so we will turn to the public service for a summary.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dennis Skarski. I'm the district planner for the downtown branch.
Speak up.
My name is Dennis Skarski. I'm the district planner for the downtown branch. The subject property is to the east of the most southern portion of Colony Street on the south side of Granite Way, and the city-owned property is within the Riverbank sector of the Downtown Winnipeg Zoning Bylaw 100-2004. The application proposes to subdivide the subject property into 2 parcels, with the new parcel, the western parking lot, being rezoned to the Character Sector Zoning District, and the residual parcel, existing curling club and eastern parking lot, will remain as the Riverbank sector. For background, on November 23, 2023, Council adopted a motion to support the Housing Accelerator Fund, most commonly referred to as HAF. It involves an application to the federal government, which included provisions to create a land enhancement office under the direction of the HAF manager. This office would identify surplus city-owned land that could be leased or sold to affordable housing developers, providers, and if required, prepare the land in terms of ensuring it is properly subdivided and or zoned to facilitate future development. Subsequently, on October 1st, 2024, Council declared the subject property, proposed Lot 2, surplus, with the express interest in having the Land Enhancement Office subdivide and rezone it for lease or sale to an affordable housing developer to build affordable housing. Council also approved Center Plan 2050 as a secondary plan, which contains direction related to the overall downtown development and includes an action item to explore the feasibility of redeveloping the surface parking lot next to the Granite Curling Club to include both market and non-market housing that supports club operations and our building maintenance. In consideration of the above, the public service supports the application. That concludes my introduction. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor White?
Rezone to what?
The character sector.
What was the zoning category we're rezoning to?
Character sector. Downtown has different than the rest of the city.
Repeat that again?
Character
Character what?
sector.
Hector?
Sector.
How do you spell that?
S-E-C-T-O-R.
Repeat that?
S-E-C-T-O-R.
Oh, sector. Character sector. What does that mean?
It's just the name of the zoning district.
And
but
what
it
does
has
that provide?
It provides bulk regulations for mixed-use buildings, has specifically height or anything that you would typically find in a zoning district. They're just called sectors downtown to provide more flexibility.
So what zoning does that allow for? Like what sort of construction does that allow for?
Mixed-use buildings like the one proposed, housing, some limited office uses, retail,
What type of
restaurant.
heights?
It's 100 feet,
100 feet. Okay. And what sort of parking ratios?
0 parking required.
Okay. And did we as a council, you mentioned it be available to any person, but did we as a council vote to enter into an agreement with any party on this land?
This would be better directed towards real estate and the policies for surplus land.
Okay, so we as a council have not voted to enter into any agreement with any party at this point in time in terms of this site.
To the best of my knowledge, real estate has specific policies related to leasing or selling land.
I'm asking you the question again. Did we as a council vote on any sort of policy pertaining to any entity that we would be entering into agreement on this land?
Well, council declared it surplus with the intent purpose of sale or lease to a.
I know what we're doing here today, but we as a council, have we voted on to enter into agreement with any party in particular with pertaining to this land?
You would have to talk to real estate. I believe that you've got a hand up.
Yeah, if I may, Councillor. No, there is no lease in place for use of this site.
So we as a council have not declared any sort of agreement with any party at this point in time for purposes of socioeconomic or economic development or what have you?
Council in September of last year identified this as a property and also delegated that authority to the CAO to be able to enter into those agreements. There's no agreement in place at the current time.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Schreier?
Thank you. We're using the term today, affordable housing, various definitions of affordable housing. I tend not to agree with the definition or lack of definition we've been using at City Hall lately for affordable. There's no equation that I'm aware of. Perhaps you can tell us today. You used the term affordable housing a few times. Can you tell me what you mean by affordable housing?
Generally used 2, so there's 80% below market rent, median market rent, so the average in the area.
Say that again, sorry.
80% below median market rent, so the average of an area, so that's very specific to a location.
80% below.
That would be the set rate of the leasing. And then there's also rent geared to income is another term for affordable housing, which would then mean that people are getting more direct subsidies for their rent. And that's based obviously about their income.
And in which definition are we using today for the, for this land in question?
To be clear, this is a rezoning application, but the understanding is that they're entering into an agreement that would provide both of those, as well as market rent.
Have we seen that agreement?
These are things to be determined as we go through. We're preparing the land, or the application itself is to prepare the land.
Is that a condition of the agreement?
A lease agreement, it could be.
So the condition of the lease agreement is to use one or the other, 80% below median or rent geared to income?
No, To be clear, this is a rezoning application, and you're not conditioning a degree of affordable housing. That's a lease agreement that would be with affordable housing provider.
I thought you said that was part of the condition.
No, you asked if that was part of the condition. You asked about what we term affordable
Councillor
housing.
Schreier, I think Mr. Kieran is looking to provide you with some clarity on that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor, and good question. And I also wanted to be clear, because Councillor Wyatt asked a very specific question. I wanted to ensure that there was context for the committee around it. There has been a proponent who has come forward that has looked to secure the site for a proposal. The proposal currently identifies, and again, I don't have the figures in front of me, I can confirm probably over the next hour as the meeting continues, approximately, or the proponent can, about 110 units, 55 of them will be market, and again, I'm giving you round figures, and I'll confirm that. 30 will be affordable, and 20 plus will be rent geared to income, which is more the deeply affordable that is being spoken to. So to make the site, to ensure the site had carrying capacity and to ensure that it met an affordable accelerated housing program, there is a proponent that the HAF team has worked with.
Okay, so for the 30 affordables, those are going to be 80% below median?
Let me confirm the numbers for you. I wanted to give you a feel for it, and I can confirm that in a few minutes. And I believe some of that will be explained in the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Okay, you mentioned there's a proponent that has come forward, but we as a council have not entered into any agreement or policy pertaining to this land with that proponent at this time.
Correct. Sorry, that was not my rolling finger.
That was
Okay.
So we have not entered into any agreement with the proponent at this time, just to clarify. 'Cause
No, there's no lease on the land, there's no agreement on the land,
But we have not, council has not directed you to enter into an agreement with the proponent at this time.
correct. Council has agreed to declare the land available for affordable housing.
And today, the applicant is here to rezone this piece of land. That's the question that I'm asking. you.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that we are rezoning this land because of this proponent?
I'd say yes.
Hey?
I'd say yes. We have, is it viable? We wanted to ensure the viability of the site. So this ensures the viability, 100 units of affordable housing, and the other components.
I guess it begs the question, I'm going to get the real estate policy of the city pulled, but, and I'll ask this question carefully. City real estate policy declares that we cannot sole source land to any proponent unless council directs otherwise because of socio-economic. Why are we rezoning land for one proponent this time when we have not set council policy as per our existing real estate policy?
I'll let the applicant speak to that as well, but it was also delegated to enter into agreements to the CAO by council.
Yes.
For those
yeah,
particular
yes,
7 projects.
But our real estate policy, Mr. Kiernan, is very clear. We've gone through 2014 real estate audit, 1999, 2000 real estate audit, that we will declare when we enter into an agreement in advance. We don't delegate that. Never have. We've gone through this before.
So the council decision from September 13th, 2024 explicitly delegated the authority to the CAO, the authority to approve any sale lease for any amount regardless of appraised value for the properties identified in recommendation 1A. 22 Granite Way was identified by council as one of those properties.
That's outside of our existing real estate policy.
It was an amendment to the real estate policy that council passed in
I'd
September
like
of
to
last
see a
year.
copy of that report.
Okay, we can provide that, Councillor.
I can
I'd also,
send it out.
just for clarity, for correction on about my statement, there's 110 units, 54 at market, 26 affordable, 30 rent geared to income is proposed at this site.
30.
Rent geared to
So
income,
you have
yes.
110 units,
54 at market,
54 market,
26 affordable,
okay,
and 30 rent geared to income.
okay.
And again, I would say that there's a proposal. It is about the rezoning today. But
And have we?
hard to
have we
rezone without
entered-
knowing.
Have we entered into an agreement with this proponent?
No, we have not.
So, in other words, notwithstanding the council direction, no agreement has been made with the proponent with the city at this time.
You are correct. We are working in partnership with someone who has a proven track record and can meet the affordability components.
But again, it's contrary to city policy, okay?
All right.
We don't have an agreement with the proponent, even though you're saying we delegated the authority, but we still don't have an agreement with the proponent, but we're rezoning land here today.
It would be premature to have an agreement with the proponent without land rezoned and the viability of the site determined. And we also had to, through the conversations, resolve a number of outstanding issues with the Granite Curling Club.
I understand that, but that's not going to be resolved here today in the public hearing.
No, it won't.
No, of course not. So, okay. Thank you for confirming my concerns. Is that yours or? That's mine. No, that's mine.
Seeing no other questions at this time, we can move on. Thank you.
Okay, so first is the applicant in support of the application, and the applicant will be Rich Mahi, Mike Lennon, Jeremy Reed, and Brent Bellamy, speaking together and sharing their 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to speak before you today. We're happy to discuss what we feel is an exciting project as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund. As you know, Council signed on to an agreement with CMHC in order to provide affordable housing and increase our housing numbers in the city of Winnipeg. In exchange of part of that agreement, we have $122.4 million as part of that agreement. Our goal is to create 14,101 building permits by December 2026. Our team has been laser focused on trying across a variety of different initiatives and trying to meet those targets. One of the important parts of the HAF initiative is the Land Enhancement Office. And you have asked us as a council to take a look at how we can use strategically our lands in an innovative way in order to meet our housing needs. As we know, we are in the midst of a housing crisis. Can you share the slides, please?
Can we share the slides?
Yep. So you load them up and then share the screen via Zoom.
Thanks for being our tech support. Okay, next slide. And to recapture what was been discussed a little bit earlier on before we jumped on is, in terms of what is actually being decided today. What we're looking at today is a subdivision and rezoning application in order to prepare the land for development. As per the council motion and decision on September of last year. And we're rezoning the land to C, character zone, and which means that as part of this application, we're separating off the parking lot, the westerly parking lot, in order to do that. The remaining of the piece of the land will remain as a riverbank zoning designation. This application is intended to help facilitate, as I mentioned, the ability for us to enter into a project of which we think is exciting in order to develop affordable housing here in a mixed income multifamily residential tower and enter a long-term land lease with the proponent. The next steps will be to enter into lease agreements with existing and new tenants to reflect the new leasable areas. Next slide. Why develop a 22 Granite Way? As I mentioned, we're in the midst of a housing crisis and we need more affordable housing downtown. The housing crisis is at the doorstep of the Granite. We know that there's encampments throughout the downtown, including in and around this property, and it highlights the needs for addressing that issue and for us as a city to play a significant role in doing so. We have long-term city policy to encourage development on downtown surface parking lots, and this will do a portion of that today. As I mentioned, council identified 22 Granite Way as a priority site for affordable housing and into the Land Enhancement Office. We think this is a location that's ideal for residential. It's within walking distance of multiple shopping districts, park spaces, frequent transit. This is in the heart of our community downtown. The slide before you today shows that proximity to our natural assets, the riverbank, shopping districts, and within a few feet away, we've got our high-frequency transit network that will have a few routes, both frequent and direct, starting this summer. This is the subject property we're talking about today in terms of the westerly parking lot. Next slide. In terms of its policy context, I think that's important to illustrate as well. This meets many objectives we have under our Winnipeg 2045, our Complete Communities Development Strategy 2.0, which is our citywide secondary plan for guiding how we do development. It aligns with Center Plan 2050, as was previously mentioned, our Climate Action Plan, Poverty Reduction Strategy. So it's ticking a number of our policy objectives we have at the city. This is about downtown residential development. It's about developing on a downtown surface parking lot, bringing affordable housing and deeply affordable housing over the long term. It's residential development near high-frequency transit. It's about investment in a heritage asset and a club that we value deeply. Our vision for the property has been consistent from the day that we met with the Granite Curling Club.
What that you value deeply?
Our heritage asset and the sustainability of the club.
Okay.
Providing much-needed housing downtown, long-term affordability, including deeply affordable units. Those are the RGI that we were referencing earlier. The important thing here is to note is in many instances where we see affordable housing development being built in Winnipeg, a lot of times it's for 10, 20-year leases for those affordable units. This is going to be much longer. This is going to be a long-term affordable housing. And that's something we've heard a lot from the community advocates who have asked about us to address the affordable housing situation in Winnipeg and trying to get into long-term lease agreements. And we're doing so today. It's about preservation of a historical city asset, which we are recommending that we create an annual fund in order to provide greater investment into that facility. We're going to maintain on the parking on the east side of the Granite Curling Club will remain, and 15 stalls remain in the west parking lot for the curling club. We ultimately feel that the building at this location could be a model for how we can use city lands for affordable housing while bringing social impact. This is a very unique project for Winnipeg to do long-term affordable housing and bring in social impact. I can't think of another project that we've initiated that has done this. This is exciting. And why University of Winnipeg Renewal Corporation 2.0? They're uniquely positioned to meet the vision for the site under the narrow timelines. The Housing Accelerator Fund it's got in its name, Accelerator. We have to move quickly to address our housing situation and to meet the terms of our agreement with the CMHC. They have an existing template that protects heritage building. This is essentially a carbon copy or a very mirrored project of the project they did at All Saints Church, the corner of Colony and Broadway. That allowed for us to move quickly, and that building can fit on this site, and it helps to reduce the cost as well. That project, just a note, won a 2023 Heritage Conservation Award for protecting a structure of high historic or architectural value. The nonprofit development mandate to create and maintain long-term affordable housing and on a land lease. I must say, there's not a lot of for-profit or nonprofit housing developers who want to enter into long-term land leases and also contribute to in terms of this type of social impact that we're looking for. They also have a proven track record in the downtown, including this neighborhood, creating many different buildings, all with a variety of deeply affordable and a higher percentage of affordable housing within those projects than we might see in other projects as well. And because of that, the project team felt that they would be a great partner in this endeavor. And with that, I'd pass it on to Jeremy Reed from UWCRC.
Good morning, Chair, committee members. Let me get myself sorted out in my aging eyes here. Firstly, I'd like to thank the members of the public who have taken the time to come to today's meeting to listen and or contribute to deliberations that are being considered today. I'd also like to thank the chair of the and the committee members present for the opportunity to speak to the subdivision and rezoning application that is the subject of today's meeting. And
A point of order, Mr. Chairperson. Who do you represent?
sorry, I'm Jeremy Reed. I'm the CEO of the University of Winnipeg Community Renewal Corporation, UWCRC 2.0.
Okay. We just clarified with our administration, we do not have an agreement with this proponent at this point in time?
Correct.
Why is the proponent speaking to us?
We had used this as a partnership with University of Winnipeg 2.0. They had applied through the intake that was undertaken where the City of Winnipeg received over 60 applications, both on private land and public land, to create developments. You'll recall a number of those have already been awarded. The second tranche went out just before Christmas. University of Winnipeg has applied on the first and second round to be a partner with the City of Winnipeg on developing available city sites.
I hear you, but we have not had any council policy to that effect where we voted on that in terms of them being a proponent on city lands, to my knowledge, you said.
No, that was to enter into agreements was delegated to the CIO to take that forward administratively.
Okay, because I'm quoting from now the real estate audit that came before us back in 2014 that said, and I quote, Shindico was provided information not available to other proponents with respect to RFPs. Prior to issuance of RFPs, materials management should obtain the details of all discussions that have taken place with proponents from the user departments in order to develop a strategy to inform all proponents of information that may not be known and disclosed in the RFP. Such action is required to ensure all proponents are bidding from a level playing field. It appears that may not have occurred here.
It's the question, is this a level playing field?
Yeah.
I would suggest that it is. There is an open application process that the City of Winnipeg went through for those who are wishing to be nonprofit housing providers.
Was this site fully advertised to all potential proponents?
You know what, we're getting into now
No,
another
I-
question period here. Is your issue with hearing from?
Yeah, because my issue is with hearing a delegation we
Reed?
don't have an agreement with.
We do not have an agreement. We have worked in partnership with University of
Excuse me,
Winnipeg.
I'll turn to the clerk here. Is it common practice that if the proponent is not Mr. Mahi or whomever else is back there at this point in time, that we would hear from somebody potentially from the private sector here?
The applicant has indicated that they are appearing as a team of 4 individuals who are speaking together as the applicant. As a result, they are limited to the speaking time for one individual, and they have the opportunity to rebut at the end of public representation.
So I guess my question would be, and again, for you, is it common that you can share your time with anyone at this point in time as the applicant?
The applicant typically declares who is presenting as the applicant, and sometimes that does include other members of a team or project.
Okay. So what I'm being told here, just for clarification for my council colleagues, is that the applicant can essentially claim whoever they want to share their time.
I agree with the clerk in her statement. It's quite accurate. However, the applicant in this case is the City of Winnipeg that has very clear policies pertaining to real estate that it appears we're not following. That concerns me, and it concerns me we're hearing from a proponent that council is not into an agreement with yet. This is a unique applicant, not like any other, because it's the City of Winnipeg making the application.
Yeah, it does cause a little bit of confusion at times when the applicant is a member of the public service, but
the
correct me if
difference-
I'm wrong here, Madam Clerk, they are separate in this case, the applicant and the public service.
The applicant is the City of Winnipeg in this instance.
Yep.
The applicant's team speaking together as the applicant has been identified by the applicant as Rich Mahi, Mike Lennon, Jeremy Reed, and Brent Bellamy.
Okay. I'm prepared to let them continue to deliver their delegation here
As one delegation with 10 minutes?
with 10 minutes. And we have a minute 28 left on the clock here, with the exception of an extension of time. Please go ahead, Mr. Reed.
So I believe I was saying, I was thanking you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to the subdivision rezoning application that is the subject of today's meeting, and further to speak about how that subdivision would facilitate the city's ability to follow through on council's unanimous decision and public announcement this past September to make the western parcel of the lands under consideration available for multi-residential development, inclusive of affordable housing and supported by the HAF program. I'd like to express our appreciation for the faith the city has put in our nonprofit organization to deliver a mixed-income multi-residential project on the parcel, and we consider this faith to be based upon the over 700 units of mixed-income and affordable and rent-geared income housing projects that UWCRC 2.0 and/or the University of Winnipeg Community Renewal Corporation has previously delivered or is in the process of delivering in the city's downtown and core areas since 2016, inclusive of the Merchants Corner South parcel, the Downtown Commons Muse Flats, West Broadway Commons, and Solera Flats projects on Colony Street, including Canada's first net carbon zero high-rise, the Marketland South multi-use residential tower, Canada's first net carbon zero mid-rise, and 4 second-stage transitional units for women and children who've experienced gender-based violence in the West End, Broadway, and downtown neighborhoods, cumulatively representing 55 units, 3 of which have involved renovation or rehabilitation of vacant structures of over 100 years old. We'd like to acknowledge that this vote of confidence from the city, while supported by our track record of delivery and status as downtown's largest residential developer over the last decade, I guess I need to ask you to continue.
Moved by Councillor Santos, 2 minutes.
Can you
All in
finish in
favor?
2 minutes?
I'll move quickly.
Yep.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Take your time here, we'll move along, and if we require more time, if the committee's will, we'll grant that. Go ahead, please.
Has been accompanied with certain expectations beyond the delivery of multi-residential mixed-income residential units, namely that in being offered the invitation to consider developing the proposed western parcel of the city's lands on Granite Way, that our organization commit to generating revenues to assist the city in the maintenance of a historically significant and treasured municipal facility, the Granite Curling Clubhouse and Barn. We understand in particular that this confidence has also been extended not only because of our organization's development, project management, and financial capacities and our values-driven approach, but also because of our delivery of the West Broadway Commons, a multi-residential mixed-income project on leased land that, in addition to supplying critical housing units, developed to assist our partner, All Saints Anglican Church, in maintaining its historic church structure and ongoing operations. The proposed Granite Riversides Commons is a mixed-income housing development, is conceived as a twin tower to the West Broadway Commons development, not merely in terms of its physical form, but also in terms of its spirit, the spirit of intent of supporting an environmentally sustainable, inclusive housing project that also serves historic and cultural infrastructure that has values to the communities that they serve and to the citizens of Winnipeg at large. As currently proposed, the GRC would be a project undertaken by a nonprofit organization wholly controlled by 2.0, with UWCRC serving as developer, project manager, and property manager of this project, ensuring that a project aligns with its intended social, environmental, and economic objectives. And because I'm running out of time, I'll just clarify the record. The proposed 111-unit mixed income will feature 56 affordable units, 12 of which will be at 79% of CMHC's MMR, 14 at 69% of CMHC's MMR, and 30 RGI units, that is rent-geared income supplemented units as supported by the province. It will also be a net carbon zero building, and that we would engage with the nonprofit sector for the delivery of the projects. We would like to thank the council for their time. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'd ask also the committee if we could have just a couple more minutes. We'd like to invite Brendan Bellamy to walk through the design of the site and building, if that's okay.
Councillor Wyatt moves 2 minutes. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Please join us.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Brent Bellamy, Architect and Creative Director at Number 10. This is the site plan you can see here. The idea for the building is to have it as far away as possible in the northeast corner of the site. I'll just flip to the next. This is the context of the site. The West Broadway neighborhood is filled with red brick apartment buildings that really defines the character of the neighborhood, and we're hoping that the new building feeds into that character and really ties into the character of what the Granite Curling Club is. Go to the next. So even though it's a new building, we're hoping that introducing red brick and a central entrance that connects directly to the sidewalk connects the building to its site and connects the building to the Granite Curling Club. We really hope that the building acts as a single composition, and they really are sort of one development. Go to the next. You can see having lots of big windows onto the sidewalk makes the neighborhood feel safe, creates those eyes on the street for not only the pedestrians, but the major bike lane that runs across the site. Go to the next. The central entrance harkens back to the historic buildings of the neighborhood, using timeless materials like wood and red brick, makes the building a generational investment in the community. Go to the next. So you can see the building is not a typical developer building. It's not a box. The massing is sort of broken down to connect to the curling club building, hoping that it really becomes that single composition. You can see the idea of breaking it down creates an opportunity for a roof terrace for all the tenants of the building to enjoy that great view across the city skyline. Go to the next. This is just a view from the major parking lot across the street. And you can see that the big windows, the suites will be large, filled with natural light, filled with natural ventilation. It's a net zero carbon building. The riverside of the property, or of the building, will have integrated photovoltaics, so the building will create its own energy. Good.
Is Will to move?
I'll move another 2-minute extension.
Councillor Wyatt moves 2 minutes. All in favor? Opposed? Please continue.
Just skip to the next. Working in a similar way as the West Broadway Commons building, the 9th floor of the building is a common area and roof terrace with views over the skyline. This would typically be a high-rent suites for a typical developer, but the social mandate of this developer, it was really important to them that they have a view for everybody and have that common space for everybody, and it really creates a wonderful community in the West Broadway Commons building and will in this building as well. Let's go to the last. So I'll stress again, this is not a typical developer building. It will be a mixed income building with a diverse range of tenants. Homes will have large windows flooded with natural light. It's not your typical affordable housing. Suites will range from studios to 3-bedroom suites oriented towards families. It's constructed of materials that will create a sense of warmth, elegance, permanence, and quality. It will be built to the highest levels of environmental sustainability, achieving net zero certification. It will generate its own electricity through photovoltaics. It will be built to the highest standards of accessibility with a high percentage of fully accessible homes, as well as all public spaces. Every home in the building will be designed to be visitable by people in wheelchairs. And finally, it will transform a surface parking lot into proud homes for people and families for many generations to come. Thousands of people over the 100 years that this building will stand there. It's a generational investment in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe there are questions, sorry. Does that conclude the presentation? No more time required? Okay, I believe there are questions here from the committee. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, Mr. Bellamy?
Yeah, you guys can all come forward.
Yeah.
Please and thank you.
I don't think you've built anything in Transcona yet. I hope you do one day.
I will. Love Transcona.
You do good work, and I want to thank you for your presentation. I just want to ask, your drawings are very detailed. When did you enter into an agreement with the U of W to start working on your work?
This is a project that's modeled after another project that was completed 3 years ago. Do you want to?
Yeah, we began talking to number 10 about the potential of this project this past summer
So in the summer of what?
of 2024, for the record.
2024.
Councillor Wyatt.
Summer of 2024, okay. And, I guess my next question is to Mr. Mahi. Mr. Mahi, was this
Just for clarification also, it was in preparation for our HAP application that we're due July 12th, I believe.
Yeah, okay. But it was specific to the site.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Was the site advertised as part of the HAF, and you're part of the crew inside the public service, Ms. Roddy, that's overseeing the HAF? Was the site subject to an RFP, public RFP, that any proponent could have bid on?
I'm sorry,
Was the site subject to a public RFP that any proponent, not-for-profit housing agency could have bid on?
nope.
No. And why not?
For the reasons I stated earlier,
Which were?
that they were uniquely positioned to meet the vision for the site under the narrow timelines. We had an existing template project across Canada Life that could fit onto this property, that they have a proven track record in the community and an ability to develop this type of building with the kind of social impact that we were looking for here. Their prototype for that was on the corner of Colony and Broadway. And they're also a preferred builder status with CMHC, which is important for us as we work with other levels of government for funding.
And just to clarify with Mr. Kiernan, when did council grant that authority that you were referring to with the CAO? When was that motion to council?
There was a motion of council to delegate to the CAO. It formally happened to council, September 23rd or 26th? 26th.
September
of
26th?
2024, correct.
September of 2024.
This site was identified, just for context, Councillor.
Delegating, I needed clarification.
Oh, the delegation?
So September of 2024, the council voted to give authority to the CEO, yet we just heard that obviously our staff are in discussions with one proponent already, as per they've already went and hired their own architect, or were in discussions in the summer prior to September 2024, which means that once again, real estate council policy has been broken.
And I would separate out, and I'll rely on Mr. Pate for specific clarification, but I'd separate out council real estate policy from the HAF initiative that's focused with city lands, federal dollars, and the combination therein. And so this site was identified through Center Plan 2050 that was approved, I'll say, in the spring of 2024. I'll get you the specific date.
But but there was no public RFP of the site.
At that time, no.
No. However, there were discussions clearly where the administration decided to single source to a certain proponent, no doubt a very valid proponent, but I could think of many other not-for-profits who could also deliver a very good project as well. But we decided to single source without the authority granted by council, which did not take place until September of last year.
There's no, well, I would clarify the point of, and I'll defer to Richard Mahe as the applicant as well. But to your point earlier, not yet single-sourced, not yet an agreement in place.
No, but it sounds like when you're hiring an architect and you're doing detailed drawings and you're spending money on that, that's pretty serious stuff. I don't expect a proponent to spend any money on any architect unless they know that they have a good chance of acquiring that property.
And Mr. Mahe can speak for himself, but I think that the advantage on this one was that it was more of, and with no disrespect to the architect, an opportunity to plug and play a proven product that has been built 3 times.
And as somebody who has spearheaded multiple projects, including an affordable housing project in my ward on city land,
Yeah.
I did it all within following existing real estate policies. I did not have to push the envelope or break real estate policies, which appear to be happening here today.
I think
And
we may
that is
have,
what concerns me greatly, Mr. Former Director.
fair point.
Thanks.
We disagree.
I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairperson.
Councillor Schreier.
I've got a question for Mr. Bellamy. Good day. Thanks for your presentation. And you're talking about zero footprint construction, zero footprint.
Net carbon zero,
Net carbon zero.
or net zero carbon.
Can you give us a little bit of definition? I know this is not all on you. There are terms that are bandied about here. But you could state for the record, what do you mean by that?
It essentially means that the building will create its own energy and be the highest level of sustainability sort of possible. Using photovoltaics, the operations of the building will be net carbon zero. So it won't have a carbon footprint in the operation, the long-term operations of the building.
So you're saying that photovoltaics are going to run heating?
Yes, heating and cooling.
Heating and running motors such as the dishwashers and laundry machines, ventilation fans will be run by photovoltaics?
Not entirely. I'm actually not 100% certain on how the program works, but the idea is that in the end, the building won't have a carbon footprint in its operations.
Although I appreciate the conversation around carbon footprint, we are here for subdivision and rezoning for 22 Granite Way, and I would like to focus the questions on that piece.
Fair enough, Chair Evans. It's just that he was mentioning it wasn't struck down as being out of order, so I wanted to understand what he's saying. It's worth mentioning, so it's worth questioning, because I am incredulous about that. Just one more question.
It's a certification program.
Sure, just one more question. Do you have geothermal? Is it all going to be based on photovoltaic? So we're going to be zero carbon footprint based on solar? Okay, thanks for your answer.
Councillor Santos, and then we'll go to Councillor Wyatt.
Question for Richard. In your slide, you had mentioned surface parking lots in the downtown. Can you explain to me, yes, my understanding in the downtown current bylaws, we are trying to go away with surface parking lots in the downtown. I'm not familiar with this site. Is this a gravel parking lot? Is this a concrete parking lot?
Yes, we've had long-standing city policy on trying to convert surface parking lots into other uses, in particular housing and commercial type development. And so this is in the spirit of that long-standing kind of policy context. This is a parking lot with that is, I believe it's mainly a gravel parking lot. And it's something that we are, in terms of council policy, as I mentioned, wherever possible, to transform our downtown surface parking lots into housing and great new buildings.
Then my second question, with respect to parking, I believe our downtown bylaws state that zero parking minimums or?
Correct, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And then, so why are we not developing this site to the fullest capacity with zero parking? Because I'm seeing plans that are not, like, you know what I mean, it looks like
Yeah.
there's parking that's being offered. Correct, yes.
In discussions with the Granite Curling Club, we want to make sure that we could get as many parking spaces to remain on site as possible for their use.
Okay, is there underground parking or is this just all surface parking lots?
It's all at grade parking. It's hard to see on this slide because of the size of the screen, but the parking behind the building, the building will cantilever over the parking at the rear of the building.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt?
Yes. So we've heard so far that there's been no specific RFP to the site to advertise it to other proponents. We've also heard that there's no agreement with the proponent that seems to be in partnership now with the City of Winnipeg. We've heard that the proponent in question secured architectural support in the summer prior to a council decision. Even if we did, through that decision, delegate authority, which could be interpreted other ways based on the wording of that September council motion. But I fall back again on the October 7th, 2013 real estate audit pertaining to fire halls. And I asked the question in terms of the involvement of legal services, where the audit said, we do not believe that legal services acted in a manner to sufficiently protect the interests of the city. Additionally, we believe at least part of this was caused by the reporting structure at the city. The legal services gatekeeper function would be enhanced if legal services reported to City Council rather than the city administration by the CEO. What role has legal services played up until now involving this? Have we had any agreements before legal services pertaining to this proponent? Where has legal services signed off in any way, shape, or form pertaining to this application?
With regards to the involvement of legal services, I think it's important to note that this application today is about getting ready the land for a subdivision and rezoning to be able to do a future development on the site. Once council approved in the September of last year, the ability for the CIO to enter into agreements on the lands that were identified in September 26th, We engaged legal services to begin looking at how to create a long-term land lease for the property.
Were you in discussions, Mr. Mahi, prior to September of last year with this proponent?
Yes,
Who gave you the authority to do that?
with discussions with the program sponsor and half manager.
Who?
The program sponsor, Moira Gear, and the half manager,
Who was?
Alyssa Rappaport.
And who gave them the authority for you to do that?
It was through discussions with them.
So there was no authority granted to enter into sole source negotiations with this party from council?
We were beginning to enter into a process to make a half application and to see whether or not this project would be a financially viable project. After council approval in September, we began the process of entering into a long-term land lease.
I hear what you're saying, but you've already, when did you enter into negotiations with this proponent? How early?
The summer of last year.
Okay. And did you speak to any other proponents about this property?
I'm sorry,
Did you speak to any other proponents, any other not-for-profits other than this one?
Not that I can recall. The discussion was with the project team.
Any other questions here? Councillor Santos?
Allowed to ask Richard about the HAF program, or should I leave that for the administration? Because I think that could give some context on timing.
Let's, if you'd like to ask, then, yeah, and the administration is open for questions.
Well, okay, so I'll just throw the question out
Sure.
there. Because I'm just looking for timeline. Councillor Wyatt has brought up some pretty good questions here. What I'm hearing seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding of the timeline of HAF. The monies that were doled out in the first tranche, the monies that are being doled out in the second tranche, and then where this project is situated in the discussions of when the Housing Accelerator Fund in the first tranche of the 30 million and the second tranche of the 30 million. Can someone answer me the question of the timelines of when those discussions started with the proponent? I think that would kind of help me understand how this project came to light. Because it's all tied to HAF and the Land Enhancement Office, is my understanding. All these discussions are happening since council had moved forward with the agreement with the CMHC through the Housing Accelerator Fund. That was starting, maybe somebody can answer, maybe I'll start off there. What's the date that we at council had started working with CMHC to start the Housing Accelerator Fund of the $122 million? What was that? February 2024?
Discussions with CMHC were in 2023.
Okay. The first tranche of $30 million was doled out to downtown only. When did that occur?
In 2024.
Okay. What month? Do we know? To remind me?
I'd have to go back to the
Okay.
records to verify. My apologies.
Okay. In that first tranche, there were obviously a bunch of applicants that had come through. Was this project one of them? Or was that at another, or is this like outside of that scope?
When the program got initiated, we set up the Land Enhancement Office. That was before my time. I joined the team in the late spring of last year. Both the HAF manager and Moira Gear established and were setting up the HAF program, but the council had set up the approval for the different initiatives, including the Land Enhancement Office, which looked at looking at our City of Winnipeg-owned land and how can we look strategically at developing these properties. And there's been a lot of work between the council approval of the HAF program to get to today.
Okay. And so the decision of September 2024, I'm just looking at it here, September 13, 2024, amendments to the real estate policy framework in support of affordable housing. I think there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 properties that were declared surplus.
Yes.
Okay. Are these properties, I'm assuming, came out of the discussions with the Land Enhancement Office and the HAF program manager? part of the program? Like,
And planning department as well. Like, there's been a lot of discussion around what properties could be, that the city of Winnipeg owns, that could form part of our land enhancement objectives.
okay. And then those discussions occurred at the same time. I heard the number 66 proponents that applied for the $30 million.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Good, thank you.
Just have a couple questions here. So just for everyone's clarity here, obviously we receive emails on both sides in support and opposed. Take them all in, digest them, but just for those that aren't completely familiar with this site, what is the primary use for the current location that's being proposed here to be rezoned?
Sorry, my apologies. I was listening, but I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah. What is the current use for the site that's being proposed?
The current use is a downtown surface parking lot associated with the curling club on riverbank zoned lands.
Okay, so not to dismiss the importance of it associated with the curling parking lot, can you expand upon that with your knowledge? What is it associated with?
My apologies. I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure.
viability of the curling club, is that tied to it? Like, why am I getting emails about a gravel parking lot?
Yeah, I know that in Winnipeg, parking is near and dear to many people's hearts. And so whenever there's threat to parking, it does elicit strong emotions, especially when it's tied to access to facilities. And so I get that. I think that you're also getting support for the issue, the fact that we're in the midst of a housing crisis and we need to build housing, and in particular, affordable housing. And I think you're going to see, hopefully today, some discussions around the importance of that as well. The lens by which we view this site shouldn't just be a one lens. It can't just be viewed through the lens of parking, as much as that is important. There are other social values and social impacts that are at play, including affordable housing, but also the creation of a fund to help sustain a valued historical asset. Long-term affordable housing is really important. It's what council's asked us to look at doing. And so there's many lenses by which we should be looking at this property, not just one.
And when you folks review this piece of land to start with back in, I can't remember what date we settled on, we'll call it February, as one of the pieces of land that we were going to make available out of the 7, is that accurate, February-ish?
There was discussions before my time on the HAF team around this property, but certainly as part of the HAF team when I joined it, this was one of the top sites.
Okay, so when that was discussed, and if you weren't involved in that discussion, anybody else can put up their hand, was there consideration given to the fact that the Granite Curling Club either depends on or is partially dependent on the location that is being suggested?
Absolutely. When we began discussions with the Granite Curling Club in the summer of last year, we brought forward what we thought in terms of the vision for the site, as I illustrated earlier, of what we were looking to do. And some of the issues that were raised, as you mentioned, is parking, and how can we mitigate those concerns? How can we look at they were very interested in the annual annuity for the building, and looking for more details on that, and we've been trying to develop that as we've been developing the project. We feel that that's really important for this project. We feel that it's not just about providing affordable housing, which I think is a great aspect to this. It's the multi kind of layered or lens view to what we can do with this site. But we do think this could be a model for how we can develop our properties, where we could bring affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, retain public ownership of riverbank land, long-term affordable housing, while also bringing in social impact in the form of an annual annuity in order to help support our heritage asset. That is important, and it's not something we have typically done. can't think of another example in which we've done this. And I think that model, and especially when you think about the fact that the proponent talked about a net carbon zero building as well, I mean, this is a really good project. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about today is we're preparing land for development. This is a rezoning and subdivision application to prepare land for development. Whether or not the project proceeds or not, we're hoping that in its current form, we are preparing this land to meet the objectives of the Housing Accelerator Fund.
So while that process was taking place, was there any consideration, and I know it's more of an uphill battle and against other city policies, but to look at a parcel of that vacant parkland that's identified as Riverbank to potentially carve out some of that, to leave more to the existing Granite Curling Club and their needs?
To be clear, you're asking on the east, I'll go to the, you're referring to the easterly parking lot, and if there's ability to expand into there, if I understand correctly?
Any direction just to accommodate what is existing there for the curling club?
The Granite Curling Club did raise that with us, and we did raise that with the department, and I'll let the department speak for themselves as to their opinion upon that as well, because it's not just the planning department, there's parks as well involved in that, because this is riverbank land and it's a park space.
Okay. And then fast forward, you know, should this committee grant the subdivision rezoning, what would be the process after that when the actual plan for what is being built there comes forward? How does that look? What is the public engagement at that point in time? And is there ultimately an appeals process should there continue to be, you know, some members of the public who are opposed to this?
My understanding is that, and clerks can confirm the process, but there's a mechanism for appeal. But if there's, if this rezoning application gets approved, the next step for us would be entering into lease agreements both with the existing and potential tenant on the surface parking lot side of things. And then there would need to be greater design work probably on the applicant side or the developer side of things to refine their building design. And if there's any future development applications required as part of that, then that would, they would have to go through that process themselves.
And you're confident that that would continue to be under the guidelines that we're attempting to follow as accelerated?
That is our goal and objective, absolutely.
Councillor Schreier, I saw your hand pop up.
Thank you, Chair Evans. You mentioned the development preserves a heritage site? Or how'd you put that?
The Granite Curling Club is my understanding is.
A heritage component, granite is designated with character defining elements. We deem it on one of our heritage buildings. The parking lot is not.
Could you say that again? I didn't quite catch it.
The Granite Curling Club itself is a spectacular club, to be blunt. And so it is a designated City of Winnipeg heritage building. It has character defining elements within the building itself. And I think as we have worked through this proposal with the proponent and others, we too are concerned and want to ensure the long-term viability of the club, both from an operational perspective, which is a parking issue, and from a sustainability of the building itself, which is related to capital investment. So I think we can come back to that after delegations.
Thank you.
Oh, well, actually, isn't that part of the viability of this and an essence of the application? You talked about the relationship between this development proposal and the viability of the curling club?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
that's why people are here.
important. I'd like to understand.
I think it would be better if you, with your indulgence, to go through the presentations first. You'll hear their perspectives. I think that's important.
Yeah, I would agree that it's important to hear from the delegation, especially those that are potentially opposed, to hear what it is exactly that the concerns regarding the Granite Curling Club would be.
All right, so we will hear about the viability of the club due to the development?
I'd also like to touch on the options that may be available acknowledging bluntly, the lease is in overhold, has been for a number of years. It needs to be renewed. And I think we have some potential avenues to explore.
I would like to hear from the delegations who would speak to the Granite Curling Club specifically on that. Councillor Wyatt?
I just have one question, I guess. Mr. Mai, it's more are you aware question. I guess, you know, having been here for some time now, 20 years, and hearings, I just want to preface my question by stating that, you know, I think it's fair to say that every member of this committee is 100% committed to building affordable housing. I have personally spearheaded projects to build affordable housing. I don't think anybody on this committee is opposed to affordable housing, and I also agrees with the idea that the need for affordable housing and building affordable housing now is very, very crucial. It's acute in our city. That I don't think is an issue here. I want to make that really clear. No different than back in 2012, we as a city had to build brand new fire halls, and that was really important at the time. But having said that, are you aware, Mr. Mahi, based on the short time that I've been here, about 20 years, I've had the opportunity to sit through many hearings. I've also had the opportunity to sit through hearings that I've had to hear again because the courts overturned decisions of our council based not on content, but on policy in the city of Winnipeg not following their existing policies. Based on what I've heard thus far, and I'm boiling inside because of the fact that once again it appears that we as a city are violating the real estate policies that we've set out thanks to not just one audit, more than one, that there was no RFP on this site. The discussions between the city and administration entered into with the U of W prior to any authority granted by council. We heard from you, sir, that there was no authority granted to you or your superiors to enter into those discussions, which is to sole source, that there was no other opponent approached other than this one, and that there is no agreement with the proponent, causes me to speculate that no matter what we decide here today, that this matter will be overturned either at the municipal board or in the courts, and that we are wasting our time here now in light of the fact that this information has come to this committee. Are you aware of that, sir?
I hear you.
All right. I need a health break, Mr. Chairperson.
Today,
Secretary here, comment?
for clarity, what's before committee today is a subdivision and rezoning application. Real estate policy has no bearing on the subdivision. And
I would like to have legal here. Because I'm going to have questions of legal.
Do we have any other questions for the applicants here? Okay, we will take a brief 10-minute break and then we will come back with delegations. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back. We are in the midst of a public hearing here with Property and Development Committee, and we are going to now move into our delegations.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chairperson. There was material submitted by the proponent. Is it possible for us to get the copies of the architectural renderings that were supplied, the detailed architectural renderings? Is it possible to request that?
Madam Clerk.
Sorry, which renderings were you?
I'm referring to Mr. Bellamy's architectural renderings. Could we as a committee get copies of those?
We're talking the PowerPoint presentation?
It was emailed to us.
Yeah, do we have
it was
copies
emailed to
of the detailed architectural renderings? Can we get them printed and supplied to the committee?
Okay, I will have someone assist with printing that.
Thank you.
Okay,
And I'll turn it over to the clerk to introduce our delegates.
so first to speak in support is Councillor Rollins, who is joining us via Zoom today. Hi, Councillor.
Good morning, Councillor. I hope you can hear us. And before you start, I just wanted to welcome you here and also thank you for your service as Chair of Property and Development, as well as your time on Executive Policy Committee. And I look forward to continuing to work with you moving forward here. Thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, for those kind words. Hello to, just a moment, please. You guys, do you mind, just sorry, I'm really sorry, it'll be a second. I'm actually with, in another housing meeting right now, so I apologize. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in strong support of this rezoning application. I'd be there today, but like I said, I'm meeting with housing advocates and housing leads in Fort Rouge's Fort Garry today. I want to be absolutely clear. This proposal represents an essential step in providing much needed affordable housing while ensuring the long-term success of the Granite Curling Club. Unfortunately, it is the case that you will likely hear people in opposition today. In particular, the board of the Curling Club has been actively spreading misleading and what I think is unfounded fears about this proposal, creating really unnecessary confusion, some discord, including with their own membership. The board has written that they weren't provided any notice with respect to this development. I want to say that's not true. Public servants and the housing partners have been in constant dialogue for months, formal and informal meeting and correspondence for months throughout the summer and fall. And I have met with them about this proposal as both the local councillor and, yes, as chair of property and development and housing for the city of Winnipeg. I've reviewed their concerns in November. Concerns that were multiple, varied, even contradictory. Concerns that they've categorized this development as a surprise, not true. An existential threat to the Granite, not true. I need to tell you, we don't have time for this today. Time is of the essence today. Affordable housing funding has a strict timeline. This process is already coming in later than we would like. And any further delays could put this opportunity and funding at risk. So that is why a unanimous vote today is critical. They have been writing people to oppose it, but as a result of their actions, I'm happy to say I've been bombarded with correspondence from curlers who have really lost some confidence in the board. As one member wrote to them, maybe you've seen this letter, if anything has compromised our negotiation position, it is the Granite that will now appear misinformed, in disarray, and mired in internal conflict. The facts before you today are simple, and I encourage you to leave all of that noise aside. The city of Winnipeg owns this land. That's why they're here today as an applicant. The Granite Curling Club operates under a lease agreement. And while some members of the club's board are here in opposition, they're not here fundamentally to discuss the rezoning. Instead, it's an attempt to negotiate a lease, something that's not before this committee and is not relevant to today's decision. That responsibility lies with Mr. Gord Chappell and his capable hands. He has a plan, he is on it, and he doesn't need anyone's assistance. Don't confuse the lease with the rezoning of the city of Winnipeg land. The city is the applicant, like I said, council voted to support affordable housing on city land, and this is what today is about. It's what it should be about. Now, while you voted for using this property for affordable housing in a unanimous vote at council, let's talk about why this rezoning is the right thing to do. There are 3 undeniable reasons why this proposal should move forward unanimously today. You should feel my enthusiasm through the camera and the delight. And here's why. 3 reasons. 1, it delivers affordable housing in the downtown core with an affordable housing innovator, UWCRC. Jeremy Reed is not only a delight, a housing partner extraordinaire, and an innovator of environmental, economic, social, and cultural models that produce tangible results for this city. And like the Merchants Hotel, like our campus neighbor at the Marketlands, UWCRC is a leader in sustainability, and I'm incredibly proud of the board of the UWCRC, the rock stars, all of them, but also proud of a long-standing friendship I have in Jeremy Reed. I pick his brain on the monthly. His work approaching development with the spirit of sustainability is really something to be admired, and this project directly aligns and benefits from his leadership, particularly
Councillor
the
Wilms,
leadership
we've
of
reached your
sustainable
time. I'm
growth.
looking for an extension here. Do you need another minute or so?
Move it to.
Yeah, 2 minutes and I'll wrap
Minute
up.
extension, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you so much. It protects, number 2, it protects and supports the Granite Curling Club. It's not losing its home. There is no existential threat. The Granite Club remains fully intact, and the applicant has also proactively worked with Canada Life to ensure club members have access to additional parking across the street. A reciprocal agreement, by the way, that existed yesterday, today, tomorrow. The proposal includes a heritage fund to support the club, something the board might not mention, so it bears repeating. This is a rare opportunity. Number 3, it creates new revenue and opportunity for the Granite. Beyond the fund I mentioned, beyond the fact that Gord Cheppel has the lease, he's got that process, leave it with him, that we have sustainable and health of mind. I'm actively working with club members to bring in needed support, grants, revenue, that I can tell you more about if you want. I believe that this is exciting. It is needed for the Assiniboine Legislature neighborhood in Fort Rouge, East Fort Garry Ward. But councillors, time is of the essence. I'll conclude. The affordable housing funding tied to this project has strict deadlines. We're already in a race against the clock, and further delays jeopardize our ability to move forward. Every day we waste is a missed opportunity for housing, for people that need the housing. So let's be clear, the concerns raised aren't for the majority of members. It's not for today. Let's cut through the noise, focus on what matters. And you know this rezoning is about responsible city building. Why? Because you helped me, when I was chair, usher it up through this standing policy committee and up through council. Council voted on it unanimously. You should be no less proud of your vote then than your unanimous vote today. Understand too, a unanimous vote and a thriving Granite Curling Club are the intended results. So I urge you to approve this rezoning. I urge you to vote unanimously in favor of progress on the housing file and the land enhancement office. Thank you to Richard Mahe, James Veach, Dan Izerski that did this wonderful admin report underscoring our plans, priorities in complete communities. Time is of the essence, and it's the right, dare I say, the most exciting thing we will all do this month at council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Seeing no questions at this point in time, I appreciate you being with us this morning and providing those comments. Thank you.
Okay, next to be heard in support is Christina Mays-Nino, who is with us in the gallery today. And after Christina will be Lindsay McBain. So Lindsay, if you're here, if you'd like to make your way down, and you can sit on the bench behind.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to present today. So I'm Christina. I'm the Executive Director of the Manitoba Nonprofit Housing Association. So the association represents over 150 nonprofit organizations across the province who collectively provide over 25,000 dignified, affordable homes to low-income Manitobans. The proposed project achieves many of the goals of the City of Winnipeg and goals that we have as an association. One, it creates deeply affordable housing. I really appreciated Councillor Duncan's comments in the Winnipeg Free Press, and I've heard some similar questioning here around what is affordable housing, and recognizing that what we truly need in Manitoba is deeply affordable rent-geared income housing, and this will provide that. Two, it's led by a nonprofit. We know that nonprofit organizations keep housing as affordable as possible, as long as possible. That's what their mandate is. That's what they exist to do. And the University of Winnipeg Renewal Corporation has a very strong track record of that. There are very few nonprofits with that capacity to develop at scale and quickly. And three is as Councillor Rowlands spoke about, is the quickness. So the city is finally putting its foot on the gas when it comes to addressing the housing crisis. There's a reason why there's so many federal initiatives right now that have words like rapid and accelerator. It's because we've been really slow to act, and the consequence is an exponential increase in the cost of housing and therefore in homelessness. We've been talking about the housing crisis since the 1990s, and low-income Winnipeggers have been experiencing it for decades. But now it's affecting middle-income people too, seniors and young adults who can't find stable rental housing in Charleswood or Transcona, where they grew up. And there's great public support for you as council to act and to act fast. And the mayor committed to doing this in his election campaign. The city committed to doing this when they accepted some of the conditions of the Housing Accelerator Fund that I know were a bit contentious, but said, you know what, we're going to accept that because we know that we need to do something. And in September, when the land was declared surplus, the city agreed that it would be used for affordable housing. And it's understood that, that the best outcomes possible would be affordable housing. And I believe that this project that you're, I know you're only talking about the subdivision and rezoning, but the project itself will achieve those outcomes. There's a short window of time where all levels of government are finally aligned to deal with the affordable housing needs of Winnipeggers. The Housing Accelerator Fund resources may not be available if we wait, but all federal parties have pledged to require accelerated housing development to access their funding, their infrastructure funds. So delay on this project could actually mean one of two things. It could mean, A, that we continue to have a surface parking lot in a community that should be a neighborhood, or two, that we have unaffordable housing once it does get built. And neither of those are the type of housing that we need today. So we encourage you to support this subdivision and rezoning. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you staying within your time there. I do believe that we have one question from Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, thank you for your delegation. Thank you for the work that you do. Just, you know, there's been a lot of debate over the years about, you know, how do we create affordability, and there was a philosophy, and there still is a philosophy, that if we go as a city and we rezone more land, that will stabilize land prices and therefore stabilize housing prices. And my experience here has seen, at least what I've noticed, is that what we did was actually we created almost kind of a feeding frenzy when we rezoned more and more land. The land values went up exponentially versus coming down or stabilizing that you would normally see in a typical supply and demand economics 101 graph. And so therefore, one has to conclude what other Western democracies have concluded, that the only way to stabilize housing prices is by having a very aggressive affordable housing component to government policy with regards to constructing affordable housing. And I specifically refer to affordable housing that I see as affordable, which is rent geared to income, RGI. Of the project before us today, it amounts to not even basically 27% of the units being really, in my view, affordable rent geared to income. Why is it that in the 1970s, Councillor Schreier's father was able to roll out thousands of affordable housing units? 14,000, he tells me, in the 70s. We can't even roll out hundreds in 2025. Why are we so mired in the inability to deliver truly affordable housing in the city, and not only in the city, but across this country? What is your view on that?
I absolutely agree with you. The way to get affordable housing is to build affordable housing, not just any housing. And honestly, the investment at the federal level dropped in the 1990s, in the early 90s. And you can see there's a chart that's often going around that shows the amount of affordable housing that's built as soon as that federal investment ended. And the affordable housing dropped off. So we're in this short time when we actually have a federal government who is funding some some affordable housing. I recognize it's not enough. We would love for it to be 100% rent geared to income. I'm sure the UWCRC would also love that, but there aren't enough resources. So if the province and the federal government came to the table tomorrow and said that we're going to fund more rent geared to income housing, the nonprofit sector would be more than happy to jump at that and to build even more projects like this.
I guess what I'm confused about here is we also have a federal government that adopted a national housing strategy that right in the national housing strategy said that housing is a right. And yet it took them years later to finally come up with funds for affordable housing. Even that is not enough. Why is this the case in this country today that we cannot build the affordable housing that we should be building that we did, 4 decades ago?
That's I feel like that's a coffee conversation, Councillor Wyatt. I completely agree with you. The federal support has been much more limited than it needs to be to achieve what we need.
Great. Yeah, I think I would agree with you on that. We have several delegates who have vast expertise in these areas, yourself included, and a meeting to follow up would be a good idea. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much.
Okay, next is Lindsay McBain to be heard in support of the application, and after Lindsay will be Paul Lowen.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Right to Housing Coalition, and I'm speaking in favor of the rezoning. I don't think that any of us here will disagree that stable, safe, and affordable housing addresses some of the key social issues that we have in our city and creates healthier and happier Winnipegs, whether that be kids who need to stay at one school rather than going from neighborhood to neighborhood in search of affordable housing with their families. For one of our citizens to get a job, they need a safe place to sleep. They need a stable address so they can get up and go to work in the morning. To recover from addictions, we know that stability is very important and a safe place to sleep. For a family, if all the money is going to rent, then they won't be able to afford other basic needs like warm clothes, healthy food, a bus pass. But the problem is, as we found out in the December CMHC release of its fall market rental report, that the average rent for apartments in our city is $1,507 for a 2-bedroom and $1,179 for a 1-bedroom. The problem in Winnipeg is that 16% of our households are living on incomes of $16,000 to $40,000 a year, and that means that they are only able to afford rent between $400 and $1,000. So obviously way off what the private market can provide. The solution is that to meet the needs of these households is that we need to create a lot of rent geared to income housing, and we've gauged that about 7,500 units are required over 10 years. So that's 750 units a year. We're talking about 30 units today. That's a start. We want to push for this to happen. Because of the severity of the need and the potential loss of federal housing dollars that could happen with a federal election, we need to prioritize this opportunity and make it happen quickly. This solution is nonprofit owned, with rent geared to income included, and with an unprecedented 99-year lease to ensure that the housing is created remains a long-term protected public asset. There's no doubt that the Granite Curling Club is a fantastic and very valued community asset, and we hope that the city can ensure that this development proceeds in a way that maintains the long-term sustainability of the club. And by allowing this project to move ahead, our city will gain safe, affordable, and decent places for dozens of low-income Winnipeggers and their families to call home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Wyatt.
So right now, we probably have hundreds, if not thousands, of mostly a lot of young people who are couch surfing, literally, in our society today. What is it going to take for the policyholders at all levels of government to understand that?
I think that it has been a very slow process, as you well know, but unfortunately, it took the extraordinary visibility of homelessness for it to become a more public and pressing issue. I'm sorry it had to come to that. As you have just said, there's many people who are may not be homeless yet, but are on the verge or in very unsafe, unsound, unstable housing. So, as I say, yeah, I'm sorry it took homelessness and the visible homelessness to make this such a public issue, but we are slowly seeing movement from various levels of government.
Mm-hmm. But at this rate that we're at right now, we're never going to solve the problem.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay, so next is Paul Lowen, and after Paul, Christopher Rigaud will be speaking. So Christopher, if you'd like to make your way down.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. My name is Paul Lowen. I'm the Manager of Advocacy and Accountability at Siloam Mission. My guess is you are somewhat aware of Siloam. Over 1,000 unique individuals use our shelter over the course of a year, and this is largely limited by capacity. Over 2,000 unique individuals access our drop-in over the course of the month, and we continue to see increased demand for our services, and we are not alone. Just while waiting up there, I got an email that we are removing our overnight warming space from a small space to our full drop-in to accommodate the number of people using that space. I want to place this conversation in the context and remind us that we did not get here by accident. We are still feeling the impacts of policy and funding decisions made in the 1980s and 1990s. Today, Winnipeg's own poverty reduction strategy points out that someone experiencing homelessness costs $49,000 per year. And yet the Winnipeg at Home final report from 2014 found that Housing First interventions, including housing and supports, cost $18,800 annually, even accounting for inflation. What we have to realize is that this points to the stark and powerful fact that solving homelessness is more cost-effective than letting today's mishmash of shelters, prisons, hospitals, and emergency services continue to punish and traumatize individuals at enormous taxpayer expense. Social housing, including both rent geared to income and below market rents, is critical to meeting the demand that we at Siloam see every day. There are plenty of myths around homelessness, and I want to dispel a few of them. The first one is that people who use the shelter use it perpetually. This is not at all what we see. If we split people up into different categories, there's first the category of those who use the shelter for 1 week or less. That is about 30% of those who use our shelter. There is also a category who use it from 1 week to 1 month. That is 32% of those who use our shelter. There's those who use it from 1 month to 6 months. That is 29% of those who use our shelter. Lastly, there are those who use it for more than 6 months. This represents only 8% of our shelter users. But on any given night, those folks occupy over 50% of our beds. And we make decisions often mentally and structurally based on that 8%, when in reality, people experience a broad range of experiences and lengths of homelessness with diverse needs and housing solutions. As a housing-focused organization, we have gotten a lot better at moving people down that spectrum, from chronic to short-term to quick to even perhaps avoiding the shelter altogether. Over the last year, Siloam has improved enormously in this aspect, and we housed 180 people last year, or 1 every 2 days. But we can always get better, and the biggest barrier by far is the availability of safe, actually deeply affordable social housing. I have become quite convinced in my 6 years at Siloam that if enough social housing was available, we could double or triple that housing rate with absolutely no change to staff or effort. I'm talking about the possibility of housing 1 person every day on average, or literally turning over the entire capacity of our shelter in less than 6 months. And I believe Winnipeg can become a housing-focused city that is making sure that the actions we take move people experiencing homelessness to housing as quickly as possible. This requires understanding that homelessness is fundamentally a lack of safe, actually affordable housing, social housing, and that the lack of this housing has nothing to do with an individual's work ethic or merit, but is the result of decades of decisions to defund social programs by people who, many of them, have benefited from those programs themselves. Building social housing with rent geared to income and encompassing supports for individuals experiencing homelessness is critical to this vision. No organization can do it alone. Siloam's housing strategy seeks to create 700 to 1,000 units of social housing over the next 10 years, but we need the city, province, and other nonprofits to make even more social housing possible. It's for these reasons that we support the rezoning of 22 Granite Way to pave the way for a new development that will meet the desperate need in our city. And to Councillor Wyatt's point, it is not enough, but we don't get to enough by saying no. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wyatt.
I just want to thank Siloam for doing all the work that you do in the city. Is it still Siloam's policy that in the event somebody is inebriated either on alcohol or substances that they cannot stay at Siloam? Is that still the policy, or is that?
That is not. No, that is 2-year-old information. We switched to being a behavior-based facility in February of 2023.
Okay.
We had been operating behavior-based for over a year before that, but we announced it in February of 2023.
What does that mean?
That basically like most shelters across the country, the expectation is that you meet expectations to be in the space, whether you're sober or drunk or high.
So you're not turned away if you are
Absolutely not,
inebriated,
no.
Or under the influence of a
No.
substance. Okay, that's good news. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Appreciate
your
all the
time.
work you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, next to speak is Christopher Rigaud, and after Chris will be Jess Clausen, Stephen Hodges, and Brian Pincott. So Jess and Brian, if you'd like to make your way down.
Thank you. Again, good morning still.
Good morning. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for listening to us today. I'll be as brief as possible. I'm here to speak in favor of the rezoning and more specifically in support of more affordable housing in my city and in my neighborhood. I'm speaking today as someone who is both a resident of the West Broadway neighborhood for the last 4.5 years and also a member of the Granite Curling Club for the last 1.5 years. We have a great neighborhood. We're home to Art City, lots of green spaces. We have great restaurants, places to go for a drink, street festivals, public art, a library, banking facilities. You know, it's a great place to live. We're also unfortunately struggling as a community. We have a number of our community members that don't have a home to live in. Many of us are struggling under the weight of inflation, the cost of living. Some of the landlords in the neighborhood are well known for getting every loophole exercise and rent control, squeezing increases through. I have an naloxone kit in my apartment just in case, and I've called Downtown Community Safety Partnership a number of times to give someone a hand. These problems are not unique to West Broadway, but by any means, but they are a reality. I'm extraordinarily lucky. I have a good, secure job with a decent wage that I can live on. Not all my neighbors are so lucky in my building or elsewhere in my neighborhood. Last night, I dug through the CMHC census tract data for my neighborhood, which is also the same tract as the Granite is in. Average rent for a two-bedroom like mine went up $213 between October of 2019 and 2023, which is about the period that I first moved into the neighborhood. Overall inflation rate, 16%, and that gap between the two I think comes from high-cost rental units going up, driving up the average, and then those unscrupulous landlords that I mentioned before. And I can see the pressure it puts on my community. I think there's obviously a lot of complex stuff, and some folks have talked today and will talk today about the big picture. But it seems to me that affordable housing is the solution, and so far, unaffordable housing has been sort of the norm. That said, I'm also here not only as a member of the community, West Broadway, but also as a member of the Granite community. I've been playing in the Keystone Rainbow Curling League for the last, which operates out of Granite for the last 2 seasons, and I intend on sticking around. I'm not from a curling family. I didn't grow up chucking ice down a sheet or rocks down a sheet of ice. And I'm in a league that has, I'm a curler now, and I'm in a league that by all accounts has grown tremendously. We've got 40 teams, the biggest we've ever been, over 200 members. I curl because someone asked me to join their team. This year, I started my own team or helped start a team and got some new folks to join as well. So it's a growing league. Every Sunday, the club is packed with players from our league, and I've enjoyed getting to know folks in this new community. And I'll admit, I'm not a lifer, not yet. I don't have my name engraved on any of the rocks on the club. I don't have any faded photos on the wall of me winning a championship or my parents or anything like that. But I'm a Granite member, and I'm a curler just like them, and I couldn't be more disappointed in what the board of my curling club is doing in my name. I've watched as our board has lobbied the city aggressively to cancel this rezoning plan. The way they talk about it, you would think the club membership is unanimously in support or unanimously against the housing plan, as if having a parking lot is the only thing keeping people on the ice. Neither of these things, in my opinion, is true. I'm a club member very much in support of affordable housing and of this rezoning. I've never been asked for my opinion on this issue by my board. I don't know anyone who has. When I talk to club members, none of them have been asked for their opinion and are in support of what the board is doing. Do I represent every member of the club? Absolutely not. But at this point, I would suggest neither does the board. I think it's useful to note how the board's communication has changed over time. The first message they sent to the membership on this, which came out last week, made it basically all about parking and the ability of the club to be able to have a stronger bargaining position with the city. But their message this week, very different in tone. Suddenly, the board's very interested in and supportive of housing, at least on some level, and the loss of a parking lot seemed to be much further down their list of concerns. Now, I'm not suggesting there aren't real concerns about parking. I get it. And other issues. I know there are challenges involved in the plan, and I appreciate the hard work the board has put into keeping the lights on, and helping grow the club. But these are challenges that can be solved. These aren't impossible to solve ones. My message to the club is this. The club includes people who, or my committee is this. My club includes people who live nearby, like me, and live far away, people who have been around for years and are new, and people who are supportive and interested in making the club a good neighbor to the community and in support of affordable housing. If Granite Club wants to be part of the West Broadway community, we need to act like it. Thank you very much for your time today and for listening.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, appreciate your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is Jess Clausen to be heard in support of the application. Is Jess not here? All right, so we'll move on to Stephen Hodges.
Oh, we do have, yes, thank you.
Okay.
If you hear your name called by the clerk, I'd ask that you just come down and grab a seat on the bench here. We'll summon a few more, so we're queued up.
So after Jess will be Stephen Hodges, who is via Zoom, Brian Pincott, and Sandra Mielitz. If you could make your way down, Sandra, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jess Clausen, and I'm a member at the Granite Curling Club. I didn't think that my recreational Saturday curling league and my commitment to affordable housing would ever mix, but here I find myself speaking to you today. I am in favor of the rezoning of 22 Granite Way, and I'm here as a part of a new campaign started last week called Granite Members for Affordable Housing. We're collecting signatures from Granite members in favor of the proposed rezoning and housing development to give Granite members who feel this way a voice. We started this campaign in the response to the Granite executive's characterization of the rezoning and housing development as an existential threat to the future of the club. Granite members for affordable housing do not see it this way, and we reject the either-or framing. We believe that a common solution can be found that can both see the construction of mixed-income housing on the city-owned land and also ensure the future viability of the club. As we all know, Manitoba is in the middle of a housing crisis. The Granite Curling Club is no stranger to the presence of encampments, as there was an active encampment just west of the Granite until it was dismantled very recently. It's ironic that this is nearly the exact spot where the city is proposing a housing development that will provide shelter for 110 families. To echo Councillor Rollins, time is of the essence. HAF is a shot-in-the-arm public funding program, and subsequent projects are at risk in the approaching federal election as the Conservative Party has voted to scrap the program. The proposed housing development is seeking to have 51% of the units as affordable through the HAF program, and ensuring these remain deeply affordable over time. This is something that the Granite simply does not have the power to promise or provide. Even if the Granite executive is as committed to housing as they claim they are, they simply do not have the means to build housing that is A, built at the speed at which the city is able to with HAF, B, is this deeply affordable, and C, is affordable in perpetuity. Social and affordable housing requires a public solution, one which is being offered here by the city. We are in an important and somewhat rare moment where a social and economic crisis is being met with a clear political solution. It's an opportunity that none of us can afford to squander. The housing crisis requires all hands on deck, even the hands of curlers, apparently. I want to close by reiterating my support for the rezoning, and to quote one member of our fledgling curling team, the only thing we keep out of houses is curling rocks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, so next is Stephen Hodges, who's joining us in support of the application via Zoom today.
Hi, I'm Stephen Hodges. I work at the West Broadway Community Organization in capacity as the housing coordinator there. And so I'll try to present my support for this project on behalf of our community through our housing plan and through the history of the neighborhood. But I also have a very personal vested interest in this as a resident and as a tenant. I'm actually feeling pretty emotional about how the council has spoken about their support for affordable housing and the need to deal with the homelessness crisis, and so I really appreciate that. When I was 19, I was couch surfing for a year, and I landed in an apartment in West Broadway because it was affordable, and that allowed me to really restabilize, go to university, get a full-time job. And yeah, that was about 14 years ago. So this hits hard. But yeah, so there's a couple of reasons why I'm here to speak in support of the proposal. First, 51% of the development will include rents below 80% of the median market rate, and 30 of those apartments will be affordable at rent geared to income subsidies. So this makes excellent headway on West Broadway's 5-year housing objectives to create new housing that will be affordable to EIA rates. And it's really encouraging to see a mixed income development that tips the balance towards its affordable units. So we applaud the city's efforts and the UWC's efforts on this. Secondly, the city of Winnipeg will retain ownership of the asset to ensure that the project is affordable in perpetuity. So this is important and innovative work. This is really groundbreaking for the city. And yeah, again, we applaud the work of the Land Enhancement Office in taking this approach. West Broadway has seen several cases over the past few years where projects that were developed with extensive public funding and volunteer energy have been sold to the private market at the end of their 10, 20, or 30-year agreements. And it's really unfortunate that public and community assets can be sold at the whim of a board of directors. So this ignores kind of the stewardship and the work that comes before, and it can have terrible consequences for the members and residents of these places. Our organization is working on establishing a community land trust to prevent these kinds of losses, and the city's effort to hold on to this project in trust is an excellent precedent for our work. Lastly, the city has planned a reserve fund to transfer revenues from the residential building into a capital fund for the Granite Curling Club. And this is a wonderful act of partnership and stewardship for the Curling Club. This Curling Club is itself a vestige of the community that pre-existed the Great West Life development and the parking lot across the street. And if I'm able to share my screen, I want to share a quick page from an Institute of Urban Studies report that demonstrates what was on the site before. But yeah, even before this was developed, it was occupied by the river lots of the Scottish and Métis families of James Spence and Mary Mackay and James Lang and Mary Spence. And a stream known as Colony Creek ran east of their lots into the Assiniboine River. When the area was developed, Colony Creek became an important source of water for Shia's Brewery, which was a major employer in the area. And the site also became a cultural hub for the city. It included the amphitheater, which was a 6,000-seat hockey arena, and the Winnipeg Football Stadium, which was almost an 8,000-seat stadium and where you could see the Bombers. There was also the Granite Curling Club, which is kind of the last piece of this community that still exists, and the Picardy Candy Factory, which was also a major employer. The small corner of West Broadway was an early example of a complete community where you could live, work, play, and see the Blue Bombers all in one place. And in 1979, almost all of this was lost to build a parking lot. The losses include 2 blocks of beautiful Victorian homes and at least 2 large apartment buildings. And tenants from the Waldron apartments, including Anne Cathcart and Raymond Cora here, organized with their neighbors to resist the demolition of their homes. Looking at so this is the footprint. I don't know if you can see in my screen share, but this is the footprint of their building in relation to the parking lot that was built. And it's shameful to think of what rationale was used to demolish this housing. The Granite Curling Club is a last survivor of this beautiful corner of our neighborhood and of our city. And we are fortunate that the city of Winnipeg has worked to steward this site since the 1970s. A return of housing to this site is a necessary act of reconciliation for the neighborhood, and we look forward to having new housing options for West Broadway residents next to the Granite Curling Club. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you giving us that historical perspective there as well. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for speaking and being making yourself somewhat vulnerable on your own personal story. Thank you very much, and for your courage in terms of what you've gone through and the role model that you are for other young people. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your attention to this issue. It's very encouraging to see a council that's seeing the need for affordable housing.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your time.
Okay, so next is Brian Pincott, who's joining us in the gallery. After Brian will be Sandra, and then River Woods and Chantel Miro will be speaking. So if you'd like to make your way down.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Pleasure to be here. I am a resident of West Broadway, so this is my neighborhood, and I am fully in support of this application. I think it's important to remember why we're here. And we are here because of the series of decisions the City Council has made, from making an application to the Housing Accelerator Fund, from approving the Housing Accelerator Fund, to then all of the subsequent decisions that ultimately led to having this site being considered for housing. That was a council decision to look at surplus sites, and this one was clearly identified to do that. So it is a series of council decisions that has us here today. The applicant, the city administration, has done their due diligence to make sure that when they do bring forward a project for you to consider, it is one that is going to be viable. Because, as we have heard from a whole bunch of presenters, time is of the essence. It is the Housing Accelerator Fund. This is federal money that has an expiry date to it. And so there would be no benefit whatsoever for administration to not have done their due diligence before bringing a zoning application before you for consideration. So this is the result of your decisions. This is the result of the due diligence of city staff to make sure that they're putting something before you that is viable, that is worth your time and worth your consideration. So why here? Why consider putting 110 units on a parking lot? It is 400 meters from Osborne Village, with all of the shopping that you could possibly want, is in walkable distance. It is on adjacent to two major transit corridors, Osborne and Broadway. It is 600 meters from the Sherbrooke neighborhood and all of the services that are provided in Sherbrooke. It is, for hopefully 3 months of the year, right on the skating trail of the river, which is another glorious thing that occurred to me this morning. This is the ideal place to put more housing. It is exactly the kind of thing that the city has said it needs to be doing. We can put 110 units, 200 people living there without any investment in additional infrastructure required whatsoever. This is maximizing the use of city infrastructure that's already in place. So that's why this location for this zoning. One of the things that we've talked about, or has been a concern, and always seems to be a concern, is around parking. And we are talking about the loss of 45 parking stalls that is being used by the curling club, when literally across the street are hundreds of parking stalls. Literally on the street, either on Granite Way or Balmoral, which is the next adjacent street, are two sides of on-street parking. There is a plethora of parking in the area, and it is unfortunate that we're sort of missing that point, that this is about maximizing the use of space that is already there. I love this neighborhood. I am not a curler, but I love this neighborhood. I love how the Granite Curling Club has invested into the community with the beer can and making that available. It has become an amazing asset. That whole space has become an amazing asset. Having more people live there will only benefit everybody. I think that it feels to me like city administration is going above and beyond to ensure the viability of the curling club with the annuity that they're working on having in place for the curling club. I don't know the details of that. Doesn't matter, because this is about the land use. This is about taking a parking lot and turning it into housing, desperately needed housing. And we need to worry more and be more concerned about where people are sleeping than where cars are sleeping. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pincott. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your explanation in your words as to how we got here and the role of the administration. And I'm just going to ask it in this form, a question to you. Can you appreciate, because it's the administration that is part of the application in this case, and thus we have sort of a slightly unusual dynamic today. Yet we have city councilors here on this side as the standing committee that have to make decisions and vote today. Can you appreciate sort of the unusual aspect of the fact that we, as councilors, still have to stand in judgment of the administration's actions, both as these administrators, as well as the administrators that are standing where you are today, both as members of assisting this standing policy committee on property planning and development, as well as those that are making the application. We have to stand in judgment on all of this today. I hope you understand sort of I understand the city's been working with something that you approve of, yet we still have to stand in judgment of the process on both sides on this one.
There's no doubt that your role as part of a governance body is to ensure that process is good. You also have to remember, and because of council decisions, the Housing Accelerator Fund process is not your standard land transaction process. Council has directed this to be different and to be done differently than just a standard real estate land transaction process. So it is following exactly what has been laid out as the process determined by council as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund. The other thing too, I think is that through this, the City of Winnipeg retains ownership of the land. This is a land lease. This is one of the benefits of this when it comes, particularly when it comes to the affordability aspect, is by the city retaining the land, you guarantee an ongoing interest in the property, but you also guarantee that this will remain exactly what you say you want there, which is housing, affordable housing, and deeply affordable housing.
Thank you, and that's great points in regards to the real estate aspect of this. We are talking about the subdivision and rezoning here today, so thank you for pointing that out. Seeing no other questions, we will move on.
Great.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, next to speak in support is Sandra Mielitz, and after Sandra will be River Woods.
Good morning. It's still morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sandy Millets, and I'm the Rector's Warden, which is the most senior lay position at All Saints Church. And I was involved right from the beginning in the housing project next door. And I'd like to share just a bit of perspective of having lived through this with UWCRC. So we started with the idea of repurposing the parish hall, the land where our parish hall stood, in 2016. And after a period of getting our act together, we went out for an RFP proposals we were looking at a housing project. We made it very clear that we cared about West Broadway, and we cared about creating a building that would not just serve our commercial purposes, but would be very much a contribution to the West Broadway community. We got back 7 proposals. 6 of them were serious, but they were all commercial, and said, this is what we will pay you for the land, and oh, by the way, we'll put more studio suites in because we know that this neighborhood has a low income, but they were, surface responses to our needs and our vision. The 7th proposal was UWCRC 2.0. We chose them. We were a nonprofit. They were a nonprofit. They knew how to cobble together all of the various forms of government and private financing that we would need. Our building opened in 2021, and it's been a success. It's fully occupied. It has been all along. We have a waiting list of more than 500 people for the unaffordable suites. The demand is huge. We also, thanks to Brent Bellamy and the work that we did with Brent, that whole concept for that building is working. Having a common area up on the 9th floor that overlooks the whole city, having barbecues outside, this is a completely different feel to a building than a normal one. Also, UWCRC are the property managers, and part of what they do is animate the building with social activities. They also, when we have problem tenants, they are willing to balance between the needs of that person and the commercial issues, and that has been very important to us. We've worked with UWCRC for 8 years now, and in that period, we've negotiated agreements, difficult negotiations between us, but we have always found a way around things. We have been honest and upright. They have been creative, innovative, and kept to their principles. In summary, with UWCRC 2.0, they're skilled and innovative developers. They're very good project managers. They're professional and caring as property operators. They're honest and consistent in their values. They're open and transparent. And they've been generous in their treatment of us. And I'm going to give you one small example, and that is when the building went up, the big sign we had for All Saints Church had to come down. It was in the wrong place. And it was a very old, crappy-looking sign. And it was. But part of the agreement was that as part of the project, we would get a new sign. They could have said, well, you get a sign that looks like the last one. Maybe it's new, but it's, just an ordinary sign. Instead, they were willing to put $30,000 into this project for us to have a really smart electronic sign that started to change our image as a church on the corner. One other thing I want to mention is this project has also been a modest commercial success in that we both get a modest income out of the building, and that has allowed us to keep our heritage church in decent shape. We're redoing stained glass windows and preserving it for the future. So with that, clearly I'm very in support of this, and our building is a wonderful model to have replicated. In fact, they'll visually look great, one on one side and the other on the other side of Canada Life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See no questions. Appreciate your time today.
Great.
Okay, next will be River Woods speaking in support of the application. After River will be Chantel Miro and then Daniel Leonard. You can make your way down.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I speak here as a member of the Granite. I love curling, especially when my team wins, which is unusual. I love the community there, and I love the building, and I want to see the long-term sustainability of all of those things. I'm also a former housing worker that helped, the organization that I worked with helped newcomers try to find housing. And some of those would be single folks, and some of them would have, large families. And I say a former housing worker because I left that because it became too painful for me to go day after day with people seeking housing that they simply could not afford. Sometimes the only housing that a family could afford was basically in like a drug den that was totally infested with bed bugs. And these are families, with children and babies and diapers, and they're coming to me with sores all over them. And I said, well, sorry, this is the best that, Canada has to offer for you based on the kind of income that you can get. And I just think it's not okay. It's morally reprehensible. I think that we as a city can do better, and that we can say rent geared to income housing can be a part of our city and can be a part of being a member of the Granite. And I would love to see folks that live in that new building become members and carry on the beautiful tradition of curling. And so I really want to speak in support of this project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, next is Chantel Miro.
Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings. My name is Chantel Miro. I'm a member of the Granite Curling Club and a resident of Fort Rouge. Also, there's one more thing you need to know about me. I have an ongoing problem when I go out to a restaurant. When I look at the menu, I'm confronted over and over again with this line, comes with fries or salad. Then I have an impossible decision to make. And either way, I'm missing out on something good. We have before us the potential for a menu that brilliantly avoids this problem. I see the potential for the preservation of our beloved historic Granite Curling Club, and I thank you for upholding this value. The Granite Curling Club, by the way, has the best spicy curly fries, and they taste the very best right after you come off the ice. Also included is the potential for affordable housing, which, like anything healthy, will strengthen the community. In this case, the community of which the Granite is an integral part. I am here today in support of the city's proposal, rezoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any more delegation?
Daniel Leonard is the last to be heard in support, and we'll do a call out to the gallery after that just to ensure that there's no one else looking to speak in support of the application.
Okay, thank you so much. There's not a lot to say because much of what I wanted to say has already been said, and so in the interest of time, I will not reiterate that other than to express my sincere support to my friends and others who spoke. Thank you so much. First, I'll speak as a Granite member. I curl at the Granite Curling Club. I'm part of the group Granite Members for Affordable Housing. I want you to know that there are over 70 members of the Granite Curling Club who have signed our petition in support of this development. You will also hear from the Granite Board. 600 people have signed their petition. I want you to know that that petition was broader than the Granite Curling Club, does not necessarily represent the interests of all of the Granite Curling Club. Their petition was posted elsewhere in other curling clubs, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I want you to know the feelings of many Granite Curling Club members. I also would say that we are a great club. We support this club. We are not against the Granite Curling Club. If you feel that you are going against this development and therefore standing up for the Granite Curling Club, you would be misguided. The second thing I want to say is, as a downtown resident, one of the things that I am exhausted by as a downtown resident repeatedly is the ways in which suburban and outlying outside the core parking needs go against the needs of us downtown residents. That has happened repeatedly in our history. It is not hard to find that. Portage and Main is the most obvious one, but another one is right across the street from us, 300 parking stalls at Canada Life Building, formerly Great West Life, which largely have put us into this predicament at this moment. And so I'm pleading with you as a downtown resident. You've heard from many in the West Broadway area, many residents in West Broadway, as well as many of us who curl at Granite who are also members of the downtown. Please remember our needs. Remember the needs of those who are facing significant difficulties. There's an encampment outside of the Granite Curling Club. I would rather have them safe, warm, secure. This is a key moment in our history and in our city. I work in government issues all the time. When you have a real opportunity, oftentimes there are groups that will use what people call procedural elitism to stop a development, which is to say they get very involved in nuts and bolts rules to delay and delay and delay. This is a rezoning issue. This is not an issue around sole source development. I imagine that is probably for real estate. What this is about is rezoning and this particular opportunity. We would move forward with that because there is a tremendous opportunity that could be lost if we don't move forward with that. So please, with the repeated delays and questions, don't use that as an excuse to go around the democratic needs of many in our neighborhood and in our curling club. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schreier has a question.
Thank you. And I understand your priorities. I get it. I mean, I've been talking about this for decades, not years, affordable housing. Decades, not years. And in this case, however, I've got an obligation as a city councillor to deal with process, and I'm kind of have some sort of responsibility to that. I'm not necessarily involved in these things, but I have an obligation to make a judgment, comes with the job. And therefore, there is administrative process that I'm not allowed to ignore. I don't think I am, kind of thing. So here's my dilemma. You're saying don't let these things bog this down, yet at the same time, everything we do, including this, is still based on process. Do you have some sort of sympathy for where I think we're coming from here, where I say I'm coming from, but nonetheless the obligation of every member of City Council when it comes to inevitably having a vote on this issue?
Sure, I do have sympathy for that and the need for good governance and accountability that comes with this body. I would hope that you would trust your civil servants to be able to look into these particular rules and would have probably done so before coming to this particular council meeting. If you don't have the trust of your civil service, then that's a whole nother issue, not for this particular meeting. I think that oftentimes what happens is a bad faith process where we use the unique specific rules to delay and delay and delay until the opportunity is missed. And what I'm asking all of us to do is to hold people accountable for not delaying this process to the point where the opportunity is missed. So good faith governance, yes, please, that's wonderful. Delaying and delaying and delaying so the opportunity is missed, that's cynical and not part of a democratic process.
Okay, but there can be a case in which one is doing this non-cynically. I swear I'm not coming in here with a predetermined perspective on this. But I can't get away from my obligation to governance. You said it's a matter of faith between the administration and members of council. Would you not think that that trust is established on a day-to-day basis, on a function-to-function, project-to-project basis?
Yeah, I don't speak for the civil service. I'm speaking as a citizen who's looking at this process and saying it looks like many of the needs that we have prioritized as a community are getting missed by a bureaucratic process that could probably be dealt with outside of this hearing. As a resident, as a community member, and as a curler, I'm asking you to do the things that we as citizens have repeatedly said, which is revitalize our downtown, find housing for people who need it, fix the homelessness problem, and to do it fast when we have this particular opportunity.
Thank you. And I just want to make the point in a question, would you have some understanding that as I've been talking about this for decades, not years, I've been sort of predicting this, what we now call all of a sudden a housing crisis, that I will continue to do so to the best of my ability, including as a member of council, which includes process.
Yeah, I can't speak to your processes.
Thank you. Appreciate your time today.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that is the last of the folks registered to speak in support, just confirming that no one else in the gallery is looking to speak in support of this application. Okay,
No.
so
With that, we will take a quick 30-minute break to allow those of you who need to take a health break and to consume some lunch, 30 minutes here, and then we will come back, and it appears as though we will move on to those that are in opposition to this application today. Committee's on board with that. I just want to remind my committee members that during the public hearing, we're not to speak with any members of the public regarding this or the members of the media, and I would hope that you would respect that. Thank you very much, and we'll see you back at 12:35. Good afternoon now, and welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. We are in the middle of a public hearing now, and we will continue with our delegates now moving into those in opposition. I will turn it over to our senior committee clerk.
okay, so first to speak in opposition is Christian Pierce, who's joining us in the gallery. After Christian will be Jamie Hay and then John Reed. So if you'd like to also make your way down.
Good afternoon, councilors.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christian Pierce, and I'm the secretary on the Granite Curling Club Executive. I'm here today and speak in opposition of the application. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge we filed a petition with over 1,000 signatures, which illustrates the strong community opposition due to how the city is handling this process. Anytime 1,000 community members come together in opposition to an issue, I think we can agree that something has gone awry. The 1,000+ signatures is made up of a majority of our Granite members, well over 600. Earlier we heard there were 75 Granite members in support, and we respect their views, but that's about a 9-to-1 ratio in opposition. I want to start off by stating that this is not how the Granite wanted this situation to unfold. We wanted to work together and purchase the property. Unfortunately, the city has chosen to implement a process that has given the Granite Board no choice but to oppose the subdivision and rezoning of the west parking lot, as that process has lacked transparency, good faith dealing, and fairness. I'll summarize how the Granite and the city arrived here. The Granite met with Gord Chappell and his colleagues on May 16th, 2024. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the Granite purchasing the club back from the city, as City Council had intended. Mr. Chappell advised there were a dozen city-owned properties the city was viewed as depreciating assets and wanted to get off their books. There was good progress after the discussion of a purchase that had been on the table for years. Mr. Chappell advised they were going to do an appraisal and try to prepare a potential sale. A few weeks later, I had a meeting with Richard Mahi on June 7th, 2024 at the Beer Can. We discussed the potential of a development on the west parking lot. I asked if the city could proceed without our involvement, and he said that is not how he would want to proceed, which I appreciated. Richard advised he had a developer in mind, though, who was not for profit. I asked would he consider other developers, and he said they likely wouldn't meet the criteria needed for this type of project with the Housing Accelerator Fund. We now know that isn't true. What followed is we continued to follow up with Mr. Chappell about the sale process, and we followed up several times in the coming months. Eventually, on September 23rd, we were told that there was no more civic interest, or there was civic interest opposing the sale of the land, and that was no longer on the table, and that the housing people wanted to enter into a long-term lease with us. During these same months, from July to September, Mr. Mahi arranged several meetings with the Granite, the city, and the UWCRC. Jeremy Reed was in attendance at all those meetings. We had our first meeting on July 8th with the city and Mr. Reed. At that meeting, Mr. Reed had a full pro forma and site plans of the proposed development. It seemed evident that Mr. Mahi had Mr. Reed working on this long before he ever reached out to us, as he obviously had a preferred developer in mind. In a subsequent email, Mr. Reed advised he assumed a 50% distribution to the Granite from revenue sharing after certain costs were paid, and that would be approximately $70,000. He sent a follow-up email on July 10th correcting the pro forma, saying that we'll be able to deliver between $75,000 and $125,000. Not to spoil the punchline, but as recently as last week, the number had dropped to $50,000, which is a net wash from what we currently get from the parking revenue there. The pro forma also showed a $44 million total in construction costs for 56 affordable units and only 30 rent geared to income. Fast forward to November 7th, when we were not receiving written assurances to our concerns for a variety of issues, including how the city would address parking, a new long-term lease, as promised by Mr. Chappell, and revenue share. We sent a proposal to the city to get negotiations started in writing. We also sent the proposal in a separate email to Councillor Rollins and requested meetings. Mr. Mahi did not respond to this email, so we followed up on November 14th. On the same day, Richard acknowledged receipt of the email and said he would be in touch when a meeting could be scheduled. We just recently learned that the application filed here today was on November 14th, and he failed to mention it in that email that they were moving forward with the application. We met with Councillor Rollins on November 25th. We went through the proposal and discussed our concerns. On parking, Councillor Rollins said the people at the city were going to talk to Canada Life, and she was confident that an agreement would be reached between the city and Canada Life to provide parking. Coincidentally, Councillor Rollins also failed to mention to us that the application to subdivide and rezone the west parking lot had already been filed. I also met with Canada Life yesterday, and they told us they'll never be in a position to put something in writing to address our parking concerns. And frankly, I think it's inappropriate for the city to put that on a private company when they're the one causing this problem. We followed up with Mr. Mahi on November 28th, again requesting to meet with him. As far as my records show, we never received any direct further correspondence from him. He completely withdrew from dealing with us. On January 6th, 2 months after, we requested a meeting with the city administrators to discuss hammering out the solutions to our concerns. We received an email from Ms. Bridget Peterson from the real estate department providing some initial feedback on our proposal. In that email, two key things were communicated to the Granite. One, the Granite would be responsible for negotiating any other parking agreements directly with Canada Life. This was a complete 180 on what was previously communicated to us from Councillor Rollins and provided no alternative solutions that the city was considering. 2, the city planned to terminate the Granite's existing lease and enter into a short-term use agreement for the reduced leased area. The reduced leased area was unilaterally removing the west parking lot from our leased premises. We were blindsided by this, and it showed a clear intention of the city to stop negotiating with us in good faith to address our concerns. Then the following week is the first time we learned about this public hearing, January 16th. That was over 2 months after the application was filed. At no time did the city reach out to let us know. Why is this important? First, it showed the city was no longer prepared to deal with the Granite in good faith. The city decided to use procedural tactics of filing the application without formal notice, despite having every opportunity to contact us and advise us. The city made the political and calculated decision to stop dealing with the Granite and rush this process through the hopes it would get approved and then leaving the Granite with no leverage to have our concerns addressed. We know exactly what they're doing. The conscious decision from what appears to be Councillor Rollins and Mr. Mai to proceed with cutting the Granite out is completely backwards, and the concerns of the Granite must be addressed first before the application can be accepted. Now I want to talk about sole sourcing. This leads to my next point. Why is the city cutting the Granite out of this project and sole sourcing it to a corporation like UWCRC? The Granite has been stewards of the heritage building for over 100 years. The Granite should be an equal partner in any development on our current leased property. I don't know what council has said about sole sourcing. In fact, our lawyer is going to be looking into that and figuring out exactly what council is able to do. I haven't been in politics too long until the city came along and tried to take the Granite parking lot. But I'm old enough to remember the 2014 real estate audit when a former mayor and local developer were involved in a land swap, when real estate transactions were making the news. We heard Councillor Rollins say earlier that she has a long-standing friendship with Jeremy Reed. Again, why is this getting sole sourced to a councillor's friend? I thought the city had learned a lesson about this. You should not sole source deals. It's totally contrary to an open, competitive process that yields value for the money for the taxpayer. We know the best way to get value for money for the taxpayer is to get an open, transparent bidding process that allows for the best price for the best product to win. I'm sure there is something in those real estate audits concerning an overriding pressing policy concern that might necessitate a sole source deal. Fine. But I would put to this committee that an overriding public policy concern should be dealing with the stewards of the property, not a corporation off-site that would send revenue off-site. I would put to this committee that the overriding public policy concern would be to negotiate and ultimately sell the property or do a joint venture with the Granite Curling Club. The ones who have put $1.6 million into the Curling Club since the 1990s. The ones who have put all their time and effort into reviving the club and got it in a position where it is financially stable and we can purchase it. We're the ones who are invested here. We should be at the table. We should be doing an open process to get the best value for money. Now I'm running a bit low on time here. May I pre-ask for a 2-minute extension?
We'll use your time and see where you end up.
Okay, sounds good. And we're not the only ones concerned. For example, Sydney Tugwell, Executive Director of Heritage Winnipeg, advised me she had submitted a letter to the committee echoing our concerns about being rushed in several aspects of this historic site not being adequately considered for this committee to even make a decision today. She further expressed her disappointment to me that the city nor UWCRC had reached out to her for input. The sole sourcing of this to the UWCRC has led to the very issues of the city and developer feeling they have no obligation to address the Granite's concerns, as any tendering process would have laid out the issues in the bid that had to be addressed before their bid would be accepted. I would now like to request that extension, if I may.
So moved.
All in favor? Opposed? 2 minutes?
Okay. I have a letter prepared from our lawyer that we sent to the city yesterday that I would like to hand to the committee members and also read aloud. May I approach the clerk? Just allow the councillors to get a copy. So this was sent yesterday, and I'll read most of it, but not all of it. The Granite Curling Club, this is from MLT Aikens, and our lawyer is Greg Fleetwood. The Granite Curling Club has serious concerns with the process and nature of the action taken by the city and by which the city is attempting to subdivide and rezone the Granite Curling Club's property, for which our client retains an existing leasehold interest. There is concern with both the improper motivation and inconsistent, if not duplicitous, political and administrative action as it relates to the subject property in dealings between the city and the Granite. One of our client's concerns relates to the role and approach of City Councillor Rollins and interim half administrator Richard Mahi, who were initially involved in meetings with the Granite Curling Club and seemingly attempted to arrange a sole source project to the benefit of UWC 2.0. We need to assess and address these concerns. In addition, the Granite Curling Club is currently reviewing the entirety of the actions taken by the city to date, including past representations and commitments, particularly in the context of past City Council direction with respect to the subject property and the 2000-2014 real estate audits, to ensure there's been compliance with both the letter and spirit of the law. To that end, to ensure we have full and complete information, our client has filed FIPA request with the City Clerk's office for a number of people. And I realize I'm running out of time, so I'll just end on one note, and you have the letter. You can read the rest if you'd like. Just want to say, the city has screwed up their own process, and now they're weaponizing that screw-up by putting a gun to your head and saying that if you vote against this today, that you're against affordable housing, and I don't think that's fair to you, councillors. Don't let their screw-up in the process force you to do something.
extension.
I think he was wrapping.
Yeah,
Go
15
ahead.
seconds,
go
yeah.
ahead.
The city should honor its past intention to sell the club to the Granite, who would have the opportunity to have an open process, not a forced rush process. And that way, we can truly have a benefit to both the community and the Granite Curling Club, where we could do affordable housing, but it must be done the right way, not through this rush process. Thank you. Yes.
Councillor Schreier.
Thank you for your presentation. A previous delegate mentioned something very serious here at City Council. We should never trivialize it, the issue of procedural elitism. And so we've got to watch for that here. You're making the point, it seems to me, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is it appropriate to say? Therefore, we got to watch from all sides, and procedural elitism perhaps is being applied here from what you've presented.
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, what we're saying is we had good negotiations with the city until we asked for things in writing. At that point, they filed the application. We obviously knew they wanted to do development, but we didn't know they were proceeding with this application until we saw it in the newspaper. And as we've heard earlier today, there was no RFP. The woman from the church said they did an RFP for that one. So yeah, that's fantastic. Let the city let the Granite do a proper process and do an RFP and be an equal partner in this. You cannot rush this on such a historic site and not do it properly. That is my position on that.
You mentioned the curling club being a partner in this. Are you saying that the curling club as an entity, as a board, as an organization, is inclined towards some form of housing, and what we're using today is calling it affordable housing, to put at that spot? Is that within the consideration of the organization? Has that been?
Of course, we're open to all land uses, and we were in talks with Gordon Chapel about buying it back and potentially developing it. And in that way, just like the church on Broadway, we would be an equal partner in it. And we would have say, and the revenue would stay on site and not be going away to University of Winnipeg.
Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
You mentioned this pro forma that you received. Do you have a copy of it?
I do have one here. I don't know if you want to ask it from the author or not, but I do have one copy here.
Well, can you supply it to us since you referenced it?
I certainly can.
When did you receive this?
July 10th,
So July 10th of what year?
2024.
And this is a pro forma that was done by who?
I believe it was done by UWCRC.
For what purpose?
To show us the financial. Yeah, you can, yeah, of course. Sorry, could you repeat that last question?
What was the purpose of the pro forma?
Well, we had met in the first meeting. Mr. Reid was showing us the potential revenue share split, and I think the first iteration showed $67,000 going to the Granite, which was only a little bit more than we were currently renting out. So he worked on it a bit more and corrected it, and then said it could be anywhere from $75,000 to $125,000 going to the Granite. But then just last week, it's now dropped down to $50,000, we've been told through an email from Gordon Chapel.
According to the performer that you've given us here, I have a date of July the 10th, 2024. This is Granite Riverside Commons, and that, according to the performa, it's referring to 110 units, then we heard 111, we heard 110 first. But according to this performa, the numbers are very similar to what we heard, which is they have here affordable units, RGI at 30, which is what we heard here today, in terms of the units being deeply affordable. So it's the same project, basically, you're talking about?
Yeah, and I'm sure Mr. Reed's done many updated versions of that, but that's the last version I've received.
I see. And when you were in discussions with the city, and according to your own position today, is the Granite prepared to enter into a joint venture with the city of Winnipeg for the purpose of building housing and affordable housing?
If we were offered that opportunity, that is something we would love to discuss, but that has never been afforded to us.
Okay. And you say you have a lease on the property?
So, yeah, we have a lease that's been month to month for several years. It just hasn't been renewed, and neither party had an issue with that at the time. And then on January 6th, Ms. Peterson advised us that the city intends to terminate our lease and move us to a short use agreement, or I forget how it's phrased, but something I've never heard of.
January 6, 2025?
Yes.
So that's the first notification you got on your lease?
Yeah.
And you're already month to month, so how much more short-term can you be from this?
It's a 90-day termination, so once they give formal notice, our lease will be terminated within 90 days. They have not given formal notice, just their intention that they said they're going to terminate it.
So there's been no formal notice given for termination of lease at this point?
We are talking about land that is still in our lease today.
Okay, so no formal notice has been given?
No.
Okay. And just to be clear, according to your letter, you didn't read two paragraphs that I thought, I'm just reading them here. Given the Granite Curling Club's serious concerns as it relates to the entire manner in which this issue has been dealt with by the city and the various in brackets, representations made to it, we repeat our client's prior requests and respectfully request the CAO or other applicable authority rescind this administrative report of DASZ 4620 of 2024 and immediately cancel the public hearing scheduled for February 6, 2025. Which was scheduled without any notice to our client, and also to resume negotiation and discussions with the Granite Curling Club. We can assure you that our client remains willing to work with the city to contemplate future uses of subject property, including affordable housing and alternative housing ownership structures, as those may be relevant to the interests of adjacent property holders, while at the same time protecting long-established and ongoing interests of the Granite Curling Club and its members. Notwithstanding the foregoing, you should be aware that the Granite Curling Club is considering all of its options and reserves all of its rights and entitlements as it relates to the subject property and the manner in which these issues have been addressed to date by the city, which include but are not limited to recourse available through the City of Winnipeg Integrity Commissioner of the Province of Manitoba.
Do you have a question, Councillor?
I am, but I want to read this. Provincial Ombudsman's
I
Office.
prefer that you direct your question and deliver it.
Well, I guess what I'm quick, and the Province of Manitoba Municipal Board court action. So what you're saying that in the event that things do not proceed, so you're prepared, you would prefer, I guess my question is, you would prefer to work with the city in terms of your historic relationship with the city and this parking lot, and that you would prefer that outcome, such as a joint venture with the city for the purpose of parking lot, for the purpose of also financially ensuring the Granite is in a financial sustainable situation, versus what's being referred to in the last paragraph of your letter, which is potential recourse through the courts and whatnot?
Yes, we've, since day one that we've met with Mr. Chappell and Mr. Mahi, we've always been open to conversations and wanting to work together. Our issue has been that we were never getting assurances in writing. They were dangling carrots about a revenue share or a capital contribution, and every time we asked for this in writing, nothing was forthcoming. The first time we really got anything in writing was January 6th, which did touch on points of our proposal, but largely just the key takeaways I took was we're going to terminate your lease and parking's your problem, not ours. But yes, we still want to go back to the table, and that's why we had to oppose this application. We need time to do this properly. This cannot be rushed through, cannot be sole sourced, and the Granite's concerns have to be addressed first, not after.
Okay. Are you aware that, through my Q&A earlier today with the proponent, that we confirmed or substantiated what you're alluding to now, which is the city administration has been in touch with the UW as early as the summer of 2024? You heard that?
Yeah, I heard that, and that's also why we, I obviously heard that after, but we filed a FIPA request yesterday to really determine when those conversations started.
Okay. And that the city did not grant any authority, council did not grant any authority to the CAO until September 26, 2024. You heard that?
I did hear that, yes.
Yeah, and that you also heard that no RFP has been publicly issued for participation in the site, either with the U of W or any other party being able to respond?
I did hear that, and that was something I was curious about, so I appreciate you asking that.
And you also heard that the architect in question was contacted or hired by the U of W as early as the summer of 2024. You heard that?
Yes, summer 2024, correct.
Yeah. And that the city contacted no other proponent for a not-for-profit other than what I understand is the one that is now before us today who spoke with the proponent?
That is my understanding, and that's why I spoke on the sole sourcing and the issues that arise from that.
Most importantly, that there has been no agreement at this point in time with the University of Winnipeg, we heard from our administration, in terms of entering into a contract that this zoning was going to be done first, and then any agreement with a proponent was going to be done after the fact. Did you hear that as well?
I did hear that, yes.
Okay, and our legal department has not been involved in that because there's been no agreement. Now, in light of the fact that there's no agreement, this committee has the ability to make a recommendation to council that in the event we decide to approve the subdivision, we could also recommend, as part of that, the proponent on which we want them to enter into negotiations with, or proponents. Are you aware that we have that power to do that, and that this would go to the floor of council, and that would then become council policy superseding the decision of September 26, 2024?
I wasn't aware of that.
And therefore, would you be open in the event we were to move a motion that the city of Winnipeg either go to an open RFP or enter into an agreement with one proponent or another, or both? Would you be open to that?
The Granite would love to be involved in those discussions and negotiations and have an equal spot at the table.
And would the Granite be prepared to be in a scenario where you would have three parties, the City of Winnipeg, the U of W, CRC, and I think the University of Winnipeg, I'll call it, and yourselves?
We've always been willing to do that. We just need things in writing to know what the actual deal is going to look like.
So in other words, it has to be open to negotiation in terms of ensuring that there is a dividend to the Granite Club that makes sure that you are sustainable at the end.
Exactly, and that's why we need to hammer those details first, because if we do it second, we're going to have no leverage and we're not going to get a good deal at all, and the club will be at risk financially.
This committee has the ability to give that direction. Now, the question I also have is you have lands on the east side that historically you've used for, I think it's called the beer can. There's two properties there, both owned by the city. Has that ever come up for discussions to be allowed for the city to give you opportunity to develop those lands?
To develop for housing or for parking?
Or both?
I did ask Mr. Mahi on a call in July whether we could expand these parking lot, and he touched on it earlier. He thought it's not his decision, and two, he thought it'd be unlikely, but never asked about developing the east parking lot. My understanding is the city doesn't love cutting down trees, but that doesn't mean it can't be done.
Well, there wouldn't be any tree. My understanding, there is a section of it that there are no trees on it.
I can't comment if it's big enough for a development.
Yeah, no, there's a section where it appears to be two parcels there that are separate from the Riverbank Park area. One of them has no trees, one of them has some trees. But were either of those parcels ever discussed with the city?
I believe we had a meeting with Gordon Chapel and we had all those lots out. We were just looking at buying everything, so I don't think we talked about buying. We don't want to buy just pieces. We want the west parking lot to the east parking lot.
And the east. So there's opportunity potentially there. This committee has the authority to direct the public service, probably outside of this hearing, if we so decide to, to direct the public service to enter negotiations with you pertaining to the east parking lot and the adjacent parcel. That is not part of the, that is a small parcel, but not part of the larger park area and forested area. Is that something that you would be open to potentially?
Yeah, we will be open to any negotiations with the city. All we've wanted is a constant communication and a seat at the table.
I'm just trying to find ways, Mr. Pierce, to find solutions so that we can try to bring parties together rather than have us lose an opportunity here for federal funding at the same time, bring everybody together. I'm not interested in a witch hunt. I'm not interested in pinning my administration up against the wall, even though I found enough ground here to do so. But I don't want to do that. I want to find solutions, build affordable housing, and bring parties together at the end of the day.
We feel the same, and we feel like we've been backed into a corner by this. That's why we've had to take some affirmative action. But, you know, I spoke with Mr. Mahi today before this, and we both agreed, like, let's get back on track. But the issue is if this gets approved today, the Granite has no leverage, and we fear that we're going to get, you know, stonewalled down to this deal.
If it gets approved today without any of the conditions that I've been outlining, for example.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
If it gets approved today without any conditions outlining requirement, for example, for the city to enter into a partnership, a joint venture with two parties, not just one.
If it is conditionless, that would be very concerning for us.
Right.
Councillor Santos?
How long have you leased, or has the Granite Club leased this space?
So we sold the property back to the city in 1975, so we're about exactly 50 years of leasing it, and we owned it for the prior, 60.
Okay, every lease has been how long? How long has the term been?
It's varied. We signed, as far as I know, a lot of these leases were before I was born, obviously, but I know we signed a 5-year lease in 2009. I believe that got renewed for another 5 years, and then it's sort of been on a month-to-month for almost 8 years now.
Month to month for 8 years.
Yeah.
Is it a dollar lease?
It is not right now. We pay about $1,200 a month, but in our proposal to the city on the 7th, we did ask for $1 a month lease.
Okay. And then during your time in your discussions with all the relevant parties in the spring and summer of 2024, you had mentioned that you were interested in developing the land for affordable housing, like the Curling Club was interested in doing affordable housing themselves.
Yeah, when we met with...
So during your time of all the month-to-month leases, what discussions have you had with your membership to develop the parking lot into affordable housing?
We haven't had those discussions with our membership. We only had those meetings with Gordon Chapel in May, the first one about potentially buying it back. So unless there was a real...
Excuse me, I'm trying, you're talking and it's very distracting.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, so until we had a real deal on the table, we weren't discussing it with our membership, because once we got an offer from Gordon Chapel, then we could go back to the membership and see, when do we want to buy the property? What sort of land uses do we want to do? So we weren't in a position, we didn't have enough information yet to go to the membership about that.
Okay. And then maybe I'll come back. I lost my train of thought with the conversations that we're having beside me, so I'll let somebody else go.
Councillor Schreier?
Thank you, and I want to thank Councillor Santos for her questions, and based on that, once again, if I could just get clarity, she asked when you started discussing with the city about affordable housing. When was that?
So we met with Gordon Chapel on May 16th, 2024, and his colleagues. I wouldn't say that meeting was directly about affordable housing. It was about a potential sale of the Curling Club back to the Granite, which was mandated through council at the time. Now, that did come up. I think Mr. Chapel mentioned it, and he actually told me to reach out to, I believe her name is Alyssa Rappaport. I may be saying that wrong. And then that's how I got connected with Richard Mahi, and then that's when we started talking about affordable housing, and it's the first time I learned that the city was thinking about doing it themselves.
So the city started discussing affordable housing with you when?
I would say May 16th would be the first time it possibly came up, but definitely June 7th when I met with Mr. Mahi. And this was also part of it, is we were dealing with one department about selling it back to us, and then another department about developing themselves and not selling it back to us. So the city was kind of working in opposite directions, and, you know, I understand they're different departments with different mandates.
Did the U of W ever approach you in terms of affordable housing? Independently of, right now, we're in the time of the half, so during the time of the half, they're talking with you, you're talking with them about half. We're trying to figure out, maybe, were you discussing affordable housing before the half program? We weren't, not really, and we weren't discussing in terms of the half by definition. Did the U of W approach you before the half issue arose, before May 16th?
No.
Did anybody else want to just bother discussing with you affordable housing?
No, UW didn't. I was connected through Mr. Mahi.
Okay.
And then there was just me and one other executive member who, I'd say February of 2024, we started saying, hey, if we can buy it back, we can maybe develop some housing there.
Okay, so you took the opportunity as soon as you could to discuss affordable housing.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't own the property yet, even though we were now being offered a potential to buy it. So that's when we could seriously consider, is this viable?
Sure. And before May 16th, do you recall, as a citizen of the city, any talk, any great talk and formality, true formality from the city in terms of a actual financial half or affordable housing accelerating fund program?
I'd heard about some of the federal programming and that sort of stuff, but I mean, I can't give you specific examples.
Because it hadn't been crystallized here at City Hall. So it sounds like you'd started discussing affordable housing as soon as you had the opportunity, which was when the city was officially in a position to talk about it concretely.
Yeah.
With something real.
Yeah, I agree with you. And once we knew we had the opportunity to potentially buy the property back, that's when we knew we would actually have the legal ability to start discussing potential development. And then the profit would, or the revenue would remain on site, and that would financially sustain the curling club for decades to come. And that is the goal.
And in terms of your relative proaction, no other institution or organization, agency or anything talked with you about affordable housing before the city did?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Fair enough. That clarifies that line of questioning at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Santos, and then I have a few.
Okay, so now I'm remembering what my next question was. With respect to your meetings with the university, I don't know the acronym, sorry, but I think you had mentioned July 12th.
I believe it was July 8th. It was a Monday.
My apologies. So
That's okay.
in July, you had an opportunity to meet with the supposed proponent. Did they reach out to you to have further dialogue and provide you with the performa?
Yeah, so what happened is we had that meeting, and I would say the meeting went well. And then I reached out to Mr. Reed after saying, you know, great meeting, have a few questions. Do you mind sharing that pro forma in the site plan that you supplied? And I do have an email thread with him, and we just kind of went back and forth for a few things, just discussing questions and numbers.
So help me understand the revenue sharing model.
Yeah, so how we were explained it is that, or how it was initially proposed was it would be 50-50 left on the remaining net profit. I believe in there, I think 4% of that profit has to go to a reserve fund, which makes sense. There's going to be maintenance needs. And then, so in the first meeting, a number of $67,000 was thrown out, and then Mr. Reed corrected that in an email 2 days later saying, oh, it's probably going to be closer to about $108,000. I think you have a copy of it now. And then in his email, he said, you know, it could be between 75 and 125. And, you know, we're starting to get some big numbers, which is a lot more than we generate from renting the parking lot. But then for months, we asked Mr. Mahi to show us how will that money flow from the development to the city to the Granite, and we were met with silence every time we asked for that. It was usually at the end of our meetings. And then last Thursday, Gordon Chapel sent it, and the number in writing was 50 grand, so less than the first number we were given on that July 8th meeting. And then it was, I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately, but I believe it would be staying in a capital fund with the city, and then the Granite would have to apply with invoices to get access to it, whereas right now, we rent the west parking lot, it goes straight to our operating budget to go to our daily repairs and operating costs. So less money than initially offered and much harder to access.
Well, thank you for coming out and spending some time here to answer several questions. I'm following along here and trying to grasp, well, first off, how long have you been on the board for the Granite there?
I think I've been on the board as the Thursday Night League rep for like 8 years, which is not much of a position, but I've been on, although I've been pretty active, but I've been the secretary, I think it's my second term, so on the executive. But I've been a member for 15 years.
Okay. And you had mentioned to Councillor Santos that the club has been without a long-term lease for 8 years now, going month to month?
Yeah, around there. Our GM, who's speaking next, will be able to clarify, but about, since 2017, I want to say. I could be wrong, but.
And then you spoke about sustainability for the club, and now the model would be potentially in housing. So over your, how many years did you say you've been on the board in any capacity?
I'd say 8 or 9.
Okay, in that 8 or 9 years, how many times was it discussed that the Granite would get into the development business?
Well, it wasn't discussed because the city wasn't saying they were going to let us buy the land. We're tenants.
Okay, so what, and again, for those that are listening in the gallery and at home, we are discussing a subdivision and rezoning and not your lease, correct?
That is correct, but you asked why we hadn't discussed it, and it's because we didn't own the land. But now recently, the city approached us about buying the land, which then gave us the actual avenue to do it.
Okay, so this started off as about parking. That's the communication that I received at the very least.
Yeah.
And now we've morphed into how the Granite is going to remain sustainable, but only as a partner in any future development. Is that what I'm hearing from you today?
And when you say you only heard parking, are you referred to a specific?
Yeah, whenever any communication came to me, it was essentially, if you folks take away the parking, we can't make ends meet.
So what I'll say to that is, obviously that's just sticker shock to all our members who aren't on the board and nuanced with our financial position and the potential of a purchase. We have speakers who are going to talk about that, but the financial sustainability of the club, we saw an opportunity. The city needs housing. We're a non-for-profit. We would love to develop the west parking lot if the numbers make sense and that revenue flows to us, not off-site. And it has to be enough that will actually make an impact. And this is a building that is now being not sold back to the Granite. The city owns it. We've put $1.6 million into it. Cities, if they want to retain ownership, they got to put some money into this thing. It's their building to repair and maintain as well.
Yeah, and the city's faced with several challenges, such as the Granite, with maintaining old infrastructure. And you had mentioned viable. Is it viable for the Granite to get into the development business? Because from my short experience here on council, it's not a cheap venture to get into. Is there funds set aside that you folks are prepared to invest into development? Should this not go through and you all of a sudden are now potential here?
Yeah, nothing's guaranteed, but what I'll say is you heard from the church today that's just a block north of us. They're non-for-profit. You partner with a developer. They take the construction risk. You put up the land, which we would have done if we were able to purchase it from the city. So it's not that we're going to front the whole thing, and that's not what the church did. So there's a model right there that we would like to follow, but that's been taken away from us.
Yeah. And I stand to be corrected, but the example that was given by the church was not a part of the Housing Accelerator Fund.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
It was not. I'm getting some shaking of heads here around the table. It was not.
Yeah, I believe that.
And I don't know the timelines around that, but again, this comes back to a council decision that was made to promote the Housing Accelerator Fund, which in the word accelerator means quickly.
Yes.
So if we were to not proceed with the subdivision and rezoning, we would then potentially not be accelerating developments and therefore housing. So, I'm hearing you when you're saying, we had these discussions, it started in May with the sale of the Granite Curling Club, then we went to a discussion all of a sudden about affordable housing in June, and then, now we're talking with U of W and their development group with their pro forma in July. But if we were to stop this, and say, oh, wait, we want to see what the Granite can come up with here, it's kind of defeating the purpose that we just voted all to support, which was accelerating housing in Winnipeg, and this seems to be a prime location.
Yeah.
And we can get into, you can provide comments. I do have other questions regarding
Yeah, I'd love
your
to comment.
sustainable,
Yeah, I mean, so you just said that the church project didn't use half funding, so there's another example that didn't require it. And second, you talk about acceleration. Well, it doesn't mean to do things without due process and follow the correct procedures. We've already heard that.
And I understand that, but you have to understand that we did vote on it as a council to give delegated authority to the CAO
Yeah.
to then go to half and seek out more than qualified potential developers to do this quick, right?
I understand that. I don't agree with how the process has gone, and I have concerns, but you've heard them, so I won't restate them, but I understand your position on it.
So, again, I'm trying to stay on track here of the subdivision rezoning, but it does matter to me. What would be some key things that would help sustain the Granite Curling Club so that we don't have to have the discussion about whether you're staying open or not? Because I don't want to alarm the public. I got the Charleswood Curling Club out in my neck of the woods
Yeah.
that people love and would probably drag me through the streets if it was being, closed. So tell me what it is that the curling club needs to be supportive of a potential subdivision and rezoning.
Absolutely. We put that in writing and sent it to Councillor Rollins and to Mr. Mahi on November 7th. We put in, I'd say, big asks, but that was because we expected to have a counter and negotiate like anyone does. But it was a long-term lease. It was being partly responsible for maintenance and repair in that lease of the building. It was, what is the actual number of this revenue share and how is that money going to flow to us? It was, what other capital contributions or grants are available from the city for the Granite? And also, it was parking. You guys are going to take away the parking. You have to provide a solution for this. You can't just throw it on us. You also can't throw it on Canada Life. You have an east parking lot. You have a park nearby. So we had 7. I can send it to you. I don't have it on me.
Yep,
But we
appreciate
put this
that.
in writing 3 months ago, or 2 months ago. I can't count right now, but we put it to the city months ago and very clearly laid out. And when we sent that, Councilor Rollins met with us, but basically said, you got to talk to the admin. I can't answer any of this, other than saying we'll take care of parking. Once we sent it to Mr. Mahi, haven't heard from him since. Haven't been in a room with him other than today.
Okay. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, Mr. Pierce, are you aware that, when it comes to not-for-profit groups that operate old facilities that are technically owned by the city, and the city came of ownership of the club years ago, is my understanding. It was before owned by the club, and then somehow the city got involved, but if the city could, the city would be knocking down your club and building affordable housing on it right now if they could do it. Are you aware of that?
Well, I'm disappointed to hear that's what they'd want to do, but I think the heritage status may be
And
saving us.
I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking for the corporation of the city, that if they could get away with it, they would knock you down tomorrow.
I think that would be a big mistake, but I am aware that it's a possibility if some people really forced it.
Yeah, notwithstanding your 600-plus members. So we have in the room here yourselves, you have the general manager, I understand, who's going to speak to us next.
Yeah.
We have also in the room Mr. Reid from the University of Winnipeg. We have Mr. Mahi, the proponent. Is there any possibility that we have also umpteen more delegations to be going through?
Yeah.
20-some more delegations, I think. That while that time is going on, is there any opportunity that the 3 parties sit down and discuss some wording of cooperation that this committee could consider to move pertaining to this rezoning that would give us peace of mind, considering the fact that it appears council policy in terms of real estate avoidance, and it appears that notwithstanding all those issues, that in the event that you were to appeal this matter to the municipal board and/or the courts or both, that this could tie up the project and jeopardize the project entirely when it comes to the federal funding. So with that in light, and to try to prevent that scenario from happening, is there a will, I guess I can only ask you, I can't ask Mr. Mahi and Mr. Reid that, but is there a will to sit down in the next number of minutes and hours while we're listening to these other delegations to come up with a wording that would be able to be presented to this committee that we could vote on that would end this conflict with this hearing?
I have 2 comments to that. One is we requested to meet with Gordon Chapel, Mr. Mahi, and Mr. Reid on Friday, and we were told this answer us in writing. So we tried to have this meeting days before this. It's not us that have been stonewalling this. And I'm willing to talk with them. I just don't think something this serious can be solved in minutes. I think, in my opinion, and you don't have to follow it, this should be laid over, and let's do this properly. Let's get us back in the room. Let's do some proper wording on this thing. We can't rush this and chicken scratch.
But you're prepared to enter into those negotiations with them if we were even to lay this matter over to have something come back that would preserve the development, preserve the application through the HAF, but have you as a party with Mr. Reed and with, of course, the applicant, the city of Winnipeg?
Mr. Mahi?
As long as there was goodwill on all parties and there would be some sort of wording that would be comfortable both to all parties as well.
Yeah, I think so. And we've wanted stuff in writing so we could support this. So I think that would be, we're willing to talk. Absolutely.
I'll ask the same question when they come back up as the proponent.
Sure.
So thank you.
Councillor Schreier?
Thank you. I'm getting the impression that different people are drawing different conclusions from the same information. That's human nature, that's sociology, whatever, going on since the dawn of humanity. In this case, I just want a little bit more clarity. You were asked if given that now meaning 2024, the curling club was inclined to consider affordable housing, being involved with an affordable housing project. It was sort of asked whether you were inclined before that. We're all mentioning, well, it's the half. It's a game changer. It's a conversation changer. Yeah. It's a plan changer. You were asked if you had any money reserved for such a project. You said no, but the half. That's exactly what the half is for, kind of thing. People haven't been talking like this before the half. That's the reason for the half. If it wasn't for the half, we wouldn't be here today, would we? And therefore, I just want to get clarity from you. You gave some, I think, some good examples. We are in the era of the half, not before then. Could you clarify again your position before and after the half, just in case there's any misunderstanding in terms of the motivations or lack of motivations by the curling club as opposed to any other organization that is today talking about affordable housing, that in terms of a tangible project that they weren't a year ago?
Yeah. What I can say to that is before May 16th of 2024, I had spoken with another executive committee member about, hey, what if we buy this back and we develop the west parking lot? That would put the control in our hands. We would be able to do an open RFP. So we did have discussions before the half stuff. Now, once we were contacted by Gordon Chapel saying, hey, are you guys interested in buying this back? Then we knew we were actually going to be in a position where we could potentially buy it and be in the position to develop. So I would say there was minimal discussion before May 16th about the potential development on the west parking lot, but there was some. And then obviously once the opportunity about potentially buying it came back, that's when our executives started meeting with the city to talk about buying it. And in that first meeting, I think there was a mention of developing it, so.
Okay, so it seems to me like you're making the point in addressing these questions. You are as legitimate a partner for this project as anybody else. Just because you weren't talking about it before half doesn't make you less of a motivated partner in the development of such a project.
Yeah, and it puts us in control of making sure the concerns we've raised over and over at the city would be addressed. That's like, if we're not able to, we're not in control without, being an equal partner at this or owning the building. So that's why we're relying on the city to address our concerns if it's going to go through this other way.
Right.
But if we were an equal partner, then we would have a say in making sure that we're able to do this.
And these meetings, these hearings, especially hearings like this, they're difficult.
Yeah.
It's hard not to imply impugning someone else's motivations while we're doing this. And it's our job not to impugn people's motivations or lack of motivation kind of thing. And in the spirit of that, that's why I want to allow you to clarify the legitimacy of your motivations as it applied to the timeline of the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Yeah.
Timeline.
And I just add quickly, like we've always been willing to explore all options with the land. I can't say I've sat down and crunched the numbers ourselves yet because we've never owned the land and been in a position to do so. But again, the church did the model without half funding to do an RFP with the developer, and it worked out great. So I know it could be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we...
I just had one question.
Yeah, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
The document you gave us, the pro forma, I don't know if you have a better copy. Some of the numbers are cut off on some pages. I just want to know if there's a better copy that you have.
I don't. This was produced by Mr. Reed, so perhaps you could ask him, or I could send you the one I have, but
I see. Do you have an electronic version of this?
I do, yes.
Maybe if we have the electronic version, we might be able to see the numbers in full versus the copied version, which is kind of, some pages are good, some, but I can see the total number being 44.4 million. Of course, that includes, by the looks of it, 2.2 million of riverbank stabilization costs, but that'd be a net of 42 million for a capital project of 111 units. So, okay.
Thank you very much. And if I could ask you for the points that you're looking for from the Granite Curling Club, as you'd mentioned you were going to send to me. And if you do have a better copy, could I just ask that you send it to the clerk so that it can be distributed, and just to do that prior to the closure of public representations?
So I do it right now?
If you can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate
All right.
your time and
Thank you.
your willingness to answer all the questions there. Okay, we will move on.
So next is Jamie Hay to be heard in opposition to the application.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having us, and good afternoon. I am the general manager of the Granite Curling Club, which I've been for the past 9 years. I've curled at the club for 36 years straight, and I've actually curled for 56 straight years. And I oppose the subdivision and rezoning of the Granite Curling Club. Curling Club's leased property, because losing adequate parking for our operation, the club will fail. So I've curled all over the world. I've been in many, many different clubs. I've toured through Scotland 5 times. I've been in Switzerland, Germany. I've played in every province in the country except for Newfoundland. I've curled in Minnesota and Illinois and North Dakota. So I've been in many clubs, and there's nothing better than the Granite Curling Club. It's probably the top curling club anywhere. It's also the oldest club in Western Canada. It's formed in 1880, and it has an extensive record of provincial, Canadian, and world champions. It's a Winnipeg institution. The Granite is revered internationally. It's iconic. It's known as a mother club. People from all over the world stop by just to see the place year-round. I've been in the club office in the middle of the summer, looked at the security screen, see people outside taking pictures. I invite them in, and they're coming from all over the world. They come from Asia, from New Zealand, from Europe, and they just want to visit the iconic Granite Curling Club. I always invite them in for a tour. I know how to run the business. I've been the co-owner of 3 hotels and still have one. I know the curling business, and I know obviously if any business doesn't make money, it's going to fail. In the city of Winnipeg, there are 13 curling clubs that I've personally curled in that no longer exist. And I'm going to go through them. The Grain Exchange was torn down because of the Friends of Upper Fort Garry. The Winter Club became indoor tennis courts. Rossmere became golf simulators. The Highlander Maple Leaf Strathcona complex, which was a city-owned, or still is, I believe, 24-sheet curling complex, has now become hockey rinks. Civic Caledonian, which was close to the corner of Portage and Sherbrooke, it closed for financial reasons. Transcona closed probably for financial reasons. West Kildonan failed 3 or 4 years ago for financial reasons. Wildwood, financial. Valor Road Curling Club was sold to the Thistle. The Thistle had burned down, so they bought the former Valor Road Curling Club, and they just recently closed 2 years ago for financial reasons. Victoria failed for financial reasons, was out on William. CFB Westwind, which was on the Air Force base, it burned down, wasn't rebuilt. And finally, CFB Kenaston closed when the base closed. So the Granite has got 9 sheets of curling ice. So every Tuesday to Friday evening, there are 72 people curling at any given time. And it turns over midway through the evening at 8 o'clock. So the second group of curlers will come on, and they use 72 of them come in. So at any given time, there could be 150 people in the club, plus staff, plus people watching. Our Saturdays are busy, and Sundays we're full all day long till 6 p.m. So I understand the culture of the game, and I understand its players. I understand that the inability to find a decent parking spot, we're going to lose members. We lose members The thought of this is that we're going to probably lose 60 of our 75 total parking spots, leaving us with only 15. We have 15 parking spots. We cannot have any daytime events. Our daytime leagues, we've got 4 of them. They're mostly seniors. Some of them have mobility issues. But we can't have them because there's no place for them to park. There will be no place for them to park. And the parking on the street is limited to 2 hours. So a curling game takes 2 hours, so that's impossible for them to park on the street without getting a ticket. So we're also going to lose all of our daytime events. So we host school events, school bonspiels. We have corporate events during the daytime, and we won't be able to have any of those. On top of that, without adequate parking, bonspiels will need to be canceled, causing the club to lose revenue. So if good parking is not readily available for our evening and weekend leagues, many members will go to other clubs. After the first year, our membership total will probably drop by 300, I would suggest. So we're currently just under 1,300 members, so we'd probably lose 300, become then around 1,000 members. The next year, I suggest, on speculation, that we'd probably lose 10% of our members for the next 5 years. And it's going to put us at a point where we're break even, and then put us at a point when we're losing money, and we won't be able to survive.
You have, are you able to wrap up here?
Yeah, just a few more minutes, that's okay.
We'll give you 2 more minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, 2 more minutes, thank you. The Granite also, as Christian mentioned, we cannot count on Canada Life. They've told us they will never offer a contract giving Granite long-term parking. So the Granite Curling Club is also a not-for-profit business where any and all profits are poured right back into the building trying to maintain a 113-year-old structure. It's a heritage building, but it's still a business, and when businesses lose money, they close. I know of one Winnipeg Curling Club that's still operating today, but they started this season in the red, and I'm crossing my fingers that they're going to be able to survive. I dread the day that happens to the iconic Granite Curling Club. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilor Santos.
Okay, so you had mentioned there were quite a few curling clubs that had shut down throughout the city of Winnipeg over the decades, right?
Yes.
How many more are still standing?
There's 11 still that are still around.
Operational
Yeah, operational, yeah.
throughout the city.
Yes.
And then you had said there are about 3,000 members that use the Granite Curling Club to this date.
We have 1,300 members.
Oh, 1,300, my
Yes.
apologies. Okay, 1,300. And you're stating that about approximately 300 would leave. Are you assuming that they're going to leave and go to the 11?
Yes.
Okay. So do you, I guess, operationally, you charge a fee to your members? to
Oh, yeah,
use
they
the
pay, everyone
space?
pays a membership fee. Everybody that curls at the Granite in the league, they're members and they pay membership fees.
And during the day, when you say you have kids' bonspiels, do they pay as well to use?
They pay to rent the ice, yes.
Okay. And you're afraid that losing the parking, you'll lose all that revenue because the membership will?
Yes.
will disperse?
It all is considered, in my mind, to be lost revenue. You lose members, you obviously lose revenue, but we'll lose the events and the bond spills. It's all revenue at all.
Okay. And then with the revenue that comes in, is that just sustaining operations and capital maintenance, or are you actually generating revenue like
Well, once
at
again-
a surplus, or are you just breaking even?
No, the club is successful right now. It's making money, and the money goes into a building fund.
Okay.
Other than day-to-day operations, running the place, of course. If there's excess, it goes into a building fund then those monies are spent on the maintenance of the club. Big or small projects, whatever the board of directors decides.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Wyatt.
Thank you for your presentation. I found your history really interesting because the Wyatts came to Transcona because my grandparents managed the Transcona Golf and Country Club and the golf club in the summer and the curling rink in the winter.
Yeah.
When it was still in downtown Transcona before the members over-leveraged and built the site they built on Dougal Road in Plessy, and then the city ended up taking it over. And that's a long story what happened there, though I'd love to get into it one day.
I remember it was quite a place.
Yeah. My grandmother was known for her hamburgers that everybody loved to eat. And my grandfather ran the rink and the greens in the summer. Coming back to the issue we have at hand, we're lately at this council about patterns, Are you aware there's a pattern in the city when it comes to how we proceed or deal with not-for-profit groups that manage recreational facilities, sometimes owned by the city, that we don't exactly have the best pattern of behavior when it comes to working with those not-for-profit groups?
Let's not speak in generalities here. I think there's a lot of good work that goes on with the public service and our community groups. I have several
I'm
in
not
my
referring to
area
public
that are
service.
more than happy to work with them, so.
All right,
that's-
you don't have to answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question for you, sir. You had, brought a lot of the parking back into the discussion here. And I just want to clarify with you, you're saying that if the parking is eliminated, it will cause harm to the club?
In my view, it will.
Okay, because your secretary on the board is saying, we can build this thing and still be successful if we're a partner in any development.
Yeah, well, I think the secretary and I have a different opinion.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes.
Councillor Schreier?
Thank you. You know, at the beginning, in discussion with Councillor Evan Duncan, we agreed we wouldn't be going into the history of my grandparents playing it here and there, but that's exactly what we got into because we're talking about something grand. The history of curling, of which Winnipeg is arguably the world capital of modern curling, and here we are. And I'm going to say my 5 cents piece then, and that is that the history of Granite Curling Club is grand. However, there are still some little sisters out there, and Elmwood Curling Club, being about 100 years old, is still in the running, but they need help, and they come to me. I need to speak with Ange about what we can do to sustain the club, including perhaps some heritage status as well. We're going to be looking at that at the Elmwood Curling Club. You mentioned, to get back on track, you mentioned lack of parking, and I've noticed here in the city, as we're dealing with these things now more than ever, that when it comes to residential parking, there's less residential parking for apartments and condos. But we still, when the lot avails itself for commercial or service operations, there still tends to be a priority for parking. So people can do their business, and operate their services. That's where we seem to be okay with parking. Not where people are moving into new apartments, but when it comes to places of service or businesses. We maintain parking for that. But you're saying that in this case, this institution is at risk because of the lack of parking, which I tend not to see at other venues such as this. Parking tends not to be a concern, but you're saying it is.
Well, yeah, I think it is. I mean, the club century located, our members come from throughout the city, from all corners of the city. And I would venture to say that almost all of them will be driving there. And so we have the 150 people in the club at 8 o'clock at night on a Thursday night. And they need to park somewhere to have access. And if they can't park, if they're driving around on the blocks, they're walking 3 blocks at 30 below, they're not going to come back and curl next year.
Well, I think I may have just developed a new concept. Maybe not curling is Winnipeg's heritage sport, exemplified by this beautiful heritage building there. And you're saying it's this heritage sport of Winnipeg's. You can't say that about football or hockey, but we can say it about curling. It's different. Curling is different for Winnipeg, despite our grand history of football and hockey and other things. But you're saying it's in jeopardy here because of parking.
I am saying that.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question, and this is my final question for you. Around the parking, in your 8 years as general manager, who established the parking and the charges for the parking?
Oh, that was long before my tenure as the manager. That was there when I sat in the job.
And is that an agreement with the city of Winnipeg?
There is not an agreement.
Okay. So otherwise, the city of Winnipeg would have parking authority collecting and keeping that money?
I suppose.
Okay.
I don't know. It was, to be honest, it was just there. When I took the job as general manager, that was just part and parcel of it.
Okay. And the city's never tried to collect those funds?
No, they haven't.
Okay.
But I do know that the city is aware of it.
Okay.
The city had been aware of it.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Just a quick question on that note.
Oh, Councillor
On
Wyatt.
that note, and the lease that you've had with the city has pertaining to the parking lot, correct? You've had a lease?
In a roundabout way, like we're paying our annual monthly rent of $1,700, so almost $20,000 a year in rent to the city.
To the city and so you rent the parking, you lease the parking lot as part of the arrangement with the city?
No, it's not an arrangement with the city. It's just something that the club had done and still does.
Explain that to me.
So we have, it's actually, we lease out right now probably 30 stalls in the west lot during the daytime.
Okay?
Right, and so we keep probably, probably 30 stalls for our daytime curlers and our events that we have in the daytime.
And the evening?
The evening, we don't rent anything out. So the evening starting at 4 p.m. is that the lot is not rented out at all.
And so the revenue that you were saying was acquired during the daytime?
Yeah.
Is what happens with that?
Just goes into our operations.
Okay.
I just put it in the bank.
And the city has been aware of this, you say?
The city is aware of it.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Well, I spoke to Charles Osandu, who was in charge of the building many years ago. We sat down and we talked about it.
Okay, so he was aware of it then and the arrangement?
Yes,
So
he was aware of
The
it.
arrangement in terms of the parking was not a surprise to the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I would just like clarification from the public service. Mr. Pate, I apologize for putting you on the spot here.
Similar to the arrangement for the beer can, authority from the city is required for them to enter into subsequent lease for this property. There is no such subsequent agreement with the city for them to further lease the parking.
Okay, thank you.
Answered, yeah.
Appreciate your time today. We'll move on.
Okay. Next to speak is John Reed. After John will be Reginald Turnbull and Ryan Cullen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Reed. In late September, I was accorded the great honor of being elected president of the Granite Curling Club. I've served on the executive for about 8 years, and during that time I've learned considerably more than I originally knew about the operations of the Granite Curling Club. Just by way of a little background, I'm probably a little different from most of my predecessors in that I'm not a lifelong Winnipegger, I'm not a lifelong Manitoban, I'm not even a lifelong curler. I was moved here in the 1980s by a former employer. My hometown is actually Montreal, and I spent a little time in Calgary before being moved here. I was supposed to be here for 3 years, and it's been 38 years and counting, because I left the company and decided to stay. I've curled at the Granite for 26 years, only in one league per week, and as I said, I've been a member of the executive for 8 years, so I've learned quite a lot about the operation of the club. And the issue of parking is critical to the survival of the Granite Curling Club. We said in the letter that went out under my name a few weeks ago that we saw this project as an existential threat, and from our perspective, it is. As Jamie has just stated, we get people from all across the city and even in other areas of the outside the city coming into Winnipeg, and they, rightly or wrongly, they all use cars. Even on my team and most other teams, there's 4 of us, and we come from 4 different areas of the city, none of which are all that close to the Granite. And the loss of 60, or approximately 60 out of the remaining 75 parking spots is a really serious threat to the long-term viability of the club. And to give you another example, a few years ago, about 6 years ago, there was a city project to install bike lanes along Granite Way. Now, prior to that, we had access to about 15 parking spots along Granite Way right in front of the building. The city came out with a proposal which they introduced to the entire community, not just the Granite, the Balmoral Hall, and all the landlords, the business owners, the tenants, everybody was involved, everybody attended. The original plan was a disaster because It involved redirecting traffic, and there would have been very limited access to the Granite among other enterprises in the area. And the resistance to the plan was so strong that the city went back to the drawing board. And to their credit, they came back with a much more workable plan. And that's one of the things we're hoping for here, is a plan that is more acceptable to all parties. When they came back with the revised plan, which everybody accepted, we still lost those parking spots in front of the building, but we did not raise any objections to it. We felt it was something that we might be able to sustain. And then COVID hit, so we never felt the impact of the loss of those spots until we started growing the membership back. The membership dropped from approximately 1,250 to 800 and something in the aftermath of COVID. And the board worked really hard to grow the membership back, which we have done, and it's now approaching 1,300. We now have fewer parking spots in effect than we had before, and under this proposed project, we would lose most, if not all, of the west parking lot. I know people have said, well, there will be some parking spots remaining, but we think that's a little disingenuous, because if there's 15 spots of the 50 or so that remain for our youth, they'd be scramble spots. We'd be scrambling with the tenants of the building that would have
Mr.
gone
Reid,
up.
are you almost completed your?
Yeah, yes, I am almost.
I'll give you
yeah.
time to wrap here. And then,
Yeah, okay, all right. So in any case, no one has mentioned the loss of parking for 2 years during the construction period, regardless of what's left over. And I want to reemphasize, we're not against affordable housing. And someone mentioned the irony of putting up this building next to a property where there'd been a homeless encampment. Well, I can tell you that if this building were being built on that property where the homeless encampment was, we wouldn't even be here. But apparently there are reasons why our site was chosen as opposed to an adjacent site. I'm not totally familiar with them, so I don't want to speculate. But okay. And the other alternative that we proposed to the city was developing the east side of the building. It was mentioned by one of the previous speakers, but that did not go over very well with Richard Mahi and his associates. Okay. But that has also been dangled out as a possibility.
Okay.
So,
are there any questions here? Just from Councillor Schreier has a question for you.
yes.
Yeah, you talked about having lost parking spots already?
Yes, along the street.
Along the street?
When the bike lane was installed, yes. Yeah, we lost. There was room for about 15 or 16 cars. Anybody could have parked there, but it was usually Granite people who were availing themselves of those spots.
Sure,
yeah.
sure, okay, so you lost 15 and 16 with the bike
About
lane
that,
put
yeah.
in. And I guess further, you've lost more parking spots further away from the Granite Curling Club along Granite that you wouldn't consider maybe parking for the Granite Curling Club, but there's...
They might have been. It's hard to... did I misunderstand your question?
No,
Are you
that's
saying, did we lose other spots along the street?
Well, besides the ones that you say would have been parked in by members of the curling club, clients of the club, is that all that was lost, or along Granite and Balmoral, or would there have been more when it came to the bike?
There probably were more parking spots lost. I'm not quite sure of that. I only know what was in front of the Granite, and they're gone, definitely.
And 15 or 16 spots
Yes,
you said
yeah,
to the bike lane. Thank you.
approximately, so.
I was incorrect. Councillor Wyatt also has a question.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was interested in what you said about the east yard.
Yes.
Now, in the event that, let's say, the city proceeded with the rezoning, and in the event you lose your parking on the west side, if the city were to supply you with the equal size space from the west side and created a large enough space, no doubt, with an impact on some vegetation there, to provide you the equal amount of parking on the east side to replace the west side, would that address your concerns in terms of
Would
sustainability?
go a long way to addressing our concerns, yes. I mean, as Christian Pierce indicated, there were some other concerns that we raised in our proposal on November the 7th, I believe it was, but that would go a long way towards
Yeah, and I mean,
alleviating our concerns.
nobody likes cutting down trees, but at the same time, trees can be offset as well.
Yeah.
The cost of those trees individually can be all, are you aware that when it comes to the value of a full-grown tree, when a developer's development has a direct impact on a tree, we often make the developer to have to pay for the value of that tree, the replacement of that tree, which is often then used to buy trees elsewhere to replace in other city parks, new trees. Therefore, the developer in question being the University of Winnipeg and the City of Winnipeg would compensate for the loss of trees on the east parking lot or on the east side to create a larger parking lot space there to replace the one you're losing on the west. And therefore, those new trees would be planted elsewhere in and around the area. Are you aware that that is a process that we've used elsewhere before?
No, I was not aware of that. So thank you for that. That's very interesting. But as I just said, that developing the east side with an equivalent number of parking spaces would go a very long way towards alleviating most of our concerns.
Because I understand the beer can, the garden there operates in the summer, but when does the season end with the curling?
The curling season usually ends in April.
April. So then
Yeah.
the outside garden there wouldn't have an impact on parking as per the indoor curling, the beer can operation, so to speak.
Well, that's coordinated.
Coordinated.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's-
part of the deal we have with the beer cans.
Gotcha.
The dates are well established and coordinated,
thinking
so
if
there's no interference between the operations of the curling club and the beer can. And there's a provision at the end of the season for a very short overlap under certain conditions. but it's
Gotcha.
not-
I'm just trying to
it's not
think
an
of if you were to have to use the east yard as parking instead of the west yard for the equivalent parking, and you have the operation of the beer can, that wouldn't get in your way. So.
issue.
it doesn't
No,
seem like it would.
we don't see it that way
Okay,
at all.
okay,
Yeah.
good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification, it's very helpful.
Okay, anything else?
Just one other comment, question for you.
Yes.
I think it speaks to the importance of the Granite Club when residents from my ward are coming to speak in support of the club and its sustainability. So I appreciate you doing that.
Okay.
The one piece that I'm not fully understanding, and help me get there. The parking that's going to potentially be lost, is the curling club sustainable without that parking?
We don't think it is in the long term.
Okay, so when you say "we," I heard from your secretary of the board who says, yes, we can make it work.
Well, that's a matter of a lot of detail, but.
Okay.
But
Fair. And just in particular, are we aware, and we as in the Granite, aware of who it is exactly that we're leasing these spots out to? Is it?
Under the current arrangement?
Yeah, with the parking, the
They're
daytime.
Canada Life employees.
Okay, and you don't feel like that would be reciprocated back potentially
Well,
with?
Christian has already established that we had discussions, I believe it was as recently as yesterday.
Okay.
And while there might be some kind of handshake arrangement, that's not sufficient for a long-term arrangement. You know, it would have to be something in writing, a long-term, I don't know, 50-year lease or something of that nature for us to be confident in the long-term viability of the club.
I hear you on that because to mitigate any potential loss or you know, to ensure. But I do want you to leave here today to remember that there has been no agreement with the city of Winnipeg with your current parking arrangement. It is a handshake agreement, or maybe turning the other way, and it's worked quite well for you folks.
It has.
Yeah.
But it still would be better to have something in writing as part of a new lease. And
I agree.
As I say, Canada Life is a private company. Management can change. They could get a directive from their mother company telling them to put up a building on the parking or something. So
I hear you on that.
we would have no say
I won't
in that, so.
argue that on.
Okay.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming. At this point in time, I have received several requests for a health break, and including using the washroom. I'm not sure if that's the feeling amongst the gallery, but regardless, we do need to acknowledge that. So I will be taking a quick break here with the committee for 10 minutes. Let's resume this meeting at 20 after 2 now. Thank you. And welcome back to the public hearing here at the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for this February 6th of 2025. Making our way through the delegations, we will come back to the folks that are in opposition. Madam Clerk.
Okay, so next is Reginald Turnbull to be heard in opposition to the application. After Reginald will be Ryan Cullen and then Ingrid Reed.
Perfect. My name is Reginald Turnbull, and I'll be addressing the proposed deal between the city and the members. And this is in an effort to provide some perspective on the forthcoming decisions being made. But prior to doing that, I did want to clear something up with Councillor Duncan over here and anyone else in case they wasn't fully clarified. So when Mr. Pierce was giving his points, parking was an integral part of that. It was one of many issues. I just didn't want the illusion that it was not an issue or we could proceed without it. But what we were thinking was, like, how can we not build the parking into the current model, which currently there is none. You know, there was no parking built into the architectural design of the building, subterranean or otherwise. And I just wanted to clarify that, like if there's a development on the east or on the other side of the pump house, these are options that would really make it more agreeable to us. But it was one of the 7 points that Christian did bring up there. So in any event, I'll start by saying that my father, Raymond Turnbull, was inducted into the World, Canadian, and Manitoba Curling Hall of Fame, along with the Manitoba Sports Hall of Fame, as a builder of the sport. So this means he was recognized for spreading the game across the province, country, and the world. And he built that sport just down the street from many of your offices at the Granite Curling Club. But I believe that a core institution right now is kind of in jeopardy as the terms stand. The Granite Curling Club, often referred to as the Mother Club, is the most salient curling establishment in the province and possibly Canada. I wouldn't compare it to hockey and football, just because Manitoba is the epicenter of curling in the world. There's probably no other place in the world that has more curlers, more curling rinks, or it is part of our heritage, and it's in my blood. I mean, I got his championship ring on right now, but it's also in all of yours if you're Manitoban. So that's just important to realize that curling is maybe a little bit more special. Not a lot. I love hockey too, don't worry. In addition to being a non-profit heritage sports entertainment complex located downtown, it is world famous. And it's not an exaggeration that almost every pro curler and enthusiast would have heard of it. And it was built a year before the legislative building and has been a faithful neighbor for over 100 years. So there must be another way for us to work together, I just want to emphasize that, and ensure the history of this club remains as long as that legislative building. So today, I kindly implore you to think of the implications which may be attached to the decision to rezone and build this apartment complex without first considering the viability of the club. I don't run the risk of repeating myself a little bit, but bear with me. As a member of the board the past 12 years, I can confidently say that without proper assurances, the club will bleed out through attrition and suffer the same fate as the numerous other clubs mentioned by the general manager. I am confused by the rush and the unwillingness to address the issues that have been raised. I do understand there is a timeline, but the issues were skirted pretty quickly. We are talking about a historical landmark here, so why there are transparency issues and a reluctance to be forthright from the city is beyond me. But one such issue we have is the viability of the proposed development is untenable. And you don't have to be an accountant to see this. After reviewing a copy of the initial pro forma, we noticed that it was going to be $44 million to build. It's around $400K a unit for affordable living. When we saw this was sole source to one company, my experience in business with construction told me that this was immediately concerning. It appeared that there was very limited cash flow available to the Granite. So now we get to the rare opportunity that Councillor Rollins alluded to. And Christian touched on the numbers, so I won't get too far into it. But at the end of the day, and I'm due aware that there's not an official deal with the city, but they were aware of it in the past with the Parking to Canada Life. But in any event, at the end of the day, we're taking a wash and actually a little bit of a haircut. So it's important to see that. So there would be some money available, and they said that there would be some form of revenue share. And after 6 months of requesting how the revenue share would work, we were finally provided a figure which is essentially a wash. Just need a
extent 2 minutes.
just a couple minutes.
Yeah. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Please continue.
Which was essentially a wash from what we had making from the parking rental. In addition, the proposed money wouldn't be available for operating budget as it is now, but would rather be a capital fund held by the city, which would be reimbursed. This puts us in a shaky position as every operation requires cash flow to function. Another concern, of course, is the significant loss of parking with no financial upside. We know we need to densify, but the approach the city is taking is nonsensical, in my opinion. I've never heard of a parking lot being taken away from a business. Imagine Fort Rouge Leisure Center on South Osborne losing half their parking, which, by the way, this is a City of Winnipeg Recreation Center and Library. Then telling everyone to park at Safeway across the street. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. It would cut any business or facility down at the knees. So we also know now, as Christian alluded to, the Canada Life parking is just not a viable long-term solution. When we got off the phone with them, or actually when Christian did, they advised us that they're never going to be in a position to guarantee anything. And they didn't like being in as the default position for the city. So the members of the Granite have asked very little from the city in the past, very little, in fact, and invested $1.6 million in maintenance and repairs to the city-owned building. If the development were to proceed as proposed, it would leave the Granite in a materially worse financial position. There are too many unknowns and not enough assurances to support such a decision in good faith. I ask you to consider this prior to making your decision today. This is Winnipeg's history we're talking about. In my opinion, the current terms laid forth by the city almost guaranteed the club's closure, and a serious drop in membership and millions in deferred maintenance will turn the Granite into a museum opposed to a curling club. It's unclear to me why such a thriving historical establishment would be condemned to such a fate, but we want to make this work for reasons that are mysterious. These existential items have been left off the table. In any event, it's just a bad deal, in my opinion. So please, let's get back on track, get the negotiations back on track, find some common ground, and preserve our history and save some face. Thanks very much. And any questions?
Councillor Wyatt?
Yes. Mr. Turnbull. So you're family, longtime curlers, and insurance brokers as well.
Yep.
Pierce. I just have a question, I guess. An insurance broker is always known to be very practical in terms of resolving issues. In terms of being practical, I proposed one solution earlier with Mr. Pierce was there's a people of goodwill to come together to form a joint venture, being Red River, or sorry, being U of W and the Granite with the city of Winnipeg. That's one scenario. Another scenario that I'm kind of slowly seeing emerging potentially is what I'm hearing from your member, your leadership, is that we could potentially look at netting out the 15 stalls you're getting through this development, through the west parking lot being preserved through their development. They're earmarking 15 stalls to you. I don't know what ideally your parking component needs to be in terms of the net loss to the west side. But in the event the city were, through this body, to say that a parking lot of equivalent size be created on the east side, and that the city of Winnipeg enter into a lease agreement with a long-term lease agreement with the Granite in control of parking revenues fully, and that the loss of trees be formally earmarked out of the pro forma of the developer in question, which is what we do in these sorts of situations to cover that cost and loss, to replant trees for the loss of trees of equal value. Is that something that you would be, your organization would be amenable to?
Well, that would be a fantastic starting point for negotiations. I agree. I think that is something that we would take a look at seriously. I don't want to speak on behalf of all the members or the board of directors, but that's a way better position than we've currently been put in.
So is there an opportunity, while we are hearing other delegations, that some wording could be put together with yourself and the applicant? I can't talk to the applicant, the administration can, I can't. They could also talk to you. To put together some sort of wording that would give you security in terms of parking on the east side. The tree issue could be looked after in terms of the city naturalist putting a value on the loss of the trees that would be paid towards purchasing and planting new trees in and around the neighborhood. And that the parking lot proceeds or the cost of creating that parking lot be also afforded to the developer, which is not uncommon but a gravel parking lot versus an asphalt one. So something along those lines could be sketched out for us to consider so that we could proceed with the application here today, and that we don't have to have anybody moving motions on the floor of council this month calling for a full audit into the actions of the city on this matter, which nobody wants to do. So is that something that your side would be prepared to work on while we're hearing more delegations?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear that all we've ever wanted was it is the viability of the club is the most important part to us, and we have not been able to sit down and get things in writing and assurances. So what you are suggesting is sitting down and writing some stuff out and getting assurances. What we felt has happened so far is we've been getting cold-shouldered by the city, and even, in fact, I don't want to use strong language here, but we've been getting bullied a little bit, and they thought that they would just slip it under our noses. So to us, yes, that's what we'd be willing to look at for sure.
And in light of the fact that this hearing is only dealing with the west side parking lot, however, the case could be argued that we could attach this recommendation in light of the loss of parking to this as a condition, providing the parking on the east side. I'm just thinking through the process here in terms of what we can and cannot do on lands that are not advertised for zoning. However, the zoning land that is being impacted is impacting on your parking, therefore we could state that we direct administration to go on that in that direction. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. I'm hoping that Mr. Reid and Mr. Mahi hear the same thing, and I'm hoping that you three are able to work, or three parties are able to work together to come up with something like that, because I think that would solve a lot of problems for this committee here today.
Yeah, all we've ever wanted is common ground and to sit down and negotiate. So anyone else? Or
We just had a comment here before you take off. Public service, I saw, wanted to just provide information on something here.
Yeah, regarding the parking on the east side.
Mr. Veach?
The property on the east side. Yeah, James Veach, Urban Planning Manager. I'm joined with Karen Clewer, Downtown Planner. She can speak to the concept of establishing parking on the adjacent lot?
We do have policies in the Winnipeg Parks strategy, as well as Complete Communities and Center Plan 2050 to preserve and restore riverbank land. And so this is zoned riverbank land, and so that would be counter to the policies in those three documents. As well, it appears that this portion of property is leased directly to someone else. And so that would, those lessees.
What is it? What did you just say, the last part?
Is leased directly to, am I allowed to say this? Is this public information? Yeah, okay.
There's a lease within the curling club's lease, like a sublease with the beer can, and then a separate lease outside of the boundaries of the Granite's lease. That's leased directly to the beer can.
So there we go. So they would likely need to be involved in any conversations related to this as well.
But just to clarify, just because we have existing policies, we're not talking about the entire forested area, we're talking a portion thereof. And we're also saying, acknowledging the forested areas by saying that a full evaluation be done of each and every tree that is lost based on its full value. And that means that one tree could be worth $5,000 or more, who knows? And that value would then be applied to the planting of trees in the vicinity to make up for the loss of that forest.
The policies deal directly with prioritizing retention and acquisition of riverbank lands. And so anything that would reduce that would be counter to these secondary plans.
Right, but this, if we were to vote on that, whatever goes forward would be council's decision to amend the policy per se as a decision, because this is a recommendation that comes from this committee to council, correct?
I believe that would be the case. In addition, however, this would require the creation of, or a conditional use application in order to expand accessory parking on riverbank zoned land, which because of these policies, the public service wouldn't be able to support.
Yeah, unless council gives direction otherwise.
Of course.
Which would be this application.
Public service would still not support regardless of council's direction. Of course, you can override that, but we would never support developing a surface parking lot on any riverbank land.
But we are developing a surface parking lot now with this development on Riverbank land.
No, it's currently a gravel parking lot, and it's being upgraded to a range of affordable, rent geared to income and market rate housing.
But I have 15 stalls here remaining in the west parking lot for the curling club.
It is a reduction of we have policies to talk about reducing the amount of surface parking lots, so that would be in line with our center plan policies.
Yes, I know, but I'm trying to figure a way to.
Do we have any more questions for the delegate?
I don't have any other questions.
No? Okay, thank you very much.
Unless Councillor Schreier does.
No, I wanted
Councillor
clarification from the
Sure.
administration on what the administration would and would not recommend or agree to regarding surface parking. Just one, that could be repeated.
Could we leave it? I'm just.
And it is actually, in this case, it's especially
I
germane.
think questions should be laid over until after delegations are all done.
Do you wish to strike the comments from the record?
So I'm getting quite uncomfortable that we're getting out of process.
There-
We are asking
We
questions.
are able to ask questions of the public service at any point during the public hearing.
Oh, we are?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Okay.
Just for clarification,
Okay.
so.
I was not aware of
We
that.
are seeking clarification here, and I don't want to speak for Councillor Wyatt or Schreier, but we're seeking clarification on the exact policies with regards to potential exploration of a parking lot to the east of this, which is very clearly outlined on our system as parklands and its riverbank property.
And Chair Duncan, I just wanted, maybe if it's just a repetition, but I think I've heard that the administration would not agree to some form of surface parking as it applies here. How it applies here was the questioning, and I want to know if that's something special, unique to this proposal, or is that because in general, we're not encouraging parking spaces anymore, and I just wanted clarity on that, since it was.
No, sorry, Councillor Schreier, it was crystal clear. This is a riverbank park land that goes against several policies the city of Winnipeg currently has, where we're not exploring parking lots, especially in parks, right? At this, like, we don't build parking lots in parks, is what they're saying. So if we want to, as a committee, put forward a motion that says, let's build a parking lot on the parkland, and that's our prerogative, they will not support it.
So I'm assuming therefore there's subterranean parking in the proposal, therefore, logically.
So may I clarify?
Please.
So the parcel that we are discussing today, it includes, or the parcels that we're discussing today include the surface parking to the west of the Granite Curling Club, the northwest corner of which is the proposal that is before us today. Just for clarification, there already is, in addition to that western surface parking lot that exists today, and also an eastern surface parking lot right now to the east of the Granite Curling Club. What we would not support is in the parcels further to the east of that, which is Riverbank sector. We would not, at 14 Granite Way, for instance, or the one immediately to the east of that, we would not support adding additional surface parking lots there on that property.
So we're taking away parking from Granite Curling Club. Are we asking for underground parking of the multi-unit development?
So what I think we might clarify here, we're not taking away anything at this point in time. We're talking about a rezoning and a subdivision. There's a complete lease agreement to come. There's conversations to be had. There's other options to explore. This is a subdivision and rezoning. That's it.
So far the talk, there was a clarification by the administration right now while someone is talking, and I appreciate that. Throughout the entire time so far, up to 5 minutes ago or so, Curling Club has been talking about losing parking spots. I'm not sure if I got any clarification in real time on that one, because it's been going on for 3 hours or so without clarification. If I get clarification on that one.
I appreciate that. I think there's an anticipated shuffling of parking, and there is also a proposal that could include underground, and then the number of stalls has not been determined. So I think that's where we're kind of talking, like it's a subdivision rezoning, and there's a proposal that still is coming in the lease agreement that still is coming. But when you look at the land surface right now and what exists and what is being shown just for a proposal, just hypothetical, then there's a shuffle of parking. So I think that there might be some other options at play to discuss how parking can still be provided, including potentially on site or within right-of-ways or within other agreements. Point being is that they're looking at a shuffling of their rear parking lot, the one that's to the west. And yes, to your point though, there was conversations about underground parking.
There was conversation
A
about...
proposal of like a hypothetical underground parking.
Okay, so hypothetical underground parking, meanwhile, which hasn't been mentioned much today, but a great concern about losing parking spaces at the Curling Club, which has been going on all day. And until this moment, we have clarification that we don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
We don't know about whether there's going to be underground parking. We don't know if they're going to lose any parking spot. Yeah. Because that's where we're at so far in this day. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on.
So the next to be heard in opposition is Ryan Cullen. After Ryan, Ingrid Reed will be heard, and then Paul St. Germain. So you can make your way down if you are here. And if not, we'll move on to Sean Reed and Arlene McLeod.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
So I'm Ryan Cullen. I've been a member of the Granite Curling Club for about 12 years. I'm not on the board. I'm in opposition to the rezoning application, of course. But kind of sitting here, all I was originally going to say was just that line, but kind of inspired, and I want to, mention a couple things. Most of it's already, I'm going to reiterate, but what the proponents are talking about is kind of creating a framework of the Granite being against affordable housing. I would suggest that really anyone who is against that concept is pretty misguided. I definitely don't believe that the Granite is against affordable housing. That's not what we're here talking about. We are concerned about the long-term sustainability of a beautiful heritage building with deep-seated roots in the community. Winnipeg, in many respects, has defined the curling culture, and I also think that the curling culture has ultimately defined Winnipeg in some ways, and the Granite has been pivotal in that. So I think it's really important to understand the importance of the Granite to the larger city as a whole. The Granite attracts a lot of people from all over the world with bonspiels and events. It's pretty fascinating, actually. If you go there and you're practicing before the season starts, you can look to your right, and there's Jennifer Jones, and there's Reed Carruthers, and to your left is like Team Korea and Team Japan, and in the middle is a chump like me trying to throw a draw, right? And it's fascinating. There's nowhere else like that. I've never been to a sporting place where amateurs and professionals can all kind of mingle together and talk and learn from one another. And that just speaks to the uniqueness of the Granite, its size and its history. And that's, people are being drawn to our city, to our province because of that, which of course helps spending in our province. So everyone's been coming up here and mentioning that the Granite is a club, and of course it is, but more importantly, it's also a business. And Jamie mentioned this quite a bit. Like I said, I'm going to reiterate some stuff, but when external factors start to alter a business operations, it can dramatically affect the business. And our hopes and dreams are not going to keep the club alive. It is a business. We need to retain membership. Ultimately, we need to keep our churn rate lower and our membership rate higher. That's what we need to do. The Granite currently has 1,300 some members, roughly half of them over the age of 50. Some with disabilities or mobility challenges. The parking in the area, if we were to get rid of our parking lot, would come from Balmoral or Westminster or across the bridge in Osborne, roughly a 6 to 10 minute walk. Curling is in the winter. We live in one of the coldest, largest cities in the world, and although crime is everywhere, West Broadway and Osborne are no stranger to crime. So my question to the council would be, if you have like an older relative or parent, maybe between the ages of 50 and 80, and you gave them the choice between one of the other 11 great opportunities and clubs that exist in the city, and they could just walk in the front door from their parking spot, or you said to them, hey, do you want to walk 10 minutes in minus 35 in Osborne, what do you think that they're going to choose? And that is ultimately where our concern really lies. Mr. Mai mentioned that the parking lot is near and dear to our hearts, and that kind of caught my attention. It's not the parking lot. That's not what matters. It's the Granite. It's the Granite's history, its culture, and the resulting camaraderie that is near and dear to our hearts. So folks were all kind of just talking about this before I came up, and I hadn't heard it previously, but to wrap up, I'm surprised that there hasn't been some more talk about mutually beneficial outcomes. There has been here, but obviously prior to this, there hasn't. And I'm wildly far away from structural engineer, but it surprises me that there hasn't been conversation about underground parking. Like, that doesn't seem wild. And we could have designated, stalls for membership, and then you could accommodate both. So it's not necessarily one or the other. There has to be some way to meet in between. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Seeing no questions, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Okay, next to speak is Ingrid Reed.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ingrid Reed. I am also on the executive of the Granite Curling Club. I was originally speaking to support my good friend who was competing in the provincials, but he showed up. So I just have very short and sweet comments to make. I volunteer on the executive. I don't have connections to the curling community long term, like some people implied earlier. I volunteer because I absolutely love the Granite and what it stands for. And so I do this. I'm also the president of the Guards Curling League that was established in 1932, one of the oldest, if not the oldest leagues in the city, potentially even outside of our great city. So I have a vested interest in keeping our league going and keeping it going at the Granite. It's our home. I did poll our members of our league, and parking was very important to them. It was the biggest issue of where will they park to get to this club that we love to curl at. Some of our members come from out of town. They came today to show their support for the board, had to leave. One's in nursing, one's in police, so they had to get to their shifts. And I just wanted to mention that Christian Pierce, was not suggesting that the club would survive without parking. It was part of his bullets that he mentioned were part of the negotiations that he wanted to keep on the table. So I just wanted to reinforce that parking, along with some other things, is a big piece of this conversation. Not that we're against affordable housing, but we want to make sure our members can get to the club safely and be able to participate in a sport they love at the club they love to curl at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing one question. Councilor Wyatt?
Yeah, right now, the Granite Way, the road out in front, it appears to be a two-way street, is that correct?
It is.
In the event that it was turned into the city as a one-way street, there is potential that the city could allow double loading parking on either side of the street with the right-of-way down the middle for the one-way traffic.
Yep.
Therefore doubling the amount of parking on the street. don't
I
know what that
believe
would-
so. I know that that was a topic of discussion when the bike lane was put in, and the discussion at that point of changing it to a one-way did not go forward. I don't know all the whys, but I know that was a potential at one other time, and it did not go through.
And it could potentially would that potentially double the amount of, I don't know what kind of parking is now available on the street as it stands right now with the parking restrictions and whatnot, but in theory, outside of the parking restrictions during snow clearing, it potentially could double the amount of parking in theory, I suppose.
In theory, it could be.
Minus the approaches that
Yeah.
come out on the north side, which are more.
In theory, it could be additional parking. That could help with this matter, although it probably will not help the daytime curlers that when there's a 2-hour time limit, a curling game isn't completed within 2 hours, so they'd have to have like a break, half time to go move the cars.
Or you increase the limit
Yeah.
on the street, right?
Okay, interesting point. Councilor Schreier?
Sure. Getting down to the brass tacks, which we heard for the first time this morning, I believe, and that is, someone mentioned the number of people that could be curling at any one time.
Yes.
At the club. And I heard the number, was it 72, 70? I can't remember what.
At our club, it's actually higher than that, and Gary Banner, who's coming up shortly, will speak to all of those numbers.
Okay, and I can ask that.
Absolutely. He knows them inside and out.
Thank you, Ingrid Reed.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Take care.
Okay, so next to speak is Paul St. Germain, but I don't see Paul here, so we'll move on to Sean Reed. Is Sean Reed here? Okay, and if you could please come down, Arlene McLeod, Gary Banner, Brent Nickel, and be ready behind the podium there. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. I believe through the course of the afternoon, most of our position has been laid out pretty clearly, and for the sake of expediency, I'm going to simply state that I am in opposition to the proposal for all of the previous mentioned reasons. I just want the board to know that not only funding is important for the success and the viability of an organization such as the curling club, it's membership. It's the people, not just the money that they bring, but the people that come to the rig, that come to our club. A big part of curling that any curler will tell you is the social aspect of it and being together. And we spend a lot of time in the restaurant, eating, drinking, relaxing, and enjoying ourselves and having that camaraderie. So the membership not only brings membership funding, they also bring that revenue source that the company desperately needs to survive. And parking is, it's the truth. If parking isn't available, or it's reduced from what it is now, it will have a detrimental effect on memberships, and memberships will slowly go down. It's a guarantee. And over time, it doesn't matter how much money is infused by revenue sharing, there's no point in keeping the lights on in a facility that's empty. So I need you to keep that in mind, and hopefully we can work together to come up with a solution. I think I'm seeing today avenues of cooperation. I just wish that these avenues could have been pursued a little bit earlier.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Chair Duncan. And Ingrid Reed referred that someone's coming up to talk about the specifics of the parking stalls. Are you that person?
No.
Oh, no, okay, all right, but you're here as a citizen. You said there's avenues today, you've seen avenues for consultation, cooperation, compromise, sorry, what's the term you used? Avenues I'm sorry.
It was a good word.
It's already on the record.
Cooperation.
Okay, there you go. And would you be able to specify a couple of those that you see today in terms of avenues of cooperation that you see open today, potentially?
I think it's a fair discussion point because parking is a critical part of it, and we do also generate some extra revenue to support the club from renting out our extra parking when we have extra parking during the day to the Canada Life people, because they overflow because they're so full during the day. Lost my train of thought. Yeah,
Anyway,
I'm sorry.
well, you were talking about different avenues of including parking. Things like
Yeah.
that. So, okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
there are the ability to, the possibility, although it seemed to get the door slammed on it fairly quickly, of trying to expand, trying to replace the parking that we're going to lose on the west side and apply that to the east side. And then using the policy to replace tree growth, that's actually a pretty practical idea. That the property that can be used for parking isn't used for anything else. It's just simply a treed area. It doesn't have paths or bike paths or anything through it. So from a practical perspective, that would go a long way to addressing a lot of our concerns and help us to move forward with and maintain a viability. And if they wanted to replace the trees, there's a whole section of land along the river where there's a river path there that would certainly benefit from having more trees in that area. Like it's kind of a obscure area on the riverside behind the building that's got a bike path going through it. It could benefit because presently it's got nothing on it. So some of that treed space could just be shifted down to beautify the river path.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be a bit of an accommodation, but I feel like that's an avenue worth exploring.
Okay. It sort of sounds like, just like the administration wanted to mention, they would not encourage expansion of surface parking. It does sound, on this valuable land, expansion or perpetuation of such surface parking on such valuable valuable, regardless of how we value it, valuable riverbank property on that basis, given what you say. It seems to me like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, it sounds to me like you would not be against, therefore, this multi-unit building to have underground parking, if we're going to be cherishing this specific space.
If that's a possibility, that can be looked into. That's digging down and building out, so that can get expensive as well.
Yes.
So that would be to me much more logistically difficult and costly than relocating a few trees to help provide us with the parking we need to maintain our sustainability.
Fair enough, and you mentioned relocation of trees. That's one way to look at it. But we're going to say if the city values this land to the extent they do, it's riverbank land. It's right beside the legislature in Osborne Village. It's an historic area. Oh my God, it's right. It's right there at the Granite Curling Club of all things. So we're talking about how all institutions, all individuals essentially value this land, especially disproportionate to most other places in the city. This is highly valuable, open, riverbank land right there. And we're not looking at underground parking. you don't see a contradiction here?
Can we, again, I just want to encourage the committee here, subdivision and rezoning, 22 Granite Way. We're now getting into what the building's going to look like, where the parking lot's going to be. We're talking about a subdivision and rezoning. Can we stick to the item at hand here, please?
Can I comment on that? I know you're saying subdividing and rezoning is the purpose of this discussion.
Yeah.
But this step, as Mr. Pierce stated before, is going to completely take away any leverage we have for a negotiation. So it becomes very relevant towards the sustainability of our business, of our organization, of our club. So unfortunately, the city has forced us into a position where we're, again, fighting against, almost at odds with another organization
And I
who we
appreciate
do not disagree
those
with.
comments, sir, but when we go through any subdivision and rezoning, that comes first, and then we go into the plan. So we can get clarifications on exactly what the plan approval process looks like. Is there one? Is there not one? Can we implement one? I'm happy to do that. But this subdivision rezoning piece is not unique to how the process works with.
The way the
Yeah.
process has.
And I understand that. I've heard you guys loud and clear for that.
Yeah,
I hope my
exactly.
members as well have.
We need something firm. We need something that can assure the future of the club.
Yes.
Injecting funds into it over a 10-year period won't necessarily sustain the club in perpetuity. So we have to think of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I've been asked to take another 5-minute break here, which we will grant at this point in time. 5 minutes. We'll return at 3:10. Please and thank you. Thank you and welcome back to the public hearing in regards to subdivision and rezoning of 22 Granite Way. We will go back into delegations now, those that are in opposition.
Next registered in opposition is Arlene McLeod, but I assume Arlene is no longer here, so we'll move on to Gary Banner. And after Gary will be Brett Nickel, and then we have Charn Kamal Brar and Jacqueline Chudley. Okay, Jane Tofin Turnbull and Erica Turnbull.
Keep going.
Okay, all gone? Okay. Then it will be Doug Holmes, Dana Proctor, Paige Mamzik, and Daniel Sitari. Apologies for any mispronunciation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gary Banner. I'm the past president of the Granite Curling Club, past treasurer of the Granite Curling Club, representative on the Winnipeg Curling Club Association for the Granite Curling Club, and I apparently have to add Ingrid's numbers guy to that list also. The Granite Curling Club has had the beneficial use of the land in question since being built in 1913. This means the club has had uninterrupted use of this land for 112 years. You can imagine the surprise and shock when a plan to develop the lot was brought to our attention less than a year ago. Parking is a critical component of any successful curling club operation. Just to be clear, right now the curling club has 80 parking spots in the lots that we control. There's 60 spots in the west lot, and 20 in the east lot. So this rezoning, ignoring any developments possibly, would remove 60 spots from the curling club.
How many?
60.
60.
60 parking spots. Okay. Any developments that we have seen have said that they could probably squeeze in 10 or 12 spots for us on top of the stuff for the apartment people. Underground parking has never been discussed. I believe a large part of that is they're trying to use a cookie cutter design, and speed is of the essence to get this through, so they didn't want to have to change any architectural drawings or anything. So that's my opinion. Could be fact or not. Just to give an idea of how much parking is required to successfully run a curling club. The Elmwood Curling Club only relies on street parking. They're in a quiet residential neighborhood. They have about 100+ spots that are within a couple blocks for them to walk from. They are down to 127 members according to the Curl Manitoba annual report from last year. The Elmwood Curling Club has 127 members. They have 5 sheets of ice, so they're a smaller club. So their load, of course, is much smaller than the Granites. If you look at the Charleswood Curling Club, they have 160 spots for 5 sheets. If you look at the Deer Lodge Curling Club, 70 spots for 5 sheets. The Fort Garry Curling Club has 130 spots for 6 sheets. The Pembina Curling Club has 70 spots for 6 sheets. And parking is so tight for them that the grocery store on Pembina Highway next door to them has put up signs making sure people realize they are not allowed to park in their lot when they're curling. So the Pembina has expressed a concern that 70, when they're overlapping draws or if they're holding events, that 70 is really tight for them, being a 6-sheet club only. The Fort Rouge has 95 spots. The St. Vital has unlimited spots. They have a very gracious share with the grocery store on their lot so they can park as many people as they want. They're one of the few clubs that did not complain about having parking. The Heather has 95 parking spots for 8 sheets. The Sidwood Memorial Curling Club has 8 sheets, 153 parking spots. Okay. The Granite Curling Club is operating only with the 80 parking spots, plus there's about 13 spots on Granite Way that are available, but that is scramble, so there can be people, residents, et cetera, there. And we've had the opportunity to use at night, not during the day, overflow parking into the Canada Life parking spot. So Granite Curling Club has 9 sheets of ice. We are the largest curling club in the city of Winnipeg. So what that means is any draw has 72 curlers on it, 9 sheets, 8 guys a sheet. Yes, I'm an accountant, I'm sorry. 144 curlers when it's overlapping is how many people are at that building and needing parking. All the clubs except for the Fort Garry, St. Vital, and Assiniboine Memorial all say that between draws, when they have overlap loads, their parking is stressed to the limit. And their parking for less sheets is generally higher than the amount of parking that the Granite Curling Club currently has. One solution has been put forward regarding the parking situation of the Granite is to rely on the graciousness of Canada Life and use their parking lot. This is not a reliable long-term solution, as the club could be surprised at any time with an alternative development plans for the lot. Don't say it can't happen. It's happened to us this year. We have just experienced this. Also, the Granite hosts daytime events such as the Bob Picken Bonspiel, a Masters Bonspiel, Senior Bonspiels, all which have spots into provincial competitions awarded. So there's a very good attendance at those spiels, and we need to have the daytime spots. The Granite Curling Club is hosting the Canadian Curling Club Championship in November of 2025.
Are you almost done with your?
Very close.
Okay.
So we will definitely require spots for that also. Another solution is to require curlers to walk as far as 2 long blocks. There's not a lot of close parking spots. However, the residential area, you must admit, is probably somewhat less friendly than that of Elmwood. The lack of parking will cost the Granite membership. The loss of memberships will assuredly lead to the club ceasing to be viable. A loss of just 100 members would cost the club $30,000 in fees. Okay? That's a huge number.
Extension of time, 1 minute.
Okay.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried.
The loss of 9 sheets of curling, if the Granite became unviable, the loss of 9 sheets of curling ice, uprooting 1,300 members, talking to the clubs at the Winnipeg Curling Club Association, that membership could not be absorbed in all their clubs because they wouldn't have spots in the league times that we run. So we would lose active curlers in the province of Manitoba. We have a very unique culture in the curling club. The restaurant is beyond compare. A lot of people take advantage of that before, and we make sure that our draw times allow people to take advantage of that. We're a valuable asset in the community. We employ 20 people through the running of the club. We have a broad membership demographic of all ages, with many members in their 70s or older. Our Rainbow League is the largest LGBTQ league in the city. We support youth curling, Winnipeg School Division high school curlers, sight-impaired curlers, hearing-impaired curlers, and curlers requiring wheelchairs. To conclude, the rezoning of the west parking lot of the Granite will shut down the club and cost the city a valuable recreation and cultural asset. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Councilor Santos?
So you obviously are the parking guy, which is fantastic. You're the expert. Help me understand, there's a little portion here, and I've heard from other delegates speak about during the day, the 60 stalls on the west parking lot is rented out to Canada Life employees. Is that correct?
Yes, those are rented out to individuals, so it's individual contracts. On those contracts, we do have a clause in it saying that if we are holding a daytime event, they must find other parking during those times.
Excellent. You knew exactly what my question was. And how often does that obviously occur?
We try and limit it to a couple times a year. I don't know exactly how many times we've had to put out that notification.
Okay, and then I believe how many spots was that you guys leased to Canada Life employees? Out of
Only
the
40.
60?
Only 40 of the 60. We do maintain a portion of that lot for daytime curling, so there's only 40 spots that are leased. There's still 20 spots that are available to curlers.
And then out of that 40, they obviously pay a monthly rate, or is it
Correct.
a daytime rate?
It's a monthly rate.
It's a monthly rate, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wyatt and Councilor Schreier?
By way of use, sir, to our public service, if the public service is able to dig up any history pertaining to Canada Life, I recall, just because I've been here a while, that we had some sort of arrangement with Canada Life at one point when they did an expansion to their parking lots along Balmoral, Colony, pertaining to their properties on Osborne Street North, south side of Broadway, where we allowed them to expand parking. I'm not too sure if it was on our right-of-way or we waived requirements. There may be a lease scenario, I'm not sure. But there was a paper trail history in the past with Canada Life, I know that, of some sort that happened in the last 20 years or more, that we could potentially dig up that might assist us in this matter. If it's possible, the public service could look into that, it'd be very helpful.
Can we leave that with?
A paper trail, maybe with real estate, or it was some sort of arrangement that we made with them to accommodate them in their parking needs, so.
After the speaker, I can fill in some of those details. Yes, I just have
Councilor
working
Schreier,
knowledge.
do you have a
There was
question?
something?
It was an agreement related to a heritage building on the southwest corner of Canada Life's parking lot, the buffer to the neighborhood center, the neighborhood on Balmoral for the residential was created. So there was an agreement related to buffering parking because it's a substantially large surface parking lot.
Councilor Schreier?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned there can be at any one time 144 curlers as the two handoff, the two groups. That's 144, a gross of curlers in a good way.
Absolutely.
And in this case, how many parking spots are maxed at any one at its peak in a given day?
At our peak, when we have the switching of the draws,
Yeah.
we
What do you
definitely take advantage of a number of spots in the Canada Life lot. Our lot itself is completely full.
Okay, so your lot is completely full and overflow into that.
Correct.
So do you have an estimate on how many parking spots that is at peak period, in your peak hour?
I do not, I've never counted the number of spots used in Canada Life in
I
between
see.
those.
Okay. So how many spots do you have that are full, not counting the ones off the property?
80 plus the street parking, about 13 spots on.
So 93 are being used, 80
Correct.
on yours side, 13 on the street, and then the overflow, you said could be from 20 to 60, something like that?
No idea.
Over there. So we're approaching 100 parking spots.
Correct.
60 of which are now in jeopardy.
Correct.
You're saying. All right. And this is a heritage building?
Absolutely.
The gem and the jewel of curling. Okay, thank you.
100%. And it's great to see it as a curling club, not as a museum.
Yep, yeah, living, breathing heritage place, yeah, thanks.
Councilor Wyatt?
So, with the lease that you have with Canada Life on the stalls during the day, and you're saying that there's overflow on the Canada Life, is there a reciprocal agreement that exists?
The lease for the Canada Life employees during the day are individual contracts with the individual Canada Life employees.
Okay.
Canada Life has allowed us graciously to use their lot at night because they realize that they don't have people parking in it.
Right.
And they help us out. But they have mentioned to Christian that they cannot enter into a long-term agreement to make that available to us for obvious reasons.
Why? What are the obvious reasons?
Because they aren't willing to commit use of that land to the Granite Curling Club if it might perhaps next year make more business sense to build another office building, build an apartment building. They can't predict the future, so they're not willing to go into
Any
a
lease can be canceled with notice.
They wouldn't even enter in a lease. They prefer to just leave it as a handshake agreement saying, sure, you can use it, we won't complain.
I see. So there's no formal reciprocal agreement?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I just want to note that providing those numbers, especially with a view of the entire city with all the curling clubs of just how many spots, I understand that the goal is to have this be a very walkable community and close to a lot of amenities, but at the end of the day, people are driving to go and curl. If you're down to 20 spots, that's not going to work for the curling club.
Absolutely. It'll shut the club down. Thank you.
Okay, so next registered to speak is Brett Nickel, then we have Charn Kamal Brar, Jacqueline Chudley, Jane Toffman Turnbull, Erica Turnbull, Doug Holmes, Dana Proctor. Oh, sorry, are you Mr. Holmes?
Good afternoon. Thanks for bearing with us here.
It's been a long day.
Tell me about it.
As I sat there, I started thinking of how long I've been at the Granite. I'm old, 67 years now, so. Yeah, I obviously have an interest in this. It's been, as I said, it's been a long
All right,
day.
Mr. Holmes, this is Doug Holmes?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
So I won't be long.
No, please.
Councillor Wyatt has put forth 2 or 3 suggestions or solutions to this predicament, which I think have merit. One I'm not totally on board with, I guess, is the parking on the east side. Because I see that, or I expect, and they've said the administration will oppose it. Probably EPC and council will as well. However, that's the future. Christian's laid out or responded to Councillor Wyatt's proposal about a partnership to come to agreement on the differences we have. And, included in that is the parking and this Heritage Fund, I think it was referred to, which I think there's merit in that. So I guess what I'm saying, and not to go on at any length, is you've heard all the pros and cons throughout the day. I think this recommendation, or my recommendation, is that this meeting be adjourned until these solutions can be adequately resolved. And I guess that's my submission. Any questions?
Yeah, Councillor Wyatt?
Is that green jacket from the Masters?
No, that's, I'm a past president of the Granite.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next to speak in opposition is Dana Proctor. I understand Dana's no longer here. Pedja Mamzik is gone. Okay, Daniel Satari is gone. Sally St. Germain, is Sally here? She's gone, okay. Coral Dick? No, it's gone. Barry Gorlick is here, I believe. And after Barry, Lynn Newell. And after Lynn, Nathan Douglas and Carter Reese Chudley.
Any of those folks here?
Are any of those individuals here? Just, so after Barry Gorlick is Lynn Newell, Nathan Douglas, Carter Chudley, Brent Nichols, Scott Markham. All gone?
Okay, let's keep going then.
Okay.
More names?
So Michael Gravener, Queen Wen Liang. Okay. Don Woodstock is here, I believe. Okay, Don,
Perfect.
you'll be after Barry.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We're almost there.
The pleasure's been all mine.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of council, members of the administration, and if I may say so, one particularly senior member of the administration. Joni Mitchell said it best. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. And yes, this is about zoning. But it's about much more than that. No need to repeat anything that's been said today, but to give you perspective and some additional facts that I hope you'll find helpful, let me tell you I've been a resident of this city since January 29th, 1955, at 4:19 in the morning, according to my birth certificate. I love this city. By 1965, I was introduced to curling at a pretty new club, where apparently as a 3-year-old, I was part of the ribbon cutting ceremony in 1958 with my father and 9 others who put $1,000 in. And there were a couple of locals there, including a fellow named Ed Schreier, because it mattered to them to build what became my daycare center. You heard Mr. Hay talk about the 13 clubs, each of which I've curled at, that no longer exist. Rossmere exists, but not for curling. So we're down to 11 clubs within the city, and here's a point that I do not believe has been centered clearly enough so far. There's the Granite, and we all know where it's located. The next closest club to the Granite, as the crow flies, or as Google now tells me, because I'm told there's something called an internet, and my grandchildren looked it up for me, is Pembina. And the next closest is Charleswood. And the next after that is Fort Rouge. And the next after that is St. Vital and Heather. I think I've made my point. There's only the Granite. So we can dance on the head of a pin about viability, and I love her to death. I've been a guest in her home. Councillor Rowland said, and I quote, "This is about rezoning and only that. We're in a race against the clock." No, we're not. Artificial timelines, even linked to a federal funding initiative. And by the way, would anybody bet me that there's a political party at the civic, provincial, or federal level that would even think of suggesting that they will not continue funding for subsidized housing in the remainder of my lifetime? But I realize that the artificial urgency of this is driven by this particular funding model. It's driven by something else. Can we imagine any developer, even one as right-minded as this one, wanting to have 600 plus members of a curling club as their partners in this project? Of course not. It's convenient, it's tidy, it's easier for this developer to get this zoning approval today. Councillor Wyatt, you nailed it, of course. Some of you know what I used to do for a living. This process doesn't have the ability to pass my smell test, but happily I'm retired, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. You've heard far too much, but importantly, about how the process maybe had some problems. So here we are. Final comment. I'll need less than a minute if you'll indulge me.
Extension of time, 1 minute. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I volunteered in recent years at the Granite on Saturday mornings to do what? To teach non-curlers how to curl. I hasten to add, I haven't seen any of the members of this committee drop in, but you're welcome anytime. We attract children, adults, and seniors from Gordon Bell, from the University of Winnipeg. I can tell you on a Saturday morning, it's the United Nations. People are on their hands and knees, FaceTiming to Central Asia, to the Far East, talking about the fact they're standing on ice, because their only other experience is walking on our sidewalks. And I'm going to compliment you as a lifelong resident. Our sidewalks have never been looked after better than this winter. On the 18th of February, Cirque du Soleil is spending the afternoon at the Granite, being coached by a bunch of us. Why? Because it's central, they can get there, they're excited to try curling, and these are world-class athletes. Keep those thoughts in mind as you deliberate. I'm grateful for your time. Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
Just in terms of the long-term viability of the club, you've been curling there for many years. What is your thoughts, sir, in terms of the implication here? The building that's being proposed has approximately 23 parking stalls for 111 units, which is a really low parking ratio. Typically, we try to get a 1-for-1 parking ratio, maybe a 0.8 parking ratio at the least. This one is just very low, which means not only is the club going to lose parking here, but then you're going to have pressure from the residents who are living in that building, who will be coming home and competing for the same parking that the members of the Granite Curling Club are going to be competing in the evenings and weekends, when the residents of that building are also going to want parking. I'm assuming the ones that maybe are not rent geared to income and not deeply affordable, which is about 56 units, so it's about 2-for-1. In other words, 50% are only having parking stalls. The other 50% of the market rent units will not have a parking stall. Pressure would be on them. Some of those units will want 2 parking stalls if there's 2 drivers, maybe less. Knowing that, what do you see as the future of the club if we were to approve everything as is? If we were just to go ahead and approve everything as is, knowing the impact that this building will have on the parking supply in the area, knowing the impact of the loss of your parking, knowing the impact of the implication to 9 sheets of curlers and the competition for parking for that use, what do you think will be the long-term viability of the Granite if this were to go forward?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I was hoping someone would ask it. It's only 3 more sleeps till the Super Bowl. What would the odds be of this club, in the circumstances you've described, being able to maintain itself even at the level it's at, as opposed to going in the other way? What would the over-under be among the odds makers in Vegas? You wouldn't be able to get anyone to lay money on the bet. That's my answer. More to the point, and this isn't about me, anything but, I've never parked in the Granite parking lot once, nor in the Fort Rouges, nor in St. Vitel's, nor at Pembina's, nor at Charleswoods. I've curled in every one of these clubs recently, because when you reach a certain age, you become a master's curler, and it takes 0 skill, but you got to have a particular number in front of your age. It's a curly one. I do it because I know the people who need to be closer to the entranceways, especially in January and February, can benefit more than I can from the lot, and I use it as a warm-up. Coming back to your question, without anyone having a crystal ball, we're Winnipeggers. Common sense. It's not going to be good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schreier.
Sure, thank you. And in terms of your comment, yeah, my earliest memories of curling are curling with my parents. And yeah, part of the, I only curl once a year on principle of the Elmwood Curling Club, because I represent the Elmwood Curling Club. It's not my greatest sport, but it's a sport I certainly respect and dear to our hearts as Winnipeggers. You're talking now in terms of that. You're talking about your lifelong, well, many decade-long relationship with with our city and with curling and with the granite. Do you recall, do you have anything to say in terms of when, because this is very important. I have to let people know what I'm thinking at this point. I am scared that this heritage building is going to, we're going to lose it. We're going to lose its living, breathing life of this, and that's really important to us. And it's really important to me. And can you say anything in terms of the status of the Granite Curling Club building receiving its heritage building status?
I can. Rossmere closed its curling, if I can bring it back to Rossmere for a moment. Sure. Because the poured concrete pad that was put there in 1958 as a cost-saving measure had no rebar in it. And it sunk 9 inches, and by 2019, it became economically unfeasible to replace the pad. An added fact is this. In 1965, the reason so many of us as 10-year-olds started curling was because the junior program was Sunday at 8 in the morning. And if we curled, we didn't have to go to Sunday school at John Black United Church. So the program was filled. Let me bring you back to the granite. Absolutely, positively, for sure, this heritage building, whenever I throw rocks there, and I'm there often because it's a type of therapy, there's nothing like the sound of a curling rock on freshly pebbled ice, by the way. And when she retired, Jennifer Jones said the thing she's going to miss most is the smell of the ice. That old structure, I just hope Turnbull Whitaker Insurance has a big enough policy on it, because with snow loads and with that old barn and with the span and with there not being a single center beam within it, I don't think it was CAD designed in 1913. I'm pretty sure it was pencil and paper. But much more seriously, it's going to need serious capital infusions, and there are some of us, including various levels of government, who will see to it that that capital is available, because it matters.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, by way of the delegation through to our administration, I'd kindly request also, it appears that along Colony Street, which is still a right-of-way of the City of Winnipeg, that we have granted easement, most likely to Canada Life, to park on the West Boulevard with permanent parking stalls running north and south, parking stalls running east and west, but the going north and south up and down Colony Street on the west side. I see as many as 20 to 30 parking stalls that have been granted on the boulevard. Number one, is that a permanent easement? Was that a permanent sale that was granted to them? Number two, in light of the fact that we set precedent for parking on a boulevard, which is perpendicular parking, there's still remaining boulevard on that section of Colony that could be used for parking that is not being used. Is that something we could look at? I'd like to know the information to those questions.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Gorlick at this time?
No, none at all.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
It appears we still own that street.
North of Granite Way, Colony is not an open public right-of-way. That's all part of the Great Canada Life property.
So we sold the right-of-way?
I don't know if it was ever opened.
According to Google Maps, it still shows as Colony Street.
Yeah, but if you go to our mapping system on iView, it's not an open right-of-way. It's just part of the property of Canada Life.
So we closed the right-of-way?
We may have. I don't have.
Can we get a history on that and just see if there were any terms around that closure?
We could look for the history on
Yeah,
that, Councillor.
that'd be
And
great.
then south of Granite Way, that part of Colony is open as a right-of-way, and it terminates at that pump house building.
And was it ever, I see along that from Google Map again, that there is room on the west side, maybe even on the east side, for potential perpendicular parking along that right-of-way? Is that something that's been explored as per this development?
Definitely something we would be willing to explore. I don't know if the half office has had discussions on that piece.
Okay.
I'm sure that Water and Waste would be involved in the discussions.
Yeah,
And they
of course.
probably need some maintenance access to that pump house, so
Right.
perhaps there could be an opportunity there.
Okay.
All right.
Need another water break.
We have, I believe, our final delegate, unless the clerk would like to call
So
anybody else.
John Woodstock is next. Michael Gravener, he's gone? Okay. David Grant is joining us via Zoom and wishes to speak in opposition, and Justin Dahlman is registered for
I need a
information.
5-minute break. Or 2-minute break. Need a 2-minute break.
Okay, we will grant a quick break here, and then we'll come back with Mr. Woodstock. Thank you for your patience. And welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. We are currently in our lone hearing of the day, the subdivision and rezoning of 22 Granite Way. And with us in delegation opposed to the subdivision and rezoning is Mr. Don Woodstock. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, councillors, members of the executive, goodly fellas, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I thank the Almighty God for giving us this opportunity and this wonderful day. I have a problem. I've listened this morning. I've been here from morning, as you know. And in my estimation, unless I'm wrong, but the hierarchy of the city of Winnipeg is the councillors are ultimately responsible for certain decision makes. So the bureaucrats, the planning department folks, when they bring issues like this to the table, it would have had to pass through certain scrutiny before, and there are certain procedures. This one seemed to leap over everybody else. I'm also going to take the opportunity to remind us, if anybody want to talk to us about the accelerated program. Andrew Marcus had 1,900 units to be built, and it took him 14 years to get his approval. 14 years, 1,900 units. I know one fellow who has 6,000 plus units before your body and waiting on approval, and yet you all want to push this one through. I wonder why.
Mr. Woodstock, if you could direct your comments to the chair, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Respectfully, it's okay. So my issue is to the chair and to this body, why is it that we're using the accelerated program monies that we get from the federal government as an excuse to subvert the process and the procedures? And Councillor Wyatt had mentioned this as his first observation this morning, and I appreciate it, and also yourself, Chair Evan Duncan. It seemed to be like we're almost in a rush for this. Now, the reason I'm here is because I know a couple of curlers who have called me and says, Don, I can't believe this is happening. And when they explain to me what's happening, I go, this is wrong. Winnipeg, I love curling just because of Jennifer Jones, hearing this lady scream on the TV, got me into curling. That's where I am, okay? I'm a Jamaican, okay? So I understand that, and I loved it ever since, thanks to Jennifer Jones. But the problem that I'm having here is we are in a state where the city should be working with every organization group that is out there trying to maintain or keep their facility growing. So any issue that any department brings to this table to try and reduce parking, which is going to reduce the viability of the center, we should reject it without even this whole day spending on doing anything like this. Because if they had followed the process, in all due respect, we wouldn't be here in the first place. And I wouldn't have to take a day from my work. Unfortunately, I don't work, I don't get paid. Some of us don't have that privilege, and I'm okay with that because that's my choice. However, I do not want to see, in my estimation, the tail wags the dog. We have to figure out by now, with all due respect, ladies and gentlemen, that the process must be made very clear to the administrative body that, listen, you can't put something on us as councillors and expect us to find, as Councillor Wright says, let's get together for 4 moments and try and find a solution. No. Take your matter from where it starts. Start with your process. You can't get that process through your head. Then I don't believe the people who are running the department should be there. That's my opinion, not casting any judgment on anybody. but the process must be followed. I can't break the law because all of a sudden, no, I'm getting $100 million from the federal government. We're going to break the law. We're going to jump over everybody else. There are 6,000 units on the table right now waiting for a year or two to be approved. Why don't we get those done first? If the accelerated program is to do just that, and I'm sorry, the architects are gone already, but I'll ask the architects one question. If they had a choice to get all of those 600 homes in the north end being accelerated and get it for housing stock versus have them lock up and bastardize community centers and bastardize some parking lot because they want it, which one would they choose? And I have a funny feeling that the right choice is let's get these other stocks, let's get these other planning that is on the book sitting, gathering dust. Let's get them passed immediately because we want the accelerated program to be, oh yeah, we're doing something for housing. We can't pretend like we're doing something for housing stock, and at the same time we have 6, 8, 9, 10,000 approvals waiting. That's nonsense, and that's putting it mildly.
Thank you, Mr. Woodstock.
Yep.
Seeing no questions at this time, I appreciate your presentation today.
I saw Jason.
Yeah.
You have a question?
Yeah, thank you. All right, you know what, you kind of pointed out our dilemma. I've been talking with that all day. We, the councillors, we're in a dilemma here.
Yes.
We have to sort of stand in judgment of what's taking place on that side
Yes.
by the administration too, as well as around us here. And it's not a very, it's an unusual situation, especially given the timeline, and it's not very comfortable.
No.
And thank you for sympathizing with that, Don. And you said it to us as well. There's other things that we have to deal with too, account for, is the other development projects taking place in the city. You all bothered to offer a number. What is that number again, you said, Mr. Woodstock?
In fact, I'll put it to you mildly, because I asked the fellow this morning. I said, you've got to give me something that I can bring to the table. You all know who John Winthrop is.
You know what, we're going to stick to the subdivision and rezoning of.
But the subdivision, without.
Please feel free to comment on that. Is your question in regards to the development across Winnipeg, Councillor
Well,
Schreier?
it is a question of our necessity to prioritize our funds and our time, given what we're told is a short window of time. Where do we place this one in what we do? Who do we rely on to make those decisions? Because we will be making those decisions one way or the other.
Okay.
And that's
Mr. Woodstock?
Yeah, so to answer that question, if we have, with all due respect, if we have right now 100 units to be approved tomorrow morning before you all make this decision, or before this issue of 150 units and Balmoral is waiting and for approval. There's so many other approvals that's sitting out there. I don't want to get into the details to bore you, but why are we not getting those done first? Right? If that's the name of the game, to accelerate the program, well, the first thing I would do, with all due respect to the planning department, everybody who's been waiting for 6 months or a year, I would call them in tomorrow morning, approve. Why not? Because we'll get the stock, we'll get the stock up, right? Because bear something in mind. Even though the homes in the north end is not desirable to a lot of folks, but imagine if we had 600 new renovated, new 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom homes in the north end, if we use that money for that reason. There's no reason why the developer have to come here and tell you about 150 new units is now going to be qualified for that program. And at the same time, you are reducing the opportunity for this curling to, and we're curling capital. My theme has always been more sports, less crime. If we start to bastardize, what keeps the community going, we should be looking to spend money and help them to improve it rather than to reduce it. And this is my issue. Why are we not spending money to get rid of the stock? Reduce the wait time. All of this nonsense that people are telling me about, and they're calling me because they can't be here. They cannot be here because I have the flexibility of I owning my own business. So I'm not speaking for Don Woodstock, and if you think I'm speaking for Don Woodstock, please, you're making a sad mistake.
Thank you. And Don, this committee here is committed to moving projects along to make sure that we're feeding that housing need in Winnipeg. There are several things that are in the queue that are, in the matter of days, weeks, whatever it might be here, are going to be pushed through to be approved, and recommendations coming forward from the public service. This is the Housing Accelerator Fund. This particular parcel of land was identified with 7 others, and that's what we're here today to discuss. I don't disagree with you that we need to make our processes better. I don't think that the public service disagrees with that as well. We're going to get things moving here. I understand the frustration. I hear you on that, but it is a work in progress. At least from my perspective, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the committee or the public service. Give me some time and we'll work towards that.
Thought. I believe, in all fairness, if anybody comes before this committee and offer you, gentlemen, the most elaborate plan to take away from any of the community centers and anything that the city needs to cut up to make for housing, you should reject it on the basis that they're not being sincere.
Well, the great news about that, Don, is that we have the chair of community services now sitting on this committee that will ensure that our community services is protected in Councillor Santos. So, great news.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
All right, so the next, so the last speaker registered in opposition is David Grant, who's joining us via Zoom today.
Mr. Grant.
Hi, David. We've asked you to start your video, so if you could please start the video and unmute yourself.
I'm asking, hi, yes. Yeah, I've got, Can
I just ask?
I'll just be very very brief and stick very much to the topic. I will point out, and I sent messages out to the committee, if you look at the big buildings on Portage west of Moray, you will see the whole ground level is used for parking. The usable space for apartments starts on what would be the 2nd floor. If you adopted that model in this parking lot, then it would be a great improvement. And it's an option nobody considered. If you think of most of Galveston, Texas is built that way with no residential floor space on the ground level. If run by Granite, they can copy the design on Portage and lose no more than a couple of spots. Recall that new apartment buildings in Selkirk years ago were threatened with floodwater. They built them right down near the river, and the river came up a bit too high with a design where nobody's apartment floor is within 10 feet of the ground. Everybody will be safe no matter what kind of spring flooding you have. So I just wanted to get that idea out there for both the proponents and the Granite folks that consider a design that has the full ground level as parking. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you very much. I see no questions at this time. Appreciate you waiting here today. I believe we have your delegation on our main agenda as well, so we'll hear back from you shortly. That is the end.
Okay, just confirming that no one else in the gallery is looking to speak in opposition to this matter. Okay, so Justin Dahlman is also registered for information, but I understand Justin Dahlman was not going to speak. So confirming that no one else in the gallery wishes to speak with respect to this application. Okay, if there are questions for the public service.
Questions for public service? I have a few.
Yes, I can start off.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Santos.
Okay. I don't even know where to start. Okay. Subdivision. That's what we're here to talk about. I'm just going to go to specifically page, I'm looking at the report here. The committee members will enlighten me. I guess Schedule A, which kind of breaks down the 2 lots, Lot 1 and Lot 2. With respect to the proposed Lot 1, we are rezoning it to Riverbank sector, correct? Right? Just enlighten me. Okay, walk me through this. Okay.
It'll Riverbank, just to be clear for the record. But yes, so Riverbank.
Okay, because that's what it's currently zoned, is Riverbank. Okay. If we do that lot, the discussions about the lease, the land, all that stuff, that still needs to happen afterwards, right? Those conversations, whatever that may be, with Gord Chapel or whatever, the lease of the building, whatever arrangements happening there, those conversations still need to happen moving forward.
Correct, and maybe I'll lead in with a little bit, John might be able to clarify. I can lead in a little bit, John maybe can clarify, but essentially, like, we can't really get into a full agreement without having the right zoning in place, because a lot of approvals, when you go up the chain towards the CMHC, require zoning in place to secure funding. So we're sort of, again, these are parallel processes, and this is one of them, and the lease agreement, which is contingent on those funding and all those other sorts of arrangement, is happening at the same time and will continue going forward, is the intent.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's fine. So then with respect to the proposed Lot 2 that we are rezoning to character sector, right? Under the downtown bylaw. Parking seems to be the one that's kind of the catalyst of this project. Remind me again, there is no parking requirement at all in the downtown. Is that correct? Maybe somebody like,
Yeah, that's correct. There's no minimum parking requirement. It would be voluntary on the developer to provide parking
okay.
across downtown.
Now, we as a council or at the administration, what point in time, what juncture and point in time in the process could we tell the developer to say, you need to provide X amount of parking?
To require parking that isn't otherwise required?
Correct.
I'm not sure that I know exactly. I suppose you would be in this process if you felt that there was a need to consider parking, but I would imagine there might be other ways to look at doing that.
So that's what I'm wondering, because we're talking about, and sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there, but as I'm looking at the report here, there's a couple of sections here in the service recommendation where you talk about development agreements be deemed to be concluded and all approvals in connection with same will expire if the developer fails to secure all necessary plan approval signatures. So like, we're not at the plan approval, but that's what I'm wondering. What point and juncture in all of this could parking be brought up again and negotiated? Because right now, like, all we're doing is just rezoning. I get that. I get that, right? So I'm having a hard time at this juncture supporting either or, but it seems like the parking is the crux of the issue here. So I'm trying to figure out at what point in time can parking be negotiated if we subdivided the land? If there's no point in juncture, so I guess I'm making my speech, if there's no point in, if there's no time where there's gonna be a negotiation of the parking, it's hard for me to justify to move forward and subdivide the land. So as I'm looking at the report here in item 11, one of your recommendations here, the development agreement, is that the juncture where we can talk about parking and negotiate parking? Is it at the plan approval state that is going to happen between, the director? Because I don't see it coming back to any committee to have plan approval at any committee. So I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you understand my question?
I can clear up a couple of easy ones first. So there is always an urban design review, which is why you're not seeing a plan approval in there. Downtown has urban design review, so that's why that's not included. If the committee wished to have the City of Winnipeg explore parking options, this would be your juncture.
Right now.
This would be it. You can also, because these are things that are continuing in discussion, and real estate would have a better appreciation for this in terms of the agreement that's been discussed in terms of it's coming through the real estate and the Granite about their parking concerns. There has been conversations about parking throughout that process, and that would continue. You can sort of put that trust in the process of the lease agreement, but you can also, you have through the charter, the ability to provide conditions within a rezoning application, if that was a concern.
Is that an amendment in the Winnipeg Public Service recommendation?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's a new amendment.
it would be a condition, like just adding one of the.
Well, that's different. A condition is different. From my understanding, a condition is different.
It would be a condition, not
It
a.
would be a condition. Okay.
But, sorry, just to clarify, under the real estate lease policy, any lease under the Housing Accelerator Fund program must include a condition for plan approval at the relevant community committee. So, you know, that's certainly forthcoming as part of, as part of the condition
Right.
for plan approval.
That's right, because we're leasing the land. So the developer is technically not purchasing the land. We are leasing the land to the developer to build XYZ with parking, possibly. So is that the negotiation time? Is that through the real estate framework lease portion? Is that when the negotiation of the parking is going to occur? Because then that's completely separate and aside from what the planning committee, at this juncture, is my understanding. That's more of an internal negotiation.
So I guess the concerns are that within this application, you're talking about on-site, and you're talking about a specific parcel of land versus a lease agreement can include different conversations. From my understanding, I think it might be best to ask real estate in terms of their process in discussing lease agreements versus ours in zoning, just to be clear.
Okay? Was my question clear?
Mark, I think it's to you.
Sorry, what was the question?
So my understanding is because this land is a leased land, right? The city of Winnipeg is owning proposed Lot 2, releasing the land to the proponent. There's going to be obviously negotiations of that lease of what the building is going to look like, XYZ, and what the parking is going to look like, right, ABC. They're stating, in this process here, I could make an amendment, add a new recommendation as a condition to talk about the parking scenario, to come up with the parking plan. I don't know what the language is, but I'm just saying, obviously, parking seems to be the crux of the issue, and I feel for the Granite people. So, motion here to negotiate parking, or what they're stating is what I'm hearing is that real estate, which is a completely different process, not here at the planning stage, the subdivision, real estate would have to go and negotiate the parking situation under the real estate framework, is what I'm hearing.
So HAF has also delegated authority, council's delegated authority through HAF to the CAO to negotiate agreements, right? And sales or leases.
Or leases.
Specifically.
Okay.
So real estate would assist the HAF program in terms of conditions of approval, et cetera. Would real estate lead? I'm not sure. Like, we'd certainly participate to support HAF.
Okay.
But in terms of the building footprint, parking requirements and everything else, I'm wondering if the applicant could also address those in his rebuttal. in terms
Yeah,
of the
when he
questions
comes
that
in
you're
response,
asking.
okay.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to understand the process on when, my issue is when is the negotiation of the parking? Because I understand all we're doing here is subdividing the land and rezoning. You know what I mean? Like, we don't necessarily need to talk about parking. We've heard under the bylaws that no parking requirement is actually required at all. You can actually go out and lease the land to the proponent, and they can actually build whatever they want, because there is no parking requirement. But I'm trying to be cognizant of that, right? I'm trying to be open and transparent to the people who are going to be in the proposed Lot 1, that they do require some parking. And I'm hoping that there is a partnership there to talk about the parking. So we, as the city who owns the land, I'm trying to figure out, when are we going to negotiate? When is the city of Winnipeg going to negotiate the parking? At what juncture does that negotiate? Do I have to tell you guys to do that and negotiate it with a motion here?
Or will that happen during the real estate, or will that happen during when the lease agreement is being discussed with the proponent? That's what I'm trying to figure out so that I can have a sound judgment on either approving it or not approving it.
Yeah, and approval of the subdivision specifically will impact Lot 1 and their parking. And we've heard that all afternoon. Like if council directed, or this committee directed us to explore options as part of the negotiations for the new lease with the Granite, we would certainly endeavor to do so. So that's within your authority to recommend that.
Okay. I think I'm good.
Sorry, what is within our authority?
You can direct the public
can
service
direct-
to explore options for parking in coordination with the Granite Curling Clubs.
Okay.
I just want to seek clarification perhaps from the clerk, and if not, our director can chime in as well. As a part of the, is there a plan approval process to this or not? Do we know?
I would look to the planner for that clarification.
Yes, and so we, certainly, the committee today can impose a condition on today's rezoning to require a zoning agreement. And the zoning agreement then, under that process, could stipulate parking requirements. Where the city is the applicant, like it is today, the zoning agreement would be registered as a development scheme since we can't require an agreement with ourselves.
Yeah,
So-
okay, and then,
Yeah.
so as a part of the approval or rejection of this as well today, are we able to put on there that the public's, I mean, we're getting into the lease issue here now, but the public service also negotiate with any potential developer and the Granite Curling Club to subsidize existing revenue streams? And like I want to identify all the things that they have come forward with as their concerns, especially when it comes to sustainability of the club. You know, our one delegate today spoke quite clearly about the fact that if we eliminate 60 spots, it makes it very difficult for them. Do I feel in reality that they'll be able to park across the street? Of course, but there's no assurance to that. So how far can we go today on the conditions?
You may certainly direct us to, as part of this agreement, negotiate adequate parking and revenue streams to make up for
I know.
this somewhat dubious stream today.
Yes. Sorry, did I see, can I go to the public
Yeah.
service here just to, are you following up on the same question here? Okay, yeah,
Same
and
point,
we'll go
same
to Councilor
question.
Wyatt.
Sorry, Councilor, I'll jump in. At the risk of having too many cooks in the kitchen on the matter right now as we sort it out, I think there could be direction for the city of Winnipeg to explore options to provide additional parking to the Granite, either on site, through agreements, whatever. I think we've heard that's a requirement. And the question will be to the satisfaction of whom?
Right.
What we would normally do is do it to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning, Property and Development. So there's a nuance. They're not the ones directly involved in the negotiation, but it would have to be to their satisfaction, reflecting the discussion that's taken place today. That could be a condition to move forward. I would note that at the moment, we don't have current agreements in place with anybody. The Granite isn't over. So there's going to be conversations over the next year. The building's not being built tomorrow. There's not a building to be built. There's no, and we could tie it, because I know the committee's looking for some assurance that be negotiated to the satisfaction prior to the receiving an application for a development permit at the site. And that way it's time specific as well.
Okay, so when you're saying who it goes back to, is there a possibility, whomever wants to answer this, is there a possibility for whatever agreement to come back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development?
The way I just stated it, no. And that would be back to, do you want to have a public hearing on, is the lease okay? We typically don't do the leases because it would then be tied in with, I'm assuming it will be tied in with some conditions within the lease. We haven't had those discussions about the lease. That's where, it's a chicken egg.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Councillor Wyatt?
Well, the amendment that I could accept based on the discussions here today is basically to approve the subdivision subject to the City of Winnipeg entering into a long-term lease agreement with the Granite Curling Club to make the said curling club whole again, re the loss of 80 parking stalls that are acceptable to the Granite Curling Club, and that this be done prior to the execution of the development agreement, and failing that the development agreement and the said rezoning shall be canceled. I'm approving it subject to you sorting this out prior to the execution of the development agreement and the rezoning. And typically that takes a year for the city to do. Let's say you speed it up, you do it 6 months. But that throws it back in your, I mean, the irony of all this debate is this. I don't know what sort of process the administration went into, and I like to know the answer to the question before I ask a question typically. But I have a feeling that we say that there is a huge housing crisis at hand, and if there is a huge housing crisis at hand, then it's all hands on deck. Namely, that there should have been a full inventory done. We have a central business district, a CBD, down at south of Portage Avenue and north of Portage, that is a mass of parking lots, many of which are owned by either us or the provincial government, a department of, or a provincial crown corporation, or the federal government. And I can't help but think that just one of those parking lots could have been made available for this project instead of picking after a small not-for-profit community group. And that if we, Heritage Group, and if we could have done a full inventory, if it's all hands on deck, with regards to the housing crisis affecting the city, then surely to God, everybody's parking lots are up for housing, for affordable housing, and deeply affordable housing. As a matter of fact, there should be first, considering that they signed on to agreements saying that housing is a right, and we as a city have not. So I beg the question, and I'm going to ask the question, you don't have to get back to me now on it. I'd like to know what was the big net thrown out with regards to the search for lands in the downtown for housing first, for affordable housing projects. And if provincial parking lots were not considered and federal parking lots were not considered, including their crown corporations, I like to know why not. I'd like to know where their parking lots put up and where they offered, and have we approached them? Are they part of the solution, or are they part of the problem? Because just simply going after a not-for-profit group, when you got literally across the other side of the street on Osborne, there's a provincial parking lot right on Kennedy. Who's it serving? Provincial Civil Service, a massive parking lot, smudged in between multiple family housing projects on the south side and the north side. Go have a look, right across from the LG's house. Right there you can put up a beautiful unit, and they'd have all the parking they need, actually, for the units that are there, because it's more than twice the size of this lot. But, you know, my concern is that we have not done that for whatever reason, political or otherwise. And therefore, I can only support this to ensure that this club is made whole again. If we had done that, correct me if I'm wrong, we have done that, I'll stand corrected, but I don't recall that report ever coming to council saying we did a massive search of all the provincial and federal parking lots in the downtown, and that they're on the table for affordable housing, as they should be, considering it should be all hands on deck. There's a housing crisis. And let them figure out, like we're having to figure out now, you know, figure out how to provide parking to their employees. You know, we say, well, take transit. That's what we try to tell our folks, right? Now what we tell our folks? Ride a bike, everything else. So anyway,
If I may.
those are my thoughts. What was the big net thrown out?
We do have a center plan policy to work with province of Manitoba to redevelop provincial or crown corporation-owned surface parking lots for residential development. So we do have that as an action listed in center plan. Yeah, and we...
Implementing the action list now.
It involves conversations with additional governments, and this, yeah, has to be ongoing, so.
Well, this is a great way to bring it to a head.
So if I might,
Yes.
through our chair, We certainly have been in ongoing conversations with the province on this topic as per the center plan action. And, you know, that process is part of their update of their own housing plan that is ongoing now and that is required of them through their federal regulations. And so there's certainly discussion on how those properties can make their way into the Land Enhancement Office of the Housing Accelerator Fund. However, as you may realize, that process is not a speedy one on the province's side, so that is something we certainly hope for in future years, and we absolutely are nurturing that dialogue. The current valuation of those Crown Corp parking lots is just over $41 million at 2025 tax rolls. We've looked at them very carefully, and those conversations are ongoing. But the reason this property, which is under our ownership, is being brought forward today is it's the only one that could be actioned today within this time frame. Those future ones certainly are part of the holistic solution to a large problem.
I appreciate your response, Hazel, and I thank you for it. However, I will just say this, and I don't mean to contradict you in any way, shape, or form, and I appreciate your response. However, the University of Winnipeg, last time I checked, is funded both by the province of Manitoba and the federal government in terms of funding for universities. Okay? And that if anybody can open any doors with the province, surely to goodness it's the University of Winnipeg who's here before us today, that they could actually open doors. And I look at the province's parking lots. I look at the building they have in government services right on Broadway and Portage Avenue. I look at the property they have behind their compensation board up on Maryland, north of Portage. I look at the properties all around the convention center that are all provincial and Crown Corporation lands. I look at the land on Kennedy, all over the downtown. The province has big surface parking lots, and probably one of the biggest owners in the downtown, actually, outside of the private sector. And I have a hard time believing that an entity that is directly funded by the province of Manitoba's higher education department is unable to open doors for us to find a solution, to get them a site, to build them this project so that we can flow the HAF money quickly without having to beat up a not-for-profit community group that's running a heritage building and trying to stay alive and throwing the onus back on them. I think it's wholly unfair to what I'm hearing here today, and I'm very reluctant to potentially make a decision that could jeopardize this historic club. And that's the concern that I have, and I don't know about the rest of the committee members, but.
I hear you on all that, Councillor White. I just want to, keep in mind that we, as a council, directed the public service to go and find city-owned lots.
We did.
Yes, there's no doubt that there is
I'd be
surface
happy to
lots
transfer
throughout
them on
that
land in my ward.
provincial and federal. So.
I've identified in your ward.
Yeah, we could actually transfer them there.
And you'd removed it from the list.
No, I removed it because you guys had a walkway down the middle. And I said, bring it back and consolidate.
Okay, we will
I removed it for a
refocus
reason.
on the matter at hand today, which is the subdivision and rezoning
You
of
didn't hear why I
22
removed
Granite Way.
I'd be happy
Do we
to
wish
move it
to
there.
hear from the proponent in rebuttal at this point in time?
I haven't asked any questions of the
You would like to ask questions? Please go ahead.
So in consistent with my colleagues who also made comments, I'd like to say in terms of the U of W, we've talked about the relationship with the city of Winnipeg as well as the province of Manitoba. Dare I say, someone who just published his autobiography, long-standing relationship with both the UW and the federal government, Lloyd Axworthy as a personification of the relationship of the UW with the federal government as well, in terms of avenues of support, all sorts of support. Okay, so now we have heard that at this meeting, parking is on the table as a legitimate aspect of this meeting. So it's on the table and it's up in the air. So now I got curling and ping pong in the same issue here. Now, I'd like to know, I'm gonna get, maybe some of this will be redundancy. What consideration to the curling club and impact on the viability of maintaining the use, the traditional use, the historic use for which it is an historic building, of the curling club was considered, in terms of maintaining that viability, was considered in the plan here? How was it prioritized?
Councillor, we actually have a center plan policy for that. So that is, we do, and we have been hearing through the center plan process and through the identification of these city lands. We did include a policy for this, so I hope this brings comfort to the committee. The policy or the action is to explore the feasibility, and Dan did mention this earlier, but explore feasibility of redeveloping this surface parking lot next to the Granite Curling Club to include both market and non-market housing that supports club operations and or building maintenance. So this has been thought of. This is council-approved action that you have directed us to do, so we are already bound by this.
So we've got a center plan, but besides the center plan, we put extra obligations on buildings that we give a heritage designation to, whether the owners of the building like it or not. We've had many appeals here where the owners of a building, they don't want the heritage designation. It causes them problems. In this case, we're applying a standard procedure, which is a center plan, to something that is special to the city of Winnipeg, to City Hall, whether the owner appreciates it or not. We put those obligations on them. We put those restrictions. We put those impose those financial obligations and restrictions on the owners of these heritage buildings. Is there something beyond center plan for which we've given consideration to them in terms of any numbers you can provide me, in terms of any number of parking spaces they need to maintain the viability of the club, considering the fact that it's they who are maintaining the viability, the operational viability of the heritage building, maintaining its historic purpose and function?
I think only what we have said before. I believe that is a separate lease conversation.
Yeah.
Right now, we have to weigh in on the rezoning, and we were directed September 26th to have, explore this property for affordable housing, and so that is why you are here, and this is the committee's decision today.
Right, and sorry.
If I may too, just for everyone's own knowledge, that there is a heritage fund for downtown for any sort of reparations to buildings and stuff that anyone can apply for. And you could certainly ask if the club has, but other heritage buildings do apply for and get funding to update their buildings. So outside of this process and a lease agreement that with the full intent to have a heritage fund for them to provide sustainable funding, there also are other avenues that any owner of a heritage building can pursue to get funding to repair that building.
I'm the chair of the Historical Building and Resource Committee. I'm aware of our very limited annual budget of a few dozen thousands of dollars per year. Is that the Heritage Fund you're referring to?
Yes. Correct.
I think it's about $50,000 a year for the entire city, something like that.
I don't have the numbers in
Okay.
my hand.
Is there anything else, the administration, the term Heritage Fund was mentioned today. Is there anything further to my comment on the actual number of the annual Heritage Fund for the entire city and all those buildings that are designated historical buildings, whether they like it or not? Is there anything else any members of the administration would like to comment on that Heritage Fund?
Councillor, if I may, we're starting to get into sort of thoughts that were to be included in the lease conversations. Okay. So I with that, but there has been conversation, because as I said, there's no agreements with anybody at the current time. But there is conversation, and the club also acknowledged a ceiling, or a floor rather, of a substantial figure that reflects the same amount of money that could come in place of a land lease and selling, in place of the city of Winnipeg selling the land. There would be an annual land lease in lieu that would be contributed to a fund that would go to capital improvements for the club. That was one of the things that was being discussed.
Is that a Heritage Fund?
We would use it through, and now I'm into the minutiae of it, the Gail Parvin Hammerquist Fund as a sub-account in there to be held in reserve that we'd collaborate with the club on for ongoing capital improvements, required repairs, et cetera. There's a number of other conditions that are in there. I'm leaving parking aside for the moment to help make them whole related to loss of a revenue stream.
Okay, and this is being done as a subset through the Historical Building and Resource Committee?
No,
I
it would be a
think so.
separate component related to the leasing, the agreements with the city, the proponent on the site, the club itself, and the city of Winnipeg.
So-
Separate from the Heritage, we would use the Heritage Fund simply to flow the money through. It has to go somewhere. We don't want it going to general revenues, is really what I'm saying.
Okay, so there would be extra money to the annual Heritage Fund specifically funneled directly
For the granite.
For the granite. Can we talk about, therefore, have we talked about this yet, the specifics of this yet today? I know we mentioned Heritage Fund this morning. I didn't know anything about what they meant by Heritage Fund, which is why I'm asking 6 hours later.
I would be careful though, Councillor, we're now getting in, and I would acknowledge that.
Well, I didn't mention it.
No, in delegation, it was mentioned that the November 7th was, I would deem it an aggressive ask of the city, with respect. We cannot meet those terms, that was that, but I think what was expressed was to have a conversation regarding those terms and future terms for the lease going forward. That would be negotiated and brought through a separate process.
Okay, so at this meeting, we find out today parking is on the table for the purposes of this meeting. It is a legitimate aspect, but we don't know what numbers of parking spots we're talking about. Also, we're told this afternoon that there is funds available through the, using the housing, the Heritage Building and Resource Committee, the Heritage Fund as a conduit, but we don't know how much funds we're talking about, and that's to maintain its viability for its loss through parking. So we neither know how much parking spots we're going to lose, nor how much money there is, nor how much money we would need in order to make them whole by the loss of the parking. So that's where we're at right now at 4:37. I'm not blaming anybody. That's just the nature. Sometimes I feel like the pressure's on me to smarten up or something like this. I'm a conduit kind of thing. What can I say? This is the nature of the meeting, and I'm just expressing that. I hope I've said nothing wrong. I have some questions now.
Well, perhaps, I see Councillor Wyatt's hand going up here, but it sounds like there's a lot of questions for the proponent as well here to get some clarification.
My questions, yeah. My other two colleagues had.
Okay,
had
if
their
you could be
questions.
direct in your questioning so that we can be respectful
I
to
hope I
everyone.
have been the entire time, as direct as
Well,
anybody
at
else.
times, yes, but I would ask that you be as direct as possible.
Rein me in, sir, but at the same time, bear in mind, we've only found out this afternoon with certainty that this.
Please
is
ask
the-
your questions, Councillor Schreier.
All right.
Thank you.
Regarding what I understand now as the certainty that this is the meeting to discuss it, parking. But, all right. We were talking about the center plan, or at least for downtown, no minimums for parking downtown, and that's for what type of buildings?
All buildings, there's just isn't like a minimum parking requirement. Of course, people provide parking because they want to provide parking, but it was a way in which to incentivize development downtown, of which we have similar arrangements along Pembina and Portage within urban infill areas where there aren't any parking requirements. It's up to the private sector to determine their own parking needs.
Okay.
That's what occurs downtown.
It seems to me, though, that for places of business, including those businesses that are nonprofit, when you have as many as easily over 150 people in a venue, that parking for the businesses, they give it consideration, so does the city. I've noticed that we'll give more consideration for parking spaces for a business than we will currently, than we will to some multi-residential like apartments kind of thing. That's something I've noticed. And I want to make that point. Does it, administration have anything to say about that? The necessity for businesses, as I've seen it, as recognized by the city, the necessity for businesses to have parking spots and given even greater consideration than that of apartments. For good reason, perhaps. Please.
Excellent question. Just to be clear, the 0 parking minimum for the downtown zoning bylaw has been that way for many years now. I mean, I believe it's been that way for at least 16 years. That's when I moved to Winnipeg. But that doesn't, but there's also no parking maximum for downtown either. So each developer provides whatever parking they need in order to comfort their financial backers and to serve their market. So at this point in the rezoning, the constituents, that being, you know, the Housing Accelerator Fund Land Enhancement Office, does not have to specify the number of parking stalls that they are likely to build, since there is no parking minimum in the downtown zoning bylaw. So what we're discussing today isn't an issue of, hey, does retail need certain parking minimums? Really, it's, you know, what is the parking that will allow the historic Granite Curling Club to go forward in a resilient fashion into an uncertain future? That's really our goal today, not to discuss the viability of downtown parking. As the Housing Accelerator Fund team mentioned earlier, at this point in time, the committee may choose to say, we must negotiate that to the satisfaction of PPD and Public Works, you know, in collaboration with the Granite Curling Club. And that is the sort of comfort and initiative and agreement that usually occurs at this juncture.
John Kiernan mentioned, he used the phrase "over the next year," which means presumably over the next year we'll be negotiating this. So we've been told time is of the essence, and therefore we have to rush to judgment based on our time limitations. John Kiernan said over the next year. Does that give us some sort of specificity in terms of what our actual timeline is?
If I may, Councillor, the over the next year was in relationship to construction happening or a development application being made for the site. We would like to get resolution much sooner than that between the parties. Nobody needs to be hanging in limbo for a year. We do have some time to have those conversations with the parties to move forward. And that's why we said, with no agreement in place with the proponent, with no current lease in place with the Granite, both of those need to be resolved. That's why we were separating out the zoning review from entering into the conditions of the lease. Land use being separate from what then will go on it.
Thank you. And given what we've heard today during this integral part of the process, and given what I'm getting the impression from my fellow councillors and myself in terms of our concerns, and we're told, well, we got this process and this timeline. So I asked the question of the administration. Given what we've heard today, and given how we've heard, I understand this is nebulous, but you've heard what their councillors' concerns are, and there's a certain pattern amongst the councillors here on this committee. Well, thus I ask, to help us, what is the fastest route then in order to deal with what we kind of have, I would bet on a consensus on this third of the table here, kind of thing, in terms of what our fears are as we go about deliberating, is what our duties are as members of this integral committee to this specific issue. We've talked about the role of community committee. It's only hours later we found out, no, this is a committee. This is where we deal with parking. So what is the fastest route to mitigate the concerns as you might perceive us to have on this side, right here, these four of us? The role of the community committees, this meeting, and putting this within a timeline that is effective. And maybe this is beyond you to say so, but then it's not on me either. It's not my fault either if this gets delayed. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not going to blame myself. So I'm asking for advice. What would be the best path from here as we perceive what we've seen since we've been here for 8 hours or 7 hours or whatever? So any advice?
Very interested in hearing final comments from the applicant, who probably has a very clear opinion on what they would like to see there.
Okay. All right, that's the applicant. We've heard the the ones that are not in favor, those delegates, and so we have that. And are you saying, why would you say there's something special from the applicant? I mean, Richard Mahe is special to me. He does great work for the city, let's face it. It's my day one here kind of thing. I feel that the city's in an uneasy position kind of thing, dealing with the timeline, and Richard's put into the middle of that, being as professional as he can, but stuck with a situation that we all have to deal with kind of thing, and he's a bit of a lightning rod. There he is from the city being an applicant. Oh my goodness, this is not an easy position for him either, right across the circle from me. But I got to make some decisions. And so you're saying you're not going to answer my questions in terms of fastest path. We'll wait for Richard Mahe to provide. That makes sense to me, if that's the case.
You know, I had suggested what I would think was the fastest path, which is for you to say that we, as part of this zoning agreement, that today's committee would impose a condition on the rezoning requiring a zoning agreement, and the zoning agreement would stipulate the parking requirements to be negotiated to the satisfaction of PPD and Public Works, and that would be registered as a development scheme. That is my recommendation.
And you did recommend that, so thank you, you did. And that is an answer. I just wanted clarification here, because clarity is good here. Even if we can't agree, clarity is number one to me, agreement's number two. So, thank you for that, as a matter of fact. However, community committee was mentioned in terms of process, the role of the community committee. And I think we're all members of community committees here. In fact, one of us is from the downtown. Yes, we've got Councillor Santos from the downtown, and therefore, it's going to hit our community committee. What is the role of community committee here, since the administration mentioned it a couple of hours ago?
I don't believe it will hit Councillor Santos's community committee. I believe this is Councillor Orlico, Councillor Rollins, and...
Oh, it's Cindy Gilroy, of course,
Councillor
excuse me.
Gilroy,
What am I
thank you.
thinking? That's right. So there is no downtown representative on this committee. Okay.
I think community committee was mentioned in relation to plan approval processes.
Right.
That often plan approvals go back to community committees.
Okay.
In this case, with this downtown rezoning, it stays at SPC. It doesn't go to community committee.
So it will not be going to community committee even for approval, even for plan approval?
No, because downtown has a urban design review process in the zoning bylaw, so we do an internal design review process.
So strike out any mention of the role of community committee in this process that we're dealing with today. Okay, that's good. No community committee. So now more than ever, the pressure's on us right here, right now. Not my fault, nobody's fault. Here, these are the rules, so pressure's on right now. You're saying the best way is to put a condition on it. So I'm just going to say that's how I'm thinking. That's where I am right now. The condition, it's about the conditions on which we may pass this motion with conditions. All right, on that basis, other than further questions, I certainly do look forward to listening to the applicant and seeing how we evolved in the last 7 hours.
I'm sure they know. Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, just, I guess I've this is kind of a question, are you aware, more question, and I know you are aware, but that in 2006, when the mayor decided to make me chair of downtown development, we had a similar situation, are you aware, where the city of Winnipeg wanted downtown housing and affordable housing, and we entered into an agreement with then Crystal Developments to develop a housing development, which was then on Fort Street, the northeast corner of Fort and Assiniboine. We approved it. Pressure was on to approve it. We approve it. Next thing you know, the chair of downtown development, myself, afterwards gets phone calls from former Lieutenant Governor Peter Leba, former Mayor of Winnipeg Bill Norrie, former chair of the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce Harold Buchwald, may all of them rest in peace, who said, you can't build on that site. That's the site of Upper Fort Garry, which I then took it to the committee and overturned the very decision that we approved, with the mayor of the day hitting the fan, who had appointed me the chair of the committee. But guess what? We found a solution. We moved Crystal to where they are now on the former site of 300 Assiniboine. All I'm saying is that sometimes solutions can be found, especially when we put other properties on the table that we may not have considered before, like we didn't consider 300 Assiniboine back then when we were looking at a site and we'd RFP'd that one site. I look at all the lands that right now we have earmarked to the lease agreement on some ballpark, parcel 4 that's available in that area that could potentially make up a small portion of that land for a affordable housing site, as the Forks is looking at affordable housing on all of those lands actually, and making application, it's my understanding. Why couldn't have that been put up as part of the lands? Anyway, the only other thing is just kind of a way of FYI to the committee is just to give it more as a kind of a preference before we're moving motions here. We're going to hear from the proponent again, but I'm saying this as well in advance so they have an opportunity to respond, Mr. Chairperson, and that this is another condition that could be moved that the application be approved subject to a new parking lot being created on the east side of the Granite Curling Club, and that new 80-stall parking lot be part of a long-term lease agreement with the City of Winnipeg and the Granite Curling Club, acceptable to both parties on the east side of the building. B, any lease with the beer can be amended accordingly. C, the cost of the construction of the new east parking lot be assigned to the applicant/developer of the said new housing project. D, that the trees that are to be lost be evaluated by the City Forestry Department with the said valuation of trees being identified, and that the applicant and proponent of the housing project funding said trees, loss of that value to be, for trees to be planted in the immediate vicinity, and that the said matter be addressed and completed prior to the loss of the parking lot on the west side to the members of the Granite Curling Club. And E, only in the event that more on-street parking can be provided on Granite Way shall the new parking lot on the east side be reduced accordingly. And that was just another rough motion that I fired together here.
Okay, and
But that's just giving everybody a heads up prior to moving them and to get the opportunity for the proponent to respond.
Okay.
As similar to the other motion that I read. That my poor assistant has to type up.
Are we prepared to hear from the proponent here in rebuttal to any comments made to this point? I'm seeing that nobody's opposed to that, so let's move on. Welcome back, Mr. Mahi.
Thank you. It's been a long day, but that's not new for most of us in this room. We're used to long days in this chamber. I want to thank everyone who's been able to come out today and still here today. My apologies, I should raise my voice. I want to thank everyone who's come out today and are still here. This is an important discussion. We do feel that there is a path forward here. We remain committed to a healthy Granite Curling Club, and we believe that an annuity as part of this project would help that. What we're talking about today, and I just want to reemphasize that, and it's been said before, but what we're talking about only today is a rezoning and subdivision application. Ongoing discussions on existing leases or future leases is a next step discussion outside of what we're dealing with today. I do think that delaying this application would put the project at risk, however, and I want that to be clear. With regards to timelines, we met with Christian on June 7th, where we expressed support for the Curling Club and in protection and its continued protection as a city heritage asset. We talked about the creation of a mixed income building with a significant portion of affordable housing. And we talked about the continued public ownership of riverbank lands and riverbank stabilization if required. I shared with Christian what our understanding was of the riverbank stabilization potential issues with this along the bank here as part of that transparent approach to providing information. In our discussions with Christian over the summer, he had expressed support for us making, for an half application to be made on the site, and we did make him aware that we would need to make a rezoning and subdivision application as part of this process, and we would need to do so urgently over the months. We had a discussion on July 9th. We've had and a response was made also by Real Estate on September 23rd, reiterating my comment regarding public ownership of riverbank lands, indicating to the Granite that the lands was not for sale. We met with Granite on October 9th, where they indicated they wanted to pursue an equity stake in the project. We indicated that we were open to that and suggested they pursue discussions with UWCRC, and they were there in the room for that. I followed up with Christian later that day to see if they would be bringing equity to the partnership and copied Jeremy, and I never received a response, and to my knowledge, I don't think they've followed up with him either. On November 7th, the Granite provided a proposal to the city with a set of demands that were in the hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual subsidies. It was something that from the real estate's perspective was not feasible, but I'll let members from the real estate, the branch, speak to that if they wish.
What's being distributed here, Mr. Mahi?
It's the demands that we received from the Granite Curling Club on November 7th, indicating what they would like to see in exchange for their support for the project.
Thank you.
If I can summarize it that way.
Is this new information?
That is new information.
Okay.
Well, they,
Oh, yes, this is part of.
he did bring it up, so.
Point of order, Mr. Chairperson. I want to remind the delegation that they are here in the capacity as an applicant, not the administration.
So just looking very quickly at
It's not
this,
your real estate department, sorry.
and,
No, I'm just bringing forward,
excuse me, just looking at this document here, this appears to be the 7 items that were asked by the Granite Curling Club that was identified in the presentation in delegation.
Correct.
Thank you. We'll accept it.
these demands were new to us and were never expressed prior to, in previous dialogue that we've had with them, and it impacted how we might respond. On November 14th, we responded to the Granite, indicating we didn't yet have a timeline for response because of the scale of the demands for us. We were internally working with real estate on what a response could be in order to provide a response to them, because they've been asking for a written response on where the lease agreement may go. And the real estate branch was able to provide a written response to those lease agreements on January 6th. And on January 17th, we reached out to the Granite.
I don't know how we could accept this because I don't have the opportunity to ask the Granite Club about this matter that, John Reed is who? Who's John Reed?
He made a presentation earlier.
Who is he though, which organization?
I believe he's the president, but
President.
He's the president of the Granite.
Yes.
I don't know if we can accept a submission by the president of the Granite Club being submitted by the applicant after the fact when I can't have the delegation previously in opposition to be able to question pertaining to this. This is new information.
We'll get clarification.
I need legal to get clarification on this because this is
Madam
brand new
Clerk, can you,
information. I can't question now the individual who wrote this. And I would have liked to have been able to do that prior to it being submitted now.
Madam Clerk?
So this is actually part of the submission that Christian Pierce put forward to the committee. It was circulated at around 1:55 this afternoon. I believe Christian referenced answering a question from Councillor Duncan, providing an additional copy of the paper pro forma document that was circulated to the committee, so he kindly provided it electronically because there was a problem with the cutoff for it. And in that submission, he provided this document to the committee as well.
So this is a submission that came as part of their presentation that we're just getting now?
No,
We
this-
received it at 1:54, it looks like.
But why are we just getting it now?
It was delivered to you electronically.
Well, I don't get stuff electronically, I get it written. I would move that we get to hear the delegation against, we ask them questions. We're getting it printed now.
The request from myself and the committee was at the time that this be distributed through the clerk so that it could be distributed to the committee members, which looks like it was completed at 1:54 this afternoon.
But why are we getting it when Mr. Mahi is coming up to speak now?
Because he's kind enough to print it off and give it out to us. That would be my basic answer.
Why didn't we get it earlier? Printed and distributed to us.
We typically electronically submit or forward the documents that are submitted electronically to us during the hearing.
And I would move suspension of the rules so we can actually speak to the delegation in question who submitted this document, so we have questions, and then hear from Mr. Mahi after the fact. In terms of his closure of being able to respond. You'll be able to respond still, but after these folks speak, so we can ask some questions pertaining to this matter.
We'll take a 2-minute break here. Be right back, please and thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for this February 6, 2025. We are now hearing from the proponents on the subdivision and rezoning of 22 Granite Way with any rebuttal to comments that have been made.
Thank you. I'll start back to where we left off. So on January 6th, real estate provided a written response for the lease agreement. And then on January 17th, we asked to meet with the Granite, but unfortunately they went to the media and were unable to meet. With regards to parking on the east side of the building, while we communicated the unlikely administrative support for that concept to Christian over the summer months, that discussion is best left for P&D, and I know that you've had that discussion today. The one-way concept that was raised, I know that the administration brought this concept forward through the Wolseley to Downtown Bike Walk project. The one-way discussion was not just for Granite from Osborne to Balmoral. There was other one-way options that went further west down Balmoral. I know that there was a potential for a one-way only concept from Osborne to Balmoral. From what I gather in the public engagement feedback, which you can find online, there was about a mixed 48% were against it, and then a variety of degrees of support for it, but 48% against it, just for your information. And that one way was going from Osborne to Balmoral. As well as, I think there were some comments around circulation considerations for the daycare, as well as Granite Curling Club access, as well as potentially with regards to Canada Life employees leaving the parking lot. So I don't know if that concept is still on the table. I'm not sure if it would be better for it to go west to east versus east to west in terms of the one-way. With regards to, do you mind putting on the slides? With regards to the Warren Waste lift station parcel of land, that thing was referenced earlier in terms of what could be done there, and I couldn't hear very well, but it sounded like it was around parking. I just want to pull up our presentation, so it's the same presentation from earlier. I just want to show the aerial of it, if possible. Okay, we're just going to avoid the image because it sounds like it's too complicated, but if you could pull it up on your own eye views. We've had discussions with Warren Waste around just the approach in general to the property. Because all things being equal, we didn't want to create a new approach to the parking lot, and which would have an additional point of conflict with the bike lane. There it is. And so what we do know is we weren't able to take access from the that lift station property because there will be at moments in time through the year where the Warren Waste trucks that come in, there's 2 of them I believe, and they have to do some staging on site, and there's some manhole covers there. It's not to say that there couldn't be necessarily additional parking spots on that property, but it would just have to have conversations with Warren Waste Department to see if that would be feasible and where they could go. But it's something that could be explored. We never thought of including parking there, but it's not necessarily a bad idea. It would just require additional consultation with that department. With the idea of, as part of this project, I know there's a geotech analysis being done is to see about riverbank stabilization requirements. And this relates to the parking discussion. If there is riverbank stabilization works that are needed associated with the development, there could be the opportunity, subject to discussions with P&D and relevant departments, if there's need for fill to stabilize the bank, perhaps additional parking spaces could be created either along the backside of the rink itself, or sorry, the club, or behind the property as well. But that would be dependent upon if there's additional need for stabilization works, which we're not sure yet. Yep, I think that's all I would say at this time, and open for any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Seeing question here, Councillor Wyatt had his hand up first. Please go ahead.
Your performer indicates $2 million for riverbank stabilization. How did you arrive at that number?
We had been in discussions with our riverbank engineer, Kendall Thiessen, when we were doing our due diligence on all the City of Winnipeg properties that we've been looking at as part of the HAF program. In discussions just before Kendall left the city, he provided us with his analysis of the property and what could be, depending on the type of project that was coming, what could be needs for riverbank stabilization, the type of works, the costing, and these are all just high-level costing, and just his opinion on what could be required depending on the analysis of a geotech report and depending upon the type of building that was being built. We shared that information with the Granite Curling Club, and so that information is coming from.
So is that the worst case scenario number or the best case scenario number?
I would have to go to the, I don't have my correspondence with Kendall around that handy, so I don't have that in front of me to be able to comment. I'd have to go and pull it up.
So that could be a best case scenario number for all we know.
In the discussions with Kendall and in my my notes, there was a range of what could happen.
So is this the high range or the low range?
Once again, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't provide comments.
So we don't know if this is the higher, this could be the minimal for all we know. The $2 million that's been budgeted for could be the minimal amount.
No, that would be, okay, so it's $2 million you're talking about? My apologies, I'm not hearing you very well.
$2 million is the number that was in the pro forma.
Okay.
$2 million was the number in the pro forma.
Yeah, I think that is probably towards the higher end.
Probably, but we don't know. So we don't know if that involves just the property itself or whether it involves the granite itself as well and behind the granite, and to the extent that the shoring up of the riverbank will require.
Once again, the geotech report would outline what would be required, and so once that is complete, then we would know more.
And when is that going to happen?
My understanding is that it would happen soon. I don't have any details at the moment.
In the event there's cost overruns to this project, who's going to eat those costs?
The applicant. And by applicant, I mean not the city of Winnipeg, but the proponent.
Proponent, right. I don't have any questions right now.
Councillor Schreier, your questions?
Yeah, an unusual position for Richard to be in, nothing wrong, not his fault. He's offering some information that we wouldn't necessarily expect from an applicant because he happens to be here, working with the city. So, a couple of things. One, we were going to talk about trees and trees as being a condition of agreement or people being in accordance, people being okay with this. A couple of things. One is getting rid of trees and putting in new ones. That's cheap. But if you consider what the city actually puts a financial value on these trees, I'm not sure if this applies here. I'm totally in favor of trees, but I would say a very practical way of looking at it. And so one offshoot of trying to look at, we can overdo the value of an individual tree, whereas the number of trees often matters too. And having said that, we do put a value of thousands of dollars on a tree. I'm not sure what applies here. But what has occurred to me lately is it's actually cheaper sometimes based on the value of an individual tree to transplant the tree rather than to get rid of it. It can cost less than half the cost. If you really attribute the value of a tree, if someone wants to cut it down, if someone wants to cut down a tree on their boulevard, $3,500 or something, and therefore they can, you know, see if they want to pay that price and plant a new one or something. In this case, we looked at the need to transplant trees rather than just get rid of them and plant new ones. Does that have any relevance in this case? Just asking. Because people look at trees different ways. People have a different perspective of what the value of a tree. They really do, honest to goodness. That's one thing I've learned here.
I'm not sure how to answer that question, to be honest. I think if we're talking about the trees on the east side, I think that's something that I think my colleagues over to my left would be best able to respond. I'm here about a rezoning and subdivision application.
Okay.
Anything that's related to the parkland, and I think that's best left for administration.
Okay, fair enough. I thought you were talking about the trees with Councillor Wyatt. I thought there was a conversation about trees earlier. Excuse me.
I don't think I mentioned
okay.
trees.
Excuse me.
Oh, my apologies. In the lift station property,
yeah.
Maybe I referenced a tree, I don't know, but in terms of potential location for parking stalls there, if possible, I know there's trees on that property, but once again, that would be a discussion for the staff as well as Warren Waste. All right, so that's on the table and up in the air. I don't know how else to explain it. It is up on the table. We're talking about it here. It wasn't, and it was a legitimate conversation here, but we don't know where we're at. With the water and waste property?
Yeah.
Further discussion would need to occur, yep.
Okay, and you're saying, to your understanding, there's possibility of parking there. It's a question of trees?
No, it would be more a question of the operations of Warren Waste.
Okay.
But once again, I think at this point, I think this is more of a discussion with administration more than myself.
All right, and trees and, okay, I got to come back to the parking. We are told this is the place to discuss it. And I understand you're the applicant. In this case, here's the dilemma, which you put, and I can't help but explain this. Like this, we're in an unusual situation. Curling is I would call it a heritage sport of Winnipeg. I would argue we're the world capital of curling, if not the country's capital, but therefore the world capital of curling. We know curling is fading out, but there's still curling clubs around the city. We happen to know of those that are maintaining. This is one of them. This is the one that's a heritage building site. This is the one that's right beside the legislature. And as we lose them, this one becomes more important because the city's decided this one's the heritage site. In a sense, one could say this is the jewel in the crown, the jewel being the Granite Curling Club, and the crown being Winnipeg, being the world capital of curling. And here we are stuck in the dilemma when, why would we want to lose this? We've said this is a heritage building. This is our city national, if not global sport. What do we do to sustain this? And I'm just letting you know, this is where I'm at, kind of thing. What can we do to sustain this? And we're scared. And I understand that it is, as been said, it's a sport of means and tends to go to the suburbs, that yet it happens to be that we've chosen, as the city of Winnipeg, here at City Hall, this is the heritage building of the gem, of the crown, of curling. What do you do? My point is, well, this is what we have to deal with today. I certainly have to, not just me. And so when it comes to maintaining the viability, it seems to me it has to do with the parking. This is the utmost issue. The viability is based on parking. The ability to maintain and give life and breadth to this heritage building of the sport on a daily basis, by maintaining its membership, by maintaining its operation, by maintaining its parking. And therefore, it's like I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying, my God, this is the essence of it. So much is at stake. And I just have to make that point again. What can we do? What is your advice? What can we do again to maintain the viability of this curling club so that we can all be whole? And you are working on it. You just said there's possibility maybe at water and waste. But I got to leave this building today, presumably, knowing that I've done my best for what the city's priorities are. And that includes the Granite Curling Club.
Question around parking, viability?
Yeah, I mean, we're just looking, how do we
Yeah,
end
we'll
the
see
day?
what Mr. Mahi has to say here.
Yeah, I understand parking is very important for Winnipeggers.
Well, to maintain what the city is called, a heritage building, and to
If we
give it
can
its
let him
operation.
answer, you asked him a question.
And it's a lens by which we need to look at this project, absolutely. But it's not the only lens. I think what I haven't heard yet is a discussion around the people who would be living here. We're bringing in 111 housing units with just over 50% of them being affordable, deeply affordable in many instances. When we look at the affordability rates, and you asked earlier today about what is affordability, and when we look at even the requirement around 79% or less of MMR, median market rent, that's for a smaller geographical area. It's not for the city of Winnipeg as a whole. So when we're looking at the median market rent in this area, it's quite low. So 79% or less, the Jeremy had talked about for some of the units would be, I think 65% or less, and then rent geared to income. We're talking about deeply affordable housing here, or very affordable housing. And that can't be lost in our discussion around parking. Though I know that the members of the Granite Curling Club mentioned earlier that they have an informal parking arrangement with Canada Life where they're parking there. And so, I mean, and while I understand that they indicated that they didn't want to enter into a formal long-term arrangement with Granite, it is an existing informal one from what they're saying. And when I look at Elmwood Curling Club, there is no parking. The St. Mattel Curling Club on their property doesn't appear to have any parking, though they share it with the Superstore. I assume people are parking, when they go to St. Mattel Curling Club, they're parking on the Superstore parking lot. And so, yes, parking is important, and there's ways around and looking at how to solve this. There's still going to be 35 parking stalls on the property as a whole, on the east and westerly lot, that they're able to, depending on whatever agreement might occur through real estate, maybe even rent them out and make money off that as well. And I think there are solutions here, but it's not necessarily, I think, just boiled down to parking, I don't think.
I know there's more, but it seems like from this conversation today, it can be the make or break. And I understand there's inclusion of consideration for some sort of compensation. But I got to make the point, in terms of my knowledge of the areas and parking, I worked for years at the legislature, lived in Balmoral and Osborne Village. Right in the middle of that triangle is the Granite. I know something about the parking there. I can see its dilemma. I live 4 blocks, 3.5 blocks from the Elmwood Curling Club. I can walk there, and there is parking available to some extent. It's a smaller club, smaller membership, and there is much easier parking within a block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. On different streets around the Elmwood Curling Club. And so it's a different cookie when it comes to this. We're talking about something in which you said that the parking can get in the way of the affordable housing, yet this project, if we deign to put there, can get in the way of what the city has designated as an historical building and the ability for it to live and breathe as such for its design function over 100 years ago in this grand style, which we call Winnipeg winter sport. And yet we've heard Councillor Wyatt make the point that, well, we could move this to Transcona. His reasoning, because of a walkway notwithstanding, wouldn't really be in effect. I know that sounds silly. By the end of the day, he's offering this opportunity, but it shows you where we're at, the sort of the height of this and what's at stake. I don't think he was joking, kind of thing. So where we're at. We're sacrificing something that will never come back in terms of the value of Riverside property, which is an exception. I understand. It's a global exception by Winnipeg standards.
Your question,
The Granite
Councillor
Curling Club.
Schreier?
What do we have to say in terms of the viability of moving it? Because he's already offered it. We laughed, but it's not ridiculous because Transcona already has development. He's set. He's hardwired for development in Transcona. What do we have to say about the possibility of that? It sounds ridiculous, but it's not at all ridiculous at all if we're serious about affordable housing.
I think we're talking today about a rezoning subdivision application at this location, so I don't really know what to say about your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mahi. I want to just remind the committee members that we have bandied about putting conditions on this potential approval, at which time we can eloquently describe what it is this committee requires to support or not this subdivision and rezoning. Mr. Mahi is not going to be able to tell any of us how many parking spots are going to be there should any development happen after the rezoning and subdivision. Any other questions at this point in time? Yeah, Councillor Wyatt.
Ms. Mahi, I guess I come back to the discussion we had with the public service earlier, and that is the fact that the need to identify parking locations in the downtown that are city-owned but also not city-owned, and the fact that your proponent is a provincially funded agency, higher education. Was there not any consideration given to any of the existing provincially owned parking lots in the central business district of the downtown and surrounding area that could have been put on the table to accommodate this project, considering this is involving the University of Winnipeg?
I think that University of Winnipeg Renewal Corporation 2.0 is, and how it's set up is not the same. I don't think its relationship with the University of Winnipeg is what you think it is. I don't have the full details in terms of how it's set up, but so I won't speak to that. But what I can say is we've had lots of discussions with the province of Manitoba on the surface parking lots downtown. It has been on my radar for many a year, and we've had many discussions about those lots. I've been having dogged discussions with the province on and around making better use of them. And unfortunately, we haven't made the kind of progress that I was hoping to. I was kind of hoping we have been further along in our discussions, but unfortunately, we're not there.
Well, I hear you, but at the same time, the Granite is not just a city heritage site, it's a province of Manitoba heritage site, maybe even further than that, maybe even a Canadian heritage site, knowing the importance it is to the game. Knowing that full well, is the province, are you telling me that the province of Manitoba and the proponent involved here is not connected in the slightest? Last time I checked, not-for-profits are registered actually via the province of Manitoba.
I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but
my question is, you're trying to say that this not-for-profit has nothing to do with the province of Manitoba, and I find that hard to believe, considering they're the ones who register not-for-profits.
would you like to, I'm not sure what the rules would be at this moment, but
well, you are together.
The applicant is.
You came together. You can respond
Yep.
together.
Then I'll let Jeremy speak to the relationship.
Yeah, to clarify, and I think Councillor Schreier raised this issue earlier when he was talking about connections between the University of Winnipeg Community Renewal Corporation and UWCRC 2.0, and the legal incorporation name is UWCRC 2.0, not the University of Winnipeg Community Renewal Corporation 2.0, and that's quite purposeful. And it relates to this, that the University of Winnipeg is a controlled entity, arguably, maybe not, they've got a unique structure where they only have 1/3 provincial members, so they could probably argue it and argue themselves out of public accounts. But leaving that aside, they've consented to be a consolidated entity of the province of Manitoba and a public service body for that reason. The University of Winnipeg Community Renewal Corporation is a controlled entity of the university and therefore consolidated in the public accounts of the University of Winnipeg. UWCRC is not a controlled entity of the University of Winnipeg, nor of the UWCRC. It's significantly influenced. It has board members who are from the university, but the preponderance of its board structure is from the community, directed by the community to deliver community infrastructure projects. I hope
You're
that
telling
helps
me that
clarify.
members of the board of directors of your corporation are appointed by the University of Winnipeg?
6 of 16.
Okay, that's significant.
Yeah, significant influence, but not control.
And then therefore, why was there not a serious discussion with the province of Manitoba pertaining to their parking lots, both Crown, agency, and departmental in the downtown and surrounding areas for lands that could make the project viable?
Yeah, I'm not a party to the city's conversations with the province on its land use for affordable housing.
you're
I'm sorry,
familiar
I
with
can't
these?
answer that question.
But you're familiar with these conversations?
I'm familiar with being approached by the city of Winnipeg to consider looking at the feasibility of a project at the Granite Curling site that was being contemplated for putting in front of the City Council, which City Council approved on September 26th, and I've been working doggedly with my staff to try to get something across the finish line before
City
by the
Council
end of
did
March.
not approve that on September. We delegated authority to the administration approved. City Council did not specifically approve this project.
No, that's right. But you approved the site, right? And
No,
so
we approved the delegating authority to the administration. We didn't approve.
Nope,
even-
on all 7 sites is my understanding we approved.
We approved the sites, but not exactly the agencies that are going to be involved.
yes, I understand. So that's why we were approached to consider making and made application to, at one point supported by the Granite Curling Club back in July, making an application through the HAF program, which was prior to the city's decision on making this parcel available, because the city understood that it was under time constraints, leading not only under its own HAF program, but because of expiry of the FCM grant funding that's coming in the next year, and potentially the Affordable Housing Fund. We already know that there's been statements made publicly about potential changes in federal government and what would happen to the HAF program moving forward. And also, we know that there's expiry timelines to the Affordable Housing Fund, both in terms of its rapid stream, which ends this March, and through its community stream. But I know you are well aware of all those programs.
No, but I am, but frankly, they're out of our control. And
Correct,
your
and mine
point-
too.
To your point, that this was voted on by council in September, just to verify and confirm, the discussions with the.
It's not my
the
point,
ci-
it's
the
just a
City of
fact, right?
Winnipeg, hold on, the City of Winnipeg approaching you, taking place prior to council decision on this matter.
Correct, and I'm assuming that the Land Planning Office probably contacted and looked at a bunch of different parcels of land to see if there was something that would be feasible and if there would be proponents willing to undertake the work. So I'll just make a general comment, because I'm not sure that generally the public understands, and frequently I think our various order of governments, what the actual capacity in the nonprofit housing sector is to deliver affordable housing. And I'm going to suggest that our organization is maybe among 3 organizations with the level of capacity to deliver this kind of project at scale in the city. And I would suggest at least one of them would want to own their property, one of the other organizations that's Indigenous-led. And the other organization, which is smaller than ours, I know have undertaken a number of projects and are
Which
quite busy in their
organization is
capacity.
that?
What's that?
Which organization is that?
Winnipeg Housing.
Winnipeg Housing Rehabilitation
Yeah.
Corporation.
Yeah, Stephanie Hate's awesome.
It's smaller than your organization?
Yes, it is, yeah.
But how many units do you control?
Right now, we control 331 units with another 300 under development and another 600 in our pipeline partially funded. And that's
Are
been
you aware of
accomplished in the
size
last
of
6
are you-
years.
Are you aware of the size of Winnipeg Housing Rehabilitation Corporation?
Yeah, I know how many doors they manage. I'm
No, but how
talking
many
about,
doors they directly control?
it's in the hundreds, I think. Yeah.
They're larger than you.
Not in terms of development of their own asset use. Actually, in fact, it may be less. No. I think it may be less than ours in terms of owned asset versus Winnipeg Housing. For clarification then, please correct the record where I'm wrong.
And you know what, we're going to save that
only reason I raised this is-
conversation on whose
the
car is
reason I
better
raised
than
it,
the other
Mr.
person's for
Chairperson,
another
is-
day, but if you'd like to ask
The reason I'm raising it is for
Mr.
the
Reed a
point of
question,
that.
please do.
I understand that you're the only entity approached with proposal, for the proposal of developing this land.
I'm aware, I'm not certain that there weren't others.
I'll ask Mr. Mahi the same question right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
I actually have a question for you, Mr. Reed. After hearing from all the delegations, and this is to respond, if, I'm not sure how Mr. Mahi would like to have this responded to, but I would ask you, because you are the U of W CRC 2.0. What's your thoughts on supporting potentially the future feasibility of the Granite Curling Club as a potential neighbor in the future?
Yeah, so I mean, from the get-go, part of our conversations with the city and the land planning office was, is there a project here where something could be structured to support the Granite Curling Club and protect the heritage structure of the curling club? To which we assented, and I think we were approached because of the model, just the block to the north, the West Broadway Commons project, where we did something similar on a land lease deal, long-term land lease deal, in support of a heritage structure and, well, in this instance, communities of faith at that site. In that instance, the proponent themselves were committed to raise $2.5 million in equity. We were to meet them at the middle on that. We did. It ended up not being that. It ended up being about $2 million each at the end of the day is where we got to, and then we raised the other funding and financing. And it was about it took from 2016. We were in the first round of the CMHC National Housing Co-Investment Fund. Took us. I guess that 2018, and we got confirmed, 2018, and we would have gotten confirmed funding 2019 on that project.
And would you be opposed to potentially any conditions that the committee may or may not decide on implementing on this approval, should it be
I think we've been aware of some of the parking concerns. I think one of the other reasons we may have been approached is all the other buildings. So there's 575 on Colony Street up the block now that we've developed in the last few years. All those parkings, we're at below we're at 0.15 stalls per building across those multi-res. So like our first building was 102 units. It has 18 stalls. The Muse Flats has 14 stalls. West Broadway Commons has 13 stalls, and 3 Colony, I think it's around 12 stalls, but we're going to use part of our adjacent parking lot for that one. That one's 214 units. On all of them, we've worked out a corporate membership with Peg City Co-op to allow, especially those who are in the affordable units, have a low barrier to threshold to enter into the co-op. Reduces your parking needs. It's all on, we're near adjacent major transit routes, as this site would be as well. So your parking needs are less, and we also provide interior bike storage and those kind of things. We're actually thinking on this site, maybe there's a social enterprise for kind of a skate share or a ski share kind of social enterprise that also supports bike and active transport along that major active transportation route.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question,
Yes.
Mr. Mahi?
Yeah. Mr. Mahi?
Richard, you mentioned that you're not sure what the Water and Waste Department is doing in terms of their right-of-way pertaining to the pumping station. However, on the site plan that you've submitted to us, you have an exit from your building going into their lands and clearly identified as such. In light of that, was there not any discussions with them pertaining to possible parking on their site?
We didn't have the discussion around parking. It was around access, vehicular access, to be clear. And so nothing specifically about parking. We didn't, I guess that's something we would, the administration can pursue, and we could pursue as well.
So you have secured for yourself a cross-access agreement or a principle thereof to be able to access vehicular, I'm assuming to the mechanical office of the building, or for the purpose of people moving into the building or whatnot? Is that what the purpose is, or?
I think what's important to note is like what we're doing here today is about the rezoning and subdivision application. Anything in terms of the design of the building would have to come back, either for UDAC review, or if there's variances or anything, conditional use applications that may be need, any other development applications would need to come back, and that would be the responsibility of the developer. And so these drawings are trying to show where we would go with, or where the project would go. If there's any additional needs in terms of the lease agreement, or any future agreements, that would have to be done at a later date. We're doing today is talking about the rezoning and subdivision.
So in other words, in theory, the main floor of your building could completely be changed to accommodate parking, cantilever parking on underground the building versus what you're showing us now as well.
Potentially, that would have a huge impact on the design of the building, cost, number of units, likely a time delay, I don't know. I can't speak for Jeremy on that, but I think it would, depending on how it's done, could impoverish the design of the site. If I can put on my urban design hat, I certainly don't want to lose the look and feel of what this building can do to the street and how it could add value to it with the way it was, what you saw today in terms of its design. And it would, if it was just a building on stilts, that would break my heart.
Well, no, I don't understand what you're saying. It would result in a loss of units. There's no units that I could see on the main floor right now.
No, but I believe there's a central core for the elevator, and if you're moving that around, you're impacting the design of all the units above, and and I think it would.
But you just said, you can't have it both ways. You just said this is a rough scheme, you don't know this is.
No, it's not a rough scheme. It's, changes can be made at a later stage, depending upon, like, we haven't gone through a UDAC process here.
Right.
But what we're talking about is the rezoning and subdivision of the land. And so that's what's being approved today, or not. And so, or recommended for approval today, or not. And so I think the discussions should focus on that, and if there's solutions for parking, we can certainly, you've already had those discussions and can continue to have those discussions. Some of it is not necessarily something that I can solve, but through dialogue, through administration, potentially, yeah.
But we could place a restriction on your zoning to require a parking minimum, even though in the zoning bylaw right now in the downtown, you don't need that.
I'm going to let the administration speak to the zoning agreements.
Would you like to have?
No, I don't want.
And I'll let you guys touch on that.
Right now, you have a total of, what I could count here is 23 stalls. It's been indicated to us that there's 54 market units that you're going to have from market unit. And with 23 stalls, that's, you know, less than half of those units that are going to have actually available to them parking stalls that they could secure, not to mention the affordable housing units, not the deeply affordable, but just the affordable, that many of them require parking. What is the strategy there? What are you going to say to those clients, or what is your proponent going to say to those clients?
I will let, yeah, I think you're best suited for that.
Well, just reiterate again, the building on which this building is based has 13 parking stalls in a Peg City Co-op vehicle site. It's currently full. It has 51% affordables. Of those 51% of units, they're all at 79% of CMHC's MMR, and there's a 500-person waiting list for the affordable units.
And that's based on how many available parking stalls?
13.
13 available parking stalls.
Correct.
Outside of the car co-op? Or including the car?
12.
So how many car co-op stalls?
1.
1? And then you got 12 stalls available for that. So right now, you're actually over with 23, based on what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
So based on that, instead of 15 stalls going to the Granite Curling Club, you could actually, if you're saying based on 12, 13, you could actually have another 10 stalls going to them.
Potentially, I don't have a land lease negotiation underway.
No, I'm asking you the question. You in your presentation said that 15 stalls are available to Granite on a full-time basis, you have a 23 stalls here, you just told me that you have 13 on another building with way more units, that you can accommodate.
Same number of
So,
units, less
Same
one.
number of units. Therefore, why can't I say that another 10 stalls be guaranteed to the Granite based on the 15 that you're giving them to give them a total 25?
I haven't said that, actually.
But you're comparing to another building on the basis of the same numbers.
Correct.
That's my point. Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Santos.
On the parking, of course, that's obviously the up for debate. I'm looking to see if there can become a middle ground with respect to that. I think Councillor Wyatt had alluded to that possibly we'd be divvying it up or balancing with the Granite.
I think that's always been true. I mean, that's why we talked
Okay.
about the 15 stalls.
So I'm thinking, not really proposing that, we specify how many parking stalls it is, because I think at the end of the day, whoever the proponent is, when they lease, when they rent or whatever, sometimes people don't need parking stalls. So I'm just wondering, is it possible that a parking plan can be developed between a proponent, City of Winnipeg, the Granite Club, to ensure that the continuous proper operation and functionality of the Granite Club? Do you think there is a possibility within the time frame, the strict time frame we have, something can be comparable during this whole process?
Yes, I always have thought that that's the case.
Okay. Would you be against to, a slight amendment to kind of add that type of language in?
Not at all.
Okay,
Because
perfect.
I guess for my perspective today is about a decision about a subdivision and rezoning process that, on the one hand, would be consistent with the current city council's direction to make the western parking lot parcel available for affordable housing use. And even if it's decided at some later date that the city council has changed its mind, what it would allow is for these kinds of conversations to happen and for us to continue to pursue something before time runs out on affordable housing. Whereas if it's not approved today in any way and that land subdivision and redescription doesn't happen, it actually precludes the affordable housing from occurring in the current funding window, which is, the best in the last 40 years anyway. And whereas if you consent to the subdivision and the redescription, all uses, like its current use and future uses, are open. Whether the club wants to pursue something or we do.
Okay. Counselor Schreier, your question.
Yeah, thanks. So all day, we're coming to a conclusion. We're drawing to a point that you always said was on the table, and that was conversation over parking with, parking for Granite Curling Club. Preoccupied most of the day. If it wasn't for that conflict, we wouldn't be here. You said you always felt that would be part of the conversation. Of course, for us to...
I ran out of time to set the table.
Okay, fair.
I wasn't given the time to set the table.
Fair enough. It's on the table. The conversations will be taking place, presumably, depending how this, we'll find out how at the end of the day here, whenever that day ends. At the same time, it is, to me, the cause and effect of the viability of what the city's already chosen as a heritage site in the middle of the city, the gem of the crown of curling, the world sport for Winnipeg. And we've got, so a lot's on the line in a sense. The cause and effect is direct as far as I'm concerned, and therefore the numbers matter. I'd hate to go...
I agree with that.
Okay. So is there something we can take from this or leave here before the end of the day in terms of numbers? Numbers matter. Granite Curling Club gave us numbers today. They gave us numbers about things. And I can quote them, I remember a few if you need them, but I don't want to waste time.
Yeah, no, it was really helpful actually for us to hear what their daytime parking uses were in terms of use of stalls, how many were being rented out and what they use in the evening. That's actually clarifying for us in terms of what their parking needs are. And I find myself in this weird space where the multi-res parking developer asks it, like, who doesn't want to demand the world in parking? Like, in fact, it seems to me, Councillor Wyatt thinks it's incredulous that I can get away with a dozen units for every 100.
For residential or for business?
No, I just.
For residential.
I
Yeah,
just
for
question when
residential.
another entity questions another entity's parking needs, thinking that they know better.
No, but I don't think that's happened here.
Well,
So I think,
getting-
from my perspective, I think there's a number of solutions. It seems to me that the parklands that were discussed, because of the riparian conditions and because they're under land lease already, probably not an option. It does seem to me, depending on what comes back in terms of the riverbank stabilization, and I think it's another week of the boreholes with the counters and the seismic counters to figure out what kind of stabilization is required, if any. If it comes back and there's need for stabilization, on the one hand, that's a cost to the project, right? But it also identifies what the future cost of the Granite Curling Club might be in terms of riverbank stabilization and protecting the heritage structure as well. And it also, if it is required, then it does seem to me that you take the opportunity then to do the riverbank stabilization backfill, which is less costly, and create the conditions for a surface parking lot on city-owned lands that are currently river. And that's actually, it's not part of this discussion around this parcel at all, if that parking is available, because it's on city lands that you're now redescribing for some other use in the future.
Fair enough. And yet, I think it's still germane to our meeting.
I agree, absolutely. And we need to understand, I do understand the concerns of the club. I hear what they are saying in terms of their parking needs. And ultimately, I guess we don't need to, we spent many months looking at this, focusing on this, figuring out if it's possible. We can walk away, right? That's a possibility. I think that means that those affordable housing units are not built. And I guess it just seems to me, in the context of the greater community, there's lots of parking discussions and solutions that can be had, but none of those are being had if it's involving a affordable housing unit. If we don't get to some place where we approve a subdivision or redescription of land, that could allow something like that to happen. And until that happens, we can't imagine anymore.
Did you receive this proposal to the city of Winnipeg?
No, I have not, because I'm not a party to the negotiations between the Granite Curling Club and the city of Winnipeg on their land lease. Never have been.
Okay, fair enough. And yeah, we've got this unusual, not that unusual, I mean, it's legitimate, but we have got Richard Mahe kind of in the middle of it all, kind of there. And so I'm not, can I ask, Richard, did you receive this? Well, they're answering as a team, right? So.
Yeah, we did receive it, and real estate division as well.
Okay, fair enough. And so, geez, it's awful. I hate to see it, how much the parking is going to determine this thing. And on that basis, does there look like there's room for accommodation of requisites, conditions, at least to the pleasure of to the Granite Curling Club in terms of maintaining their viability, keeping them whole, keeping them sustainable?
So I'll back up and say, I am certain that the city at some point, if the land is redescribed, will want to talk about land lease terms in more specifics than in general. Can you support through revenues from an affordable housing project a historic curling club? To which we've answered yes. I think there could be more. I think there are conditions that we've agreed to in terms of ensuring that the affordable housing extends well beyond the CMHC commitments of 20 years to ensure that it extends for the lifetime of a land lease prospectively. And we've agreed to ensure that even if the land is described for the multi-housing use, that there is parking that's made available to the curling club under our lease. But none of those discussions can happen unless there's a project that is feasible on lands that's redescribed under a subdivision and rezoning. And we as a proponent, I could say that, and any other, like if it's not us, it's another developer or another nonprofit.
they will not be able to make applications to any of the affordable housing capital funds until they have the zoning in place. They need to know what the land is and what can be done on it. Until that's, you're at square one. It's part of the initial application. Is this property appropriately zoned? Yes or no? No, we're not processing your application. Go away until it's done.
And yet we've been told at this meeting by the administration, this is the place to talk about, this meeting is the place to talk about parking.
Correct.
That's our dilemma.
Correct.
And
So maybe you're hearing me imploring you to make a decision that leaves multiple options open rather than closing the door on one.
Yes, I understand that. And so then I'm asking, for conditions to go forth from this meeting, because this meeting is rather relevant to the development of all this. We don't have any numbers today. We're a little late on that conversation with Granite. Although you say this
But
meeting's
the
been very
number,
good.
the numbers
This
is
meeting's
a
been
subsequent conversation with development plans, land leases, and all those things that are attached to a parcel of land.
good. But you've learned that.
But right now, the question is, what is the parcel or parcels of land to be described, and how are they going to be zoned? Once that is satisfied, then, at least my experience is, you can get into negotiations on who's using that land, how is it going to be designed, will it meet design standards, does it meet the neighbors' needs in terms of, especially because you control it, you as the city control the land, you hold all the cards. You've got a Granite Curling Club on a 6 or 8 year holdover on a land lease, and they need answers in terms of what the conditions of their future are going to be in terms of their land lease. They need clarity on that. They deserve the clarity on that. I'm not party to those land lease negotiations, but I can't be a party to land lease negotiations until there's some piece of land that can be developed on at least.
Fair
Which
enough.
is, I think, what's the subject of today's meeting. And unfortunately, I didn't get to say so at the beginning of the day.
And yet you have said that this meeting's been beneficial in terms of those specifics. You've learned something today in terms of the needs as proposed by delegations here representing the.
Yeah, and I
or
still,
members.
and I would remark, like, if I can remark, I guess, I think the Granite Curling Club does need to do some thinking still about what it needs internally to its own executive, because it's clear to me that that's not sorted internal to its executive consistently, nor amongst its membership. So it's very difficult to have a negotiating party and understand where you stand when the sands keep shifting and it's unclear who's speaking for who.
Okay. I've lived in various parts of the city. I've worked and lived in every province of Canada. As a Winnipegger and as a Canadian, this is as an obligation as a councillor, I have to recognize the city recognizes as a heritage site. As a Canadian, as a Winnipegger, it's my prerogative to recognize that as a heritage site. In
The
both
city
cases,
recognized it in 1986. It's a heritage site. It's got its
there you
designation.
go. Now I'm obliged to the viability of this heritage site as a councillor. And as a citizen of Winnipeg and of this country, I encourage myself as the councillor to maintain that during this meeting. And I
Councillor
can't walk
Schreier,
away.
I'm right in with you. This summer, I was trying to figure out a way that we could work with the club to, and then realized it really needed to be, the applicant needed to be the city, and so started talking to the city about making a GICB application through the Green Inclusive Building Communities Fund and through FCM's Municipal Infrastructure Fund, which neither myself nor the Granite Curling Club would be an applicant, but the city could because it's a city facility to ensure, and in one case it would have been 60% of funding and the FCM another 20, to put forward 80% of funding from other sources outside of the city to put in the Granite Curling Club to preserve it as a heritage structure. Full in.
Okay.
But you need permission from the city to make those
I
applications on their
understand,
behalf.
and we're stuck saying this is your will, this is your intention, it is harmonious with, I think, what may be a consensus here, yet we still don't have numbers. But nonetheless, thank you
I
very
think
much for
we've
your
been
response.
clear that that's been our intention
okay.
from day one.
All right, so this has been a
I
good
have
day.
been in meetings where it's not been clear what all parties are open to. And there have been meetings where if any parking goes, we're not interested. I think in one particular statement of note was the juice isn't worth the squeeze in one meeting. So it's difficult to understand with that kind of language whether you're actually talking and negotiating about anything or not.
Yep. Councillor Wyatt, and then we'll move on.
You know, Mr. Reed, Mr. Mahi, I come from a small business background. If you were to take any parking from my father's insurance business, he would have a heart attack. I believe the onus is on you guys to demonstrate how you're not impacting an organization that has had a historic long use of the site, an historic long use of the parking lot. You are the new entities that are coming along requesting to build affordable housing. Great cause, important cause. However, the parking lot has been the historic use of this club to the strength and to the importance of its success, and the loss therein could have the direct implication to the loss of the club in the long run, or implication of the sustainability of the club in the long run. Therefore, I see the onus is not on them to demonstrate the parking stalls. The onus is actually on the new guy on the block, being yourselves, to demonstrate that your development is not going to have a negative impact on their long-time operating not-for-profit business, which, by the way, is also a historical site, which also, by the way, is been central to recreational activities for thousands upon thousands of Winnipeggers, which we as a city have taken ownership of, only partly because of the downward slide of certain elements of the sport, but which they've managed to turn around since the pandemic, we've heard. Since the pandemic, to get their membership up from 800 members back to 1,300 members, and that the parking is an integral part of that. And therefore, the onus is really on yourselves to demonstrate how the loss of this parking is not going to negatively impact them, and I have not heard that today at all. Matter of fact, I've only heard, just trust us, give us the zoning, and we will go forward with this, with that power that you've now bestowed upon us, council. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Okay, so I have a couple of responses to that.
I'm not asking you to respond. I'm
Do you
making
have a question
statement.
for
I don't have
Mr.
a
Reed?
question. That was not a question. It was a statement.
Would you like to respond to the statement, Mr. Reed? And then
I
wrap this
would.
up.
Just
I'm going to allow him an opportunity to respond. Thank you.
we did not approach the city of Winnipeg to develop on the Granite Curling
I'm talking about Mr. Mahi. I referred to both of you at the same time. You can decide. It's not directed at just you, Mr. Reed. I'm also saying Mr. Mahi. I know who approached this.
So, okay, so I will speak on on 2.0's behalf. As a nonprofit housing organization and cultural and social infrastructure development organization that's been set up to benefit the community, we were asked to look at the feasibility of developing mixed income, affordable housing on the site that is the 22 Granite Way. We felt that that was being asked of us, of the city, and that we had the capacity to examine that possibility.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. I just don't like hearing from, I have a lot of respect for the work the University of Winnipeg has done. I have a lot of respect for the work, as mentioned, by Lloyd Axworthy, who I had lunch with in December in Ottawa. I have a lot of respect for the work done to expand the campus and all the great work, and I was chair of downtown development. I worked with Lloyd on a lot of that stuff, and with Bill Bellin, may he rest in peace. And I have a lot of respect for that. I just don't like to hear kind of the innuendo or what have you, saying, well, their board has not got their act together, they're divided. I heard a little bit of that from you today. I don't like that. I prefer that we take the concerns expressed by the Granite as fair value concerns that they're expressing as a community group. As messy as that is, but they still have a petition with hundreds upon 600 names of their own members, and I take that for face value, and that they're sincerely concerned about the viability of their club and the loss of the parking tied to this rezoning. And I would love if we could resolve this here today, because frankly, I see the benefit of both projects, right? The sustainability of this club, this project being able to go ahead. I don't like it when something comes before us and we got one great not-for-profit group like yourself pitted against another great not-for-profit group that has been around forever. And both, ironically, the people who live in your building may want to curl at the Granite Curling Club, and all the benefits there too. So, you know, if there's a way to solve this problem, I'm going to be moving motions. I don't know what the will of the committee will be, but it will then determine how I vote on the actual clause. My hope is that we can find solutions that could resolve this matter so that we don't have to be at a loggerhead here.
I agree 100%.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Mr. Mahi, anything to close? If not, we will move on from this point in time, getting the signal of no. I appreciate the rebuttal there from our applicant. Madam Clerk, where do we go from here?
This is the time for motions. So,
Okay. Councillor Santos, sorry, did you have?
if the committee is willing, I think I need a little bit of time to just sort of sort through what some of these proposed amendments are, or maybe the committee would like to discuss what they would propose to amend, and then I can sort of get a handle
Yeah.
on that, but I may just
I have
need
a
some
really
time
simple
to-
amendment.
That's fair. Okay, we can have a discussion. However, there will be a brief pause. I apologize for those of you who have been waiting all day to hear the regular agenda here today. We can have a discussion here. However, we will pause to allow for the clerk to put this all together so it's formally documented.
Sure.
Councillor Santos, do you have any thoughts, or you just?
Oh, I thought we were taking a pause, a break, but do you
Well,
want me,
if
I
you
can
want
go
to discuss.
first and introduce my first
Discuss your
motion?
thoughts, and then we
Okay.
can, go from there.
Okay, so obviously, this is a complicated, passionate discussion on both fronts. I think we've heard from many delegations on the viability and the need for both affordable rent-geared-to-income housing, as well as ensuring that there's proper operation and functionality of the Granite Curling Club. The one that struck me the most was a gentleman, and I'm sorry the name escapes me, but where he gave examples of the 11 different curling clubs and all the, interesting dynamics with the parking. And, he came close to home, of course, with the Granite Curling Club and some of the challenges that surround it. I'm going to put on the record, I've always liked to put people first. And I think it's important to note that where do we want to go from here when it comes to vehicular traffic, pedestrian, and cycling? I like to envision that one day my 15-year-old son can, take the bus and get to his recreational activity, whether that's soccer, or piano, or school, and not have to solely rely on a vehicle, which at the end of the day, having and owning a vehicle is a privilege, right? But given the context of where we are today in Winnipeg, we're not there yet. So we need to find a balanced approach to ensure that we have all different modes of transportation available at every single juncture, whether that's residential, multifamily, community centers, schools. I think that's kind of where we're at with this particular project. So I'd like to come up with a slight amendment. We've heard from the public administration and from the proponent that, an adequate parking plan can be added at this juncture. And so I hope with this committee, I've developed just simple, plain language. It's not overly complicated. I'm not directing how many parking spots anybody's going to get, but I'm hoping it'll give some comfort to everybody that, and here's the amendment, that during the zoning agreement process for the proposed subdivision and rezoning, the proponent be required to develop an adequate parking plan to ensure the proper operation and functionality of the Granite Club to the satisfaction of the directors of Public Works and Property and Development. That would be in a new amendment, I believe, number 12, and then everything else would be renumbered. That's where I'm at. I've heard what Councillor Wyatt has said about, chopping down trees and going on to some of the parcel of lands here on one side of the property, which is currently zoned, I'm just looking here, Riverbank.
I'm not in favor of that. Unfortunately, I don't know what my other council colleagues are, but I think he's got that as a second amendment, and I'm not in favor of adding more surface parking lot to this area. We have a downtown plan that basically does not even support that. Creating more surface parking lots, I think it's important that we want to develop on surface parking lots, but with a balanced approach that we can ensure that we're offering parking. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, and I'm open for debate.
I would support the resolution proposed by Councillor Santos, Mr. Chairperson, on the basis that the matter be a matter that we don't simply throw to the wind if it's a serious resolution, which I'm assuming the councillor is serious about a resolution, that the matter be referred to the applicant and the public service to work together, that this matter be laid over for 30 days or to the next hearing date, and that it be reported back so that we actually get a resolution to that. I'm assuming Councillor Santos's motion is sincere to get a resolution to the satisfaction of the Granite Curling Club members, that be reported back to the standing committee. I'd be in favor of that, a 30-day layover, and let it be reported back so that we can actually see in writing what the resolution is prior to going forward. That, to me, I think would give peace of mind to all parties involved and would resolve the issue, possibly. And in 30 days, if it's not resolved based on the intent of the councillor, we can deal with it from there.
I appreciate both
I think it's a reasonable request based on that one change.
Yeah, councillors' comments there. I wouldn't be supportive of a layover at this point in time. Again, I want to focus on the subdivision and rezoning of this piece. However, I would like to have tied to that subdivision rezoning that, however we want to word it with the public service applicant, whatever the necessary wording needs to be, is that they work with the Granite Curling Club to ensure that parking requirements for operations are met, and that some form of understanding with financial contribution for any potential development be at least understood in some form or another. I don't know what we're entitled to put as a condition at this point in time, but I think that we can at least signal that for potential investors and potential grant opportunities that we are prepared to subdivide and rezone 22 Granite Way at this point in time, with the conditions that the Granite Curling Club have a very much reinforced safety net to ensure that their feasibility moving forward and viability moving forward is secure for the future. With that, we'll take a break and allow our clerk to hopefully capture that and any other comments that we may make before any formal motions. And we can come back in at this point in time. Let's give a reasonable 20 minutes to 6:45. Thank you. Welcome back at this hour of 7:15 here on February the 6th, property planning development, public hearing for the subdivision and rezoning of 22 Granite Way. We have heard from all of the folks involved. Thanks to the delegates as well for coming out today, many of which are still in the gallery. Appreciate your time and being involved in this democratic process today. I believe we do have a few motions that will be tabled here potentially and open for discussion. If there's any points of clarification, you can put them through myself to the public service and we can get some answers. Councillor Santos?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, there was a lot of back and forth and a lot of discussions and trying to figure out how to properly word it so that we're not, tying it to lease agreements, we're not tying it to zoning agreements. We want to be able to have good discussion between the proponent, the Granite Curling Club, and the public service. We heard parking is definitely an issue to supporting the operation, you know, financially, sustainability, like, and we want to be able to ensure that we're looking at the whole area holistically and not just tying it to, you know, the proposed lots 1 and 2. So I'm hoping that this particular wording will assist the public service as well as the proponent and the Granite Curling Club. So what it'll be a new recommendation number 4, right after the downtown Winnipeg zoning bylaw be amended to rezone the subject land. It'll be item number 4, that the public service be directed to work with the proponent and the Granite Curling Club, comma, to develop an adequate parking plan in order to support the operational sustainability of the club, comma, to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning, Property and Development. And then, of course, the rest of the items will be renumbered accordingly. That is the motion. I hope my council colleagues will support that moving forward and shepherding it on to council at the end of this month.
Where is this being recommended to be amended?
It'll be a new recommendation, item number 4.
After, so
After
what happens to
3.
the old 4?
Nothing, everything will be renumbered.
I see. And why item 4?
Yeah.
I think that was the suggestion of the public administration to have it right after,
And why?
so.
Can we just get,
Us to do X, Y, Z, and then this comes into effect here and there. When you go 1, 2, 3, when you look at it, those are the actual conditions of the application. Everything else sort of, everything else is following, providing direction for what to be done to execute such agreements in place, and when they come into place, and if they're to be expired and all that. So 1, 2, 3 are more about, this is what's going to be done, and this is what needs to, the conditions that need to be in place to get it done.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
please?
So in the event that an agreement is not met to address their parking issues, as per the intent of item 4 that's being proposed by Councillor Santos, the zoning would proceed as is.
I think these are all conditions of approval.
Yes, but the way I read it, that the public service be directed to work with the proponent of the Granite Curling Club to develop an adequate parking plan in order to support the operational sustainability club to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning, Property Development. In the event that an adequate parking plan, they work with the proponent, but they're not able to achieve that adequate parking plan, the way I read it is the zoning would still proceed.
That's what I read.
Am I wrong in reading it that way?
Could we include language after that statement to say, to the satisfaction and approval prior to the issuance of development permit, so that you can't get a development permit on the site unless this is done to the satisfaction of all parties?
Can you enumerate the parties?
Yeah, they're previously listed in.
It'd be the proponent and the Granite Curling Club.
And the Granite Curling Club. Where
Right
is
here,
that?
The proponent, directed to work with the proponent and the Granite Curling.
And therefore, you just said to the satisfaction of the Granite Curling Club?
No, before issuing development permits.
Yes.
How did you say that?
I'd have to look at it, but it'd be,
So are you suggesting, James, that it be added to the end, like after the director's statement? So, or as part of it? So right now, we have to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning, Property and Development, and then comma prior to.
Or at the before it, you could say at the very beginning, prior to
Yeah.
the issuance of a development permit.
I would prefer it be at the start to lead the statement, to say prior to the issue of a development permit.
Okay.
That the public service be directed to work with the proponent. But then again, I guess if it's prior to, then my question is, does that then preclude the issuing of development permits in the event that an agreement is not reached? And I guess it's to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning and Development and to the Granite Curling Club. I'm assuming that's the case. Can we not say that?
It's not their land, so I'm not sure how that would work.
Aha.
But certainly the development permit would be held until there is that sort of agreement.
But if the Granite, and I would ask that it be the leadership of the Granite Curling Club be the proponent, so that we just can't name the Granite Curling Club on our own, that we're dealing with their
The
leadership.
board of the Granite Curling Club?
Well, with the executive of the Granite Curling Club.
But not to their satisfaction. 'Cause
But that,
No, just the
that an adequate parking plan to the satisfaction of the Granite Curling Club in support of the operational sustainability club and to the satisfaction of the director. Then if we're doing this in good faith, then that shouldn't be an issue.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, I would recommend against that sort of language, Counselor. We are going to do it in good faith, and we're going to work with all the proponents, including the Granite Curling Club, and to the satisfaction of the two directors. That provides a lot of oversight, and I think that would be satisfactory. And
But if okay, I get what you're saying, James. I respect what you're saying. But I would imagine that if one party is the city of Winnipeg, i.e. the Director of Public Works, Director of Planning and Property Development, the other party is the Granite Curling Club, an agreement has to be to the satisfaction of the Granite and to the city. Any kind of parking plan. That then, to me, that would sound like a fair deal prior to the issuance of development permits.
We don't usually hang development permits on agreements with someone who's leasing our property. However, obviously, our primary goal here is to deliver affordable housing and deeply affordable housing and market rate housing in a way that complies with all of our adopted policies. And one of our adopted policies is the safeguarding and long-term fiscal sustainability of the Granite Curling Club. So we absolutely must do that as part of this agreement. So we just don't usually put someone who's leasing our land into an agreement like this, although I do hear, what you're saying.
I guess I just find it, if I may say so, kind of disingenuous to say on one hand, yeah, we could amend it to say prior to the issuance of development permits, either at the end of the sentence or before. But when we add in the wording that to the satisfaction as well of the Granite Curling Club, then all of a sudden, whoa, that's not what we meant, which throws to me a cloud over the sincerity of the original intent. Not that I'm saying that's the case, but that it was not really necessarily a legitimate motion that we're discussing.
So roughly around this same time, we would be renegotiating the agreement with Granite, and, we would assume that they would not be signing an agreement with us for leasing the property if it were not to their satisfaction. So it behooves us to get to an agreement that
Then we should be able to add it in, would be my response.
I mean, if it behooves us, I assume it would have been part of what happened here today. Can I ask a comment? We did hear in delegation today that there was room for compensation to the Granite Curling Club, and yet it's not mentioned specifically in any writing, including in this motion. Was there a problem with including that which the proponent was willing to include in terms of compensation to the Granite Curling Club? The fact that it's not, I got to question that.
The motion is intended to cover that, and when it talks about the sustainability or long-term operational sustainability.
So might I suggest then, it sounds like there's, you know, obviously, we came into this hearing, how many, 10 hours ago we're working on now? And there was not a lot of trust amongst the public service, the applicant and the Granite. What if we put a timeline to report back verbally in a period of time to get an update, and then we can hear from all sides to see how the negotiation is going?
I think it would be crucial, I think that's a good step in the right direction, Mr. Chairperson. I would say that it would be crucial to still tie it to the issuance of building permits, i.e. namely the timing of that agreement and satisfaction of all parties, including the Granite Curling Club.
I understand where you're coming from there, and I don't want to impugn the motives of anybody here. However, that opens us up to an unlimited amount of ask. Let's just be quite honest there.
Well, what I heard from the Granite today is they need parking and they would like financial sustainability, and they're the ones greatly impacted here. And I guess my thinking is they're the ones being most impacted. It's not, the onus is on the other side to demonstrate.
And my hope would be that with the Granite telling us about their, you know, most recent successes, is that that would be at the very least maintained. And I think that we can get there with the wording in Councillor Santos's motion here today, and we can hear back from all sides in whatever period of time we can agree upon without having, you know, one particular organization make decisions for the city of Winnipeg on where funds are going to be going.
What I would suggest for the sake of this meeting and the fact we've been here so long, Mr. Chairperson, I mean, is Councillor Santos has moved her motion. I can move an amendment to it. We vote on the amendment, however it carries up or down. We vote on Councillor Santos's amendment, amended or not, up or down, and then we vote on the clauses. Then we can bring it to a head that way. That'd be my suggestion.
You know, of all the conflicts here, the fact that one obligation of the city conflicts with another obligation of the city. And I mean, I've got to say, you know, if it was so obvious that the system was there for us to work with the Granite Community Center, Granite Curling Club, in this case, I think it would have been evident in the first half of it. Not that we're not, I just don't see how this motion resolves things. To me, the motion is rather status quo. I assume this of the system. I have that much trust in the system that what Councillor Santos's motion says would be done anyway. That to me does not say that it will be resolved, which is why I would prefer another meeting of this committee to see where we can get at. I believe that it is possible for the Granite Curling Club to deal in good faith with the city and the proponents to the point where we can agree on something. We are talking about the survival. In my mind, we are talking about the survival of all places in the world. Remember that quote from Casablanca? All the gin joints and all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine. Well, what are the chances in the world of be beside some sort of, I'm not kidding, I'm not exaggerating, some sort of a world point of sport, of heritage? Not my opinion, that's just a fact. What are the chances of that? So we're dealing with a highly unusual conflict today. And I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean to delay anything, but here we are. That is a fact. We are in conflict with two rather important things. Affordable housing. Now, we're not talking Ed Schreier standard affordable housing. This is a different era of using words loosely. But nonetheless, an attempt in this era, without accounting for what's causing it, we're trying to do this. So fine, I'll go along with it. At the same time as we're really jeopardizing the survival of something extraordinarily unusually major. The Granite Curling Club. What else would you call it but a jewel in the crown? I don't know what to say. So, geez, and I'm going to say something, and it's been said in this, no one's contradicted it, well, except for a laneway. But we could put the affordable housing somewhere else. You can't move the Granite Club. And that's just the way it is. So we've got to deal with the Granite Club and its survival. And that is paramount. And so, sorry, too bad it has to be that way, but this is just the way it is. That's just the history and the geography of this one. So here we are in conflict. How do we guarantee the survival of the Granite Club? curling club. That is it to me, kind of thing. The rest will take place. And that's why this does not suffice, and it's unfortunate, because it's true. The Granite Curling Club does not own that land, and thus putting the power of this into a group that is not actually it is a stakeholder in terms of aspects of the city. I don't want to talk about that right now. It'll take too long. It is a stakeholder in the city, but in terms of this land, it's unusual circumstances. And there we are, the city trying to be responsible to itself, and accountable to itself, and being wary of saying, you know, to the satisfaction of the Granite Curling Club. Having said that, I think this meeting, you know, I think there's a consensus in the air in this room, even if part of it's in the gallery, who cannot speak from the gallery, but things have been said, and I believe we could reach an agreement with the Granite Curling Club. And such unusual circumstances, so such an unusual meeting.
Councillor, yeah, I think that a few of your comments, the public service, if you're open to hearing, wanted to provide
Feedback.
Feedback. Would you like to hear that, Councillor Schreier?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. That's why we're here.
Good points. How about revising Councillor Santos's motion to say to the satisfaction of SPCPD and the directors of Public Works and Water and Waste?
Yeah, that it comes back to this meeting. Therefore, coming back to this meeting, to this standing committee. Yeah, I mean, that's the least we can do in terms of showing due diligence and accountability to I have to say, it's not exaggeration, a global gem. It just is. I know it's a hidden gem, but there it is.
I feel if we did that route, Hazel, I would want to make it a new motion. It'd be like a completely standalone motion, new added business if we were going to report back to this committee, which we could still do if you want, Councillor White. Like, we could still do this and have another.
Well, no, I just think we should put your motion to a vote, and I would request an amendment to it.
I think, but before you do the amendment, just some clarity on that language where it was the development permit?
No, your
So
motion
before
right was-
issuing the development permit,
Prior to the issuance of a
prior
development
to the
permit,
issuance of the development permit,
the public service.
the public service be directed to work with the proponent and Granite Curling Club. Okay. So with that being said, I just need some clarity. Like, walk me through that, how that looks. Like, because obviously you can't issue anything, you can't develop on anything until the three parties, I'm saying, you know, the city, Granite Curling Club, the proponent, comes up with the parking plan. Right? So if nothing has been decided and you guys come at an impasse, no development permit is going to be issued. Is that correct to state?
That is correct.
Okay.
But you
I
could-
think that's, I'm not
Sorry.
done.
Yeah, okay.
I think that satisfies me with respect to that if parties become at an impasse, nothing moves forward, which would be, I guess, sad a little bit if we can't come to a balanced approach. So I'd like to actually hope that that language, directing the public service to work with the Granite Curling Club and the proponent to come up with a parking plan to support the operations, which we already heard from everybody that finances, parking, all that is encompassing into the operation of the club. I think that's good enough to actually satisfy without having to say and adding that language that Councillor Wyatt has said. I think it's perfect to say that in that respect, so I can support the first amendment, but not adding the second language that Councillor Wyatt has said at the very end.
Could we get a copy of the new amendment now?
Hazel said to bring it back to the
No,
satisfaction
no,
of the-
it would not be bringing it back to PP&D, because if we brought it back to PP&D, that's a brand-new motion. Because, you know what I mean? So what I'm stating is I'm okay with adding the language to the beginning before issuing the development permit.
Would you like me to?
Public service, the three
How about we have
parties.
the clerk read it into the record?
Yeah.
Can we get a printed copy?
Sure. So the recommendation would be adding a new amendment would be adding a new recommendation 4, renumbering the remaining accordingly. Prior to the issuance of a development permit, the public service be directed to work with the proponent and the Granite Curling Club to develop an adequate parking plan in order to support the operational sustainability of the club to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning, Property and Development.
And the Granite Curling Club.
So that would be an amendment that we will entertain. Councillor Santos, could I have you follow the motion here to read it into the record?
Okay, hold on. So I have to go
Page
to
5 of
page-
2020.
Where am I going, to page 5 here?
Yes.
Okay, so we got to do the whole process. Okay, give me a sec here. Okay. But that's his amendment to my motion.
You're reading your motion, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So we'll vote on mine
Please,
and then his,
yeah.
okay. Which page am I going? Page 5?
Page 5.
All right, let's go. Okay, I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
You're moving.
She's, now discussion.
All right,
Discussion?
all right, fair enough, carry on.
Discussion, Chair Evans?
All right.
Motion's been heard, discussion?
Councillor Santos has moved that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read. All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion?
There's no discussion at this point in time. Go ahead.
What was, sorry, nay?
Okay.
Report
Well,
of the
because
Winnipeg
it-
Public Service be taken as read.
Yeah, sure, yay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move that the receipt of the public representation be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Councillor Schreier in opposition?
Okay.
No, I voted in favor. 3 to 1.
Okay, and this is where I'm going to need help from
Go ahead.
the clerk. Sure. I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be amended.
If the committee would like, they can vote on the amendments separately and then vote on the recommendation as amended. If the
No, I just want to hear the amendment to the recommendation, and we can vote on it based on whatever we
Okay.
got.
Yeah, it's all together.
So
Either do
I move that the recommendation of the Public Service be amended,
amended as follows.
as amended as follows. Hold on, I'm getting there. Just give me a sec here. That before issuing
Prior to.
that prior to issuing the development permit, that the public service be directed to work with the proponent and the Granite Curling Club to develop an adequate parking plan in order to support the operational sustainability of the club to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and Director of Planning, Property and Development.
Hearing the.
And be forwarded to, and the rest of the items, that'd be item number 4, a new item number 4, and rest of the items be renumbered
Yes.
Thank you.
and forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee.
And I would add a.
Oh, wait.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Santos, am I understanding correctly? You're moving that the public service recommendation be amended by adding the following new recommendation 4, renumbering the remaining accordingly, and it was the 4 that you had read out.
Correct.
And you'd like that voted on?
Correct.
Okay.
I would.
And I already stated my supporting reasons.
All right, Mr. Chairperson.
And you have stated, do we need supporting?
So this is just the amendment.
Okay.
If this passes,
Okay.
then the recommendation, if there are other motions, you can move other motions with respect to
And-
like
Go
council.
ahead.
Yeah, I understand.
So I've heard Councillor Santos's amendment. I appreciate her amendment. I want to thank her for it and the intent. I would therefore like to tighten up the amendment slightly, just for the good of the city, the good of the curling club, who is concerned about the future, and to trust that all parties are going into this with legitimate and real concern about the future sustainability of the Granite Curling Club. Therefore, I would recommend the following to this amendment, that the words that prior to the issuance of a development permit be removed and put to the end of the sentence right after the word development. In other words, it would read, the public service be directed to work with the proponent of the Granite Curling Club to develop an adequate parking plan in order to support the operational sustainability of the club to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning, Property Development, comma, to the satisfaction of the Granite Curling Club and prior to the issuance of any development permit and/or building permit. And I believe that amendment would ensure good faith on all parties, that everybody's at the negotiating table to resolve the issue, and that indeed it doesn't hold up the rezoning. It allows the rezoning go forward. Development permits will not be issued until the development agreement is executed, which is anywhere from 6 months to a year away based on the processes we have in place now with the city. Therefore, it gives lots of time to resolve this issue based on how I've worded it presently, and it ensures the Granite Curling Club is part of the solution as well.
And if I may speak on the amendment, please. One, I understand it is unusual, these are unusual circumstances in which the Granite Curling Club is not specifically a share stakeholder, but yet in what way can I deny? They are stakeholders to preserve the Granite Curling Club. And they are absolutely, we're not just depending on the city to preserve the Granite Curling Club, we're depending on Winnipeggers, on curlers, on the current and future membership of the Granite Curling Club to sustain the Granite Curling Club. But they need parking spaces to do it. Simplistically, I believe that. I also believe by adding this amendment, as unusual as it is, I actually trust the Granite Curling Club to deal in good faith as like every other proponent here that we're giving confidence to have their satisfaction checked off on this. And the reason is this. They've been witness to this one, and also because of the divisions within the association, the Granite Curling Club itself, they are self-accountable. They're actually arguing with themselves, they're debating with themselves, they're discussing this with themselves. I think today's been a very wholesome meeting. And it's been wholesome on both sides, including to some sort of satisfaction to those members of the Granite Curling Club. I think they see what's going on here, and they're going to be accountable to each other. And that's why I believe they will deal in good faith within their parameters to actually be part of the stakeholders and be no less responsible for a proper outcome that we need at City Hall for this to go forward. I truly believe that. They will not be the hindrance because they're already being self-honest collectively as an organization. And we saw that here today. And on that basis, as strange as it is, I can only trust that people, because they are in argument with themselves, I actually trust them to come to a conclusion that I would trust them no less than I would City Hall. As much as we are here to debate and argue and converse and come to conclusions responsibly, they are no less prepared and they're no less able to do that when it comes to this. I truly believe that. I truly do. An unusual thing to say. Oh, what a strange day.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Santos?
I think, unfortunately, thank you, Councillor Wyatt, for your amendment. I cannot support it because what you've just done is just moved it from the beginning to the end. I think if what we've heard from the public service, that if the three parties cannot work together to develop an adequate parking plan, they're at an impasse, nothing moves forward. So until that, moves forward, and they can come up with an agreement, what you've done is kind of a bit of a moot point. So because we've tied it into the development permit aspect, and we're directing the three parties to work together, that just leaves it more cleaner. I think what you've done is just kind of confused a little bit and muddled the wording, and that's just my personal opinion. Please don't take that to heart or a negative towards your motion, but I would not support your amendment, because I think what I've brought forward simply does exactly what you're stating, but just in a cleaner language, and it obviously gives the public service that direction to work with them, because we've heard from them. If nothing happens and they can't agree on an adequate plan, they're at an impasse, nothing's moving forward. So I like to believe that the three parties can work together and come up with a good plan so that a permit can be issued.
Can we put that in writing?
Well, that's what we've heard from the administration. That's exactly what's going to happen. If they cannot if the three parties cannot come up with an adequate parking plan in the meantime, a development permit, they come at an impasse,
no development permit's going to come forward,
And-
and nothing happens.
It said including the curling club? You must agree, otherwise it's an impasse?
Don't want to be.
Yeah, so you can
We're-
ask them, that's
we're-
exactly.
At this point in time, you're providing supporting comments, or?
So
we're
I'm not
debating
supporting
one?
Councillor Wyatt's.
Okay, we have that. Councillor Wyatt, close, please. if
I will
you so
close
choose.
just to say, I believe when there are individuals of goodwill, goodwill is possible. I think the historic leadership of the Granite Curling Club of the city, in the city, has goodwill. They do not want to see a multiple family affordable housing project go sideways. I think there's enough goodwill at that club to work with the city, as long as the city is prepared to find solutions to their parking concerns that they can be addressed. And I think they can be. We in this meeting came up with a number of ideas, such as the one-way street, such as the right-of-way that clearly wasn't explored yet for the Water and Waste Department, such as creating maybe a little bit more room on the east side without trying to impact as much of the forest. We found 3 different scenarios, not to mention others that we may not be aware of in this short period of time today that could be explored at full with the Granite Curling Club to try to address their concerns. We even heard from the proponent that said they have another development whereby they actually only have 13 stalls. They're getting 23. Maybe they can offer up another 10 to the 15 they're offering. There's another 10 stalls we heard of today. In other words, in a short period of time, we came up with 4 potential different solutions. All I'm saying, members of the committee, is that nobody wants to see an affordable housing project go sideways, but at the same time, nobody wants to take away an organization's ability to be sustainable for the sake of an affordable housing project nonetheless. Because what is a recreational facility that is historic and long-lasting in our community? What is the value, the intangible value of that? And that historic club to our community, and the fact that we already as a city offer grant after grant to organizations to keep them alive. Here's a curling club trying to stay sustainable on their own without city grants for the benefit of all the community. And we are actually working to undermine them or to set them back and throw them on the defensive as if the onus should be on them. I believe the onus should be on the proponent coming forward who's proposing to take away the parking that has been historically theirs for decades to use to keep this club alive. I come from a small business background. If you were to take away parking from the small business at the corner of Regent and Bond, of Wyatt Dowling Insurance years ago, or New Trend Insurance as it was when I was growing up, my father would come out swinging in defense of it. It's no different than this curling club trying to stay alive. And I see the benefits of what our administration is trying to do. God knows I see the need of affordable housing, and I heard the presentation of the young man who's couch surfing. And I know we need to build affordable housing, and we need to build deeply affordable housing, and that's why it kills me to see a longtime organization like this at odds with an excellent organization like the University of Winnipeg's not-for-profit arm, and to have this, splitting hairs over something like this, and to have this battle it upsets me greatly. It's upsetted me all day. It's upset me all day. And I believe the resolution, as amended, that Councillor Santos has put forward, I think the amendment I'm putting forward is sincere, it shows sincere, and yes, it does put us potentially at risk, but it makes it possible for both sides to be honest then. And that's all I'm asking for by my amendment, and I'll call the question on that.
We could always come back.
And with that, we will call to question Councillor Santos's amendment as amended by Councillor Wyatt. So that is what is being tabled for question right now. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That is tied at 2-2 and loses. We will go back to Councillor Santos's amendment. Call the question on that. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That is also tied and thus defeated. We will now revert back to the recommendation of the public service without amendment. Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, this is Councillor Santos is moving the public service recommendation.
Okay, so I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee.
Okay, and your supporting reasons?
Same reasons I've said before. I'm just, it's a really long day, so.
Yeah, as stated.
May I
Councillor
offer,
Santos' stated reasons earlier.
Okay.
may I offer reasoning? Time for councillors to offer their reasoning?
Well, we have to,
She
Oh,
was
yeah.
offered the reasoning before the vote, so it's time now. Can I go next?
But there is certainly time to discuss.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, in a crux, in a nutshell here, this jeopardizes the survival of the Granite Curling Club, and we were here to offer something that could prevent that, and we didn't. And that is my concern. We had two obligations here, one for affordable housing, one to guarantee the survival of the Granite Curling Club so far as we can as the city of Winnipeg. And we did not do that with this motion. We could have done better, we didn't, and now because of this, by the wording itself, not my opinion, by the wording, it can be that the survival of the Granite Curling Club is in jeopardy. How do we know that? From the beginning of this meeting. We knew from the beginning of this meeting that there were no guarantees for the parking, and there are no guarantees for the parking. I know this meeting has resonated with the administration. I know this meeting has done some good to keep some form of checks and balances informally, unofficially on this process. I know because of this meeting, we'll have a better result than we would have because of what has transpired, what has been said. I know that, but I still don't have a guarantee. And that is my worry. And that is why I cannot vote for the motion today. We did not guarantee the survival of the Granite Curling Club when it is in jeopardy. And we did not prioritize by the recognition by those proponents I don't know how to put it, the unusual standard by which we have to judge this valuable venue called the Granite Curling Club. It is unusual. It is an astounding moment here where we are in conflict with our own judgment of this being an historical building, and it's more than a historical building. It is more than a government bestowing a historical building significance on it. It's more than that. We know that. And so, what can I say? We could have done that, we didn't, and now it's in jeopardy. And I understand that it's not necessarily the case, but we could have had wording here that would have been stronger and done better, and we didn't get there. So as an individual, I've got to be self-honest and state for the record as the councillor here that I now know by the wording by the wording itself that the Granite Curling Club survival is in question here, and I still will have to rely on the goodwill of the administration, hardened today by the residents of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
could I just say one other thing to my further speech, Mr. Chairman, quickly? And I just want to say that I would really, I mean, if this dies on a tie vote, then it goes forward without a recommendation, EPC. I would really encourage the administration, along with senior members of the mayor's office and the mayor's office, to work diligently before this goes to council for the purpose of securing some sort of arrangement with the curling club for the purpose of addressing this so that we don't get tied up in any other outside appeal mechanisms, whatever the case may be, that may hold up this project. I think this project's extremely important, and I'd like to see it proceed. At the same time, I don't want to jeopardize the curling club, and I hope the powers that be, as I like to call them, somehow are able to pull everybody together between now and the February meeting of the council meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. And I will put on to the record, not to debate Councillor Schreier, but to point out that nothing in life is guaranteed. We put forward a motion, Councillor Santos, that I supported, that laid the groundwork to provide sustainability for the curling club to continue well into the future, based on our direction to the public service, to work out the parking and any financial piece that may be limited due to the change of the actual piece of land, given the rezoning. But what we also did not do today is that we did not tell the public that we are looking to act immediately on affordable housing by rezoning this to have a potential proponent come forward who has a proven track record that could do things in an accelerated fashion while working with the other stakeholders, including the Curling Club. And for that, it is unfortunate. But with that, we will call to question the recommendation of the public service as stated by Councillor Santos. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
2 in favor, 2 opposed. That is also defeated as a tie. This will now go to the Executive Policy Committee without recommendation. Councillor Santos, would you like to move?
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried.
Please note that no further representation are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered.
Thank you. And it is my understanding that we have our 9 items on the report of the Standing Policy Committee for February 6th, including delegations.
Could I move a 10-minute brief?
We're going to do that. Yes, that will work for us. We will take a quick break here to regroup and get into the regular report. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for this February 6th of 2025. We are into the regular agenda led off by delegations for the reports 1 through 9. Madam Clerk.
Okay, so first is Councillor Mays from the St. Patel ward to be heard with respect to report 8, and Councillor Mays is joining us via Zoom today.
Councillor Mays, it's not 3 o'clock, it's not 4 o'clock, it's not 7 o'clock, it's 8:07. Welcome.
Well, luckily I don't have a PowerPoint presentation to fumble over for the next 10 minutes trying to get it to work. I'm just going to give you my comments. Thanks to all of you for sticking it out here into this late meeting. So yeah, just here to present on one item. Somewhat at a loss for words because there's no mention of fourplexes in this report anywhere, and it's about all that I work on these days. But I will try and do my best to simply talk about the Canoe Club golf course, which is a favorite topic of mine. I'll sort of pick up where I left off in 2013. In 2013, we had a very good debate at council about what to do with the city golf courses. And as Mr. Fay, who's the director, could indicate to you, there are a number of different operating models and ownership models. Only in the city of Winnipeg would you come up with something this convoluted. But the Canoe Club is one that is owned by the city, but it's been operated by a private operator since the early 90s. So in 2013, we had a vote about whether to privatize the remaining 4 courses that still had CUPE, still had a union. That vote did not succeed. I want to thank Mike Davidson, who was then head of CUPE, and Dan Vandel, who was on EPC with me at the time. And we really spoke against that concept. And the key idea really was there had been a study done that said, well, it's the union's fault that these aren't operating profitably. And I mean, I got up and said, no, it's really the way the accounting was done when this thing was first set up. They're carrying so much old debt and depreciation that, firstly, Kildonan was still making money. So if that one was unionized, so that was still making money. And Harborview was carrying so much old debt that if people had worked for free, it still wouldn't have made money. So a lot more going on than simply having the union involved. So the vote then was to not privatize the remaining courses. So here we are, years later, and we have sort of come full circle, and the city, to its credit, is recommending bringing the operation of the Canoe Club golf course back in-house. You'll see a number of people have written in support of that. So to give you a little bit of background, I guess, or discussion about...
You're muted, Councillor Mays.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to see you guys, and I don't have a camera angle where I can do that. I can see myself and not the councillors. So in any event, I'll carry on. Yeah, so Canoe Club Golf Course, operating since 1918, began as a private course. When I was a boy, you couldn't play that course. It's always been city land, but it was operated by a private club. I never played that. I played Windsor, which was a public course, but never could get on the Canoe Club. So that changed in roughly early 90s when the Canoe Club went bankrupt and the city took over operation. So it's been operated by a private operator since then. The course has gone through a number of changes. It's always been 9 holes. The layout has changed a couple of times, most dramatically in 1965 when, as I call it, the new bridge of 1965 was put in connecting Dunkirk and Osborne, and that almost killed the course, but it forced a reconfiguration of the course, and it carried on. So the course is still there, roughly 42, 44 acres in size. In my years on council, it's gone from, the condition was a lot of complaints early on, then it got better. I actually played this course with then Mayor Bowman in some years ago before COVID. We called in using my assistant's name for the booking just to get an honest view of what it was really like, which was actually kind of an interesting experience. So it wasn't in bad shape then. There was a tree root transecting the 6th green, and Bowman got stuck behind the tree root. So it's an aging course. There needs to be some maintenance. But in recent years, there have been more complaints about the private operator. I don't want to criticize Mr. Smirnoff, who has had a good run with me. I really haven't had any complaints about the guy. I know he had issues at Bloomberg, but this is not attacking the private operator. So here we are today. The rent hasn't been paid. The property taxes haven't been paid. There are more complaints about upkeep. It's time to change. Thank you to Mr. Fay for recommending that it come back in-house. I think it would require 2/3 to sell it off. It would be a huge fight in St. Vital if people moved to sell this off. Also, we made a commitment under the last council to increase the size of our parkland, and this counts toward that. So I would not want to see it sold off for housing. There was discussion back in 2020 about shortening number 6 and number 7 to fit in a soccer field because Bonnie Vital Soccer is right next door. That never came to fruition. Maybe it will. Maybe we can do something with cross-country skiing or snowshoeing. Maybe we can move one of the troubled lawn bowling sites over to this place now, freeing up some space somewhere else because we'll be owning and operating it, which I think is a great thing. So a good day, I think, for St. Vital. And sort of for those of us who oppose the privatization move, it's always been 9 holes. It's not an executive course. It's not all par 3s. It's got a variety. It's got longer holes and shorter holes. Golf Services certainly operating very effectively now. My joke, of course, been this group is so efficient they'll only hire people to run it who have 1-syllable first and last names. So we've had the very good run under Al Shane, and now we've had a very good run under Ben Fay. So I think I should retire that joke after today. But in any event, very good leadership under Al and under Ben with the Golf Services. This is sort of the logical extension of that, I think, to bring the course in-house. I have been waiting to appear in delegation because this matters to St. Vital. It matters to me. You know, when I was a kid, I remember they were toweringly rude to me once when I was out running. And I vowed if I ever got elected, I'd do something about it. Well, your priorities change when you actually have to make these decisions. And I kind of like the idea that, no, instead of taking it down, I'm going to open it up. If my grandsons want to play or granddaughters want to play at the Canoe Club, they'll be able to just walk on and pay the money and play because it's a public course run by the city of Winnipeg. So I kind of like that evolution. So it's an important part of St. Vital history. It is over 100 years old, like Kildonan. And Windsor is 100 this year. So I would be very reluctant to see it sold off. And I think, ironically, the best financial option is to stay with the city of Winnipeg as the operator. So hopefully we can explore some more winter usage there. We don't want to compete with our own cross-country ski operations at Windsor, less than a mile away, maybe a mile away. But anyway, future is bright now for the Canoe Club. A lot of people in the community excited about this, very pleased. So thank you for hearing me out. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Yes, it appears like Councillor Schreier has a question.
Sure, and thank you, Chair Duncan. Leave it to Councillor Mays to give such a chronology once again when it comes to those issues on which he speaks and educates us all. It says you're here to speak in regards to, or whatever the term was, not in favor. Is there a reason for, is that the term we use when councillors speak in delegation, it doesn't say that you're in favor. It says to be heard with respect to.
I couldn't be more in favor. Yeah, I don't know why I would say that. So no, I'm very much in favor, and thanks to Mr. Fay for putting the report together. I feel like I have an almost unblemished record of arguing with planning staff at this committee, but here we are. I'm strongly in favor of this report.
And
All right.
I do have a motion, if I may, after you were finished with Councillor Mays, just regarding delegations and to move a motion to suspend the
Oh,
rules to
yes.
allow
Yeah.
Louise Mays.
Yeah, let's get to
Louise
the
Mays.
end of our list here. I'm aware of a few. But thank you very much, Councillor Mays, and don't you dare try to jump me in the queue for cross-country skiing on city course or city leased land.
I'll leave it in Mr. Fay's capable hands to sort that.
Okay, appreciate you sticking around.
And thanks for hearing me out. You know, they were actually going to, there's a letter on file from 1964 where they say just give us a 20-year lease because for sure the bridge will be built from McGillivray to Dunkirk or to Fermor by 1984. The bridge still hasn't been built, so it's kind of a civic story. Sometimes, you know, these things are with us for decades when we don't really expect it. So, but happy to keep it going for another 100 years. So thank you for hearing me out.
Take care. Thank you. Moving on.
Okay, so next is David Grant to be heard with respect to reports 1, 3, 5, and 7, and David is joining us via Zoom today.
Who else did we want to move to suspend the rules to hear?
We have two others.
I believe there's a request for Nick Logan and Louise May.
I'll move it up. So I'll move suspension of the rules to hear these delegations pertain to their items.
Okay. And
there might be a Mr. Redder, maybe, Eric Redder.
That is correct.
Might be there.
I got a waving of the hand here.
Is that Mr. Redder?
Okay. I'll move suspension of the rules for Mr. Redder as well.
All right, we have suspension of the rules for those two individuals. The clerk caught those names.
I saw you for a brief second. Come on.
And yes, yeah, okay.
So Nick Logan, Louise May, and Eric Redder.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. I would just ask that the delegates attempt to keep their time within that 5-minute mark, if at all possible, without having to enforce a 5-minute maximum at this point in the evening. Please and thank you. I would ask the committee, we do have a few folks here in person, if they could come down. Does anybody have any opposition to hearing the folks here in person first? All right.
Yeah.
No, I'll hear from the folks here in person, have them head home after this, if they so choose. I don't know.
My God.
Please come forward.
Am I up?
You're up.
Well, congratulations on a lot of work today. I admire all the things you do. I'm glad you're doing it, not me. The first thing I'd like to say is that I want to thank the councilors. This is the first time I've been in the chamber for a while, but I want to thank you for the honor of receiving the City of Winnipeg 150 Volunteer Award and the privilege of planting a tree to celebrate. That was very special, and I very much appreciate it. Today, I am presenting the Winnipeg Rowing Club as we embrace a fundraising challenge on the journey to create a world-class rowing facility. In 1990, we sold the Winnipeg Rowing Club's facility at 144 Lindale Drive and built a new boathouse a block away at 20 Lindale Drive on the city parkland across from the Norwood Flood Bowl. The club members built and paid for the new facility, which then became city-owned. In return for the building, the city gave the club a lease consisting of 2 20-year consecutive terms. Today, the club is undertaking a complete internal refresh of the building, which requires a $1.5 million plus fundraising campaign. Donors are expressing concern over the fact that we have just 5 years remaining on the current lease. Hence, I am asking for a renewal of our original 40-year lease arrangement with the city. Here are some facts. The current clubhouse and boathouse was built in 1990. It has performed exceptionally well with service to the greater community. Our goal is the development of rowing skills for Manitoba athletes, recreation people all the way through to elite. Although all our participants benefit from learning the skills of rowing, many have excelled beyond the local scene. Both Janine Hansen in 2012 and Abby Dent last summer were Olympic silver medal champions in the women's 8. Currently, we have 4 young athletes benefiting from full rowing scholarships at universities of Victoria, Gonzaga, Michigan, and Minnesota. Last year, Rowing Canada sponsored a Rowing for All initiative. The Winnipeg Rowing Club partnered with the Winnipeg Newcomer Sport Academy, sport programs for inner city neighborhoods, SPIN, and the South Winnipeg Community Center to deliver progressive-based rowing programs in July and August. The program delivered an introductory rowing camp, followed with options to continue rowing, particularly for the ages of 13 to 17. Our annual Learn to Row program teaches adults, and approximately 50 adults take on that challenge and go on to become incredible volunteers for the club. Since 1952, the Winnipeg Rowing Club has produced 5 Olympians, 1 Para-Olympian, 32 national team members, and 8 Manitoba Sport Hall of Famers. Jeff Powell, a longtime Winnipeg Rowing Club member and 2-time world champion, is now the CEO of Rowing Canada. Jeff has committed to support the Winnipeg Rowing Club's goal, and that is to be a critical component of the Canadian rowing scene. Over the last 2 years, the Winnipeg Rowing Club was established and has built a relationship with Indigenous organizations, newcomers, and marginalized groups. It takes time to build these relationships, and we are committed to delivering and growing the programs. The club also works with high schools and sports teams requiring winter training facilities. The Winnipeg Rowing Club was established in 1881. Since then, all the operations have been privately funded by volunteers, and that's over 143 years. These same volunteers want to continue the investments in the facility to serve the needs of Manitoba athletes for the foreseeable future. With the current improvements to the club, we will now be able to rent its facilities for corporate events, weddings, socials, dinners, and AGMs, producing additional revenue. Today, the Winnipeg Rowing Club has raised $1.2 million for the construction and expects to raise the balance of $300,000 throughout 2025. But naturally, when you're overhauling a facility, there are nice to haves that pop up, and we think we'll have to carry this campaign well into 2026. So we require the city to replicate the original lease with a similar 40-year arrangement starting in 2025. The long-term arrangement is necessary to satisfy donor concerns over the club's current location. The major visible sponsors require long-term commitments. For example, the club would like to resell the naming rights for its grand room over facing the winter. I'll just be 2 minutes. The current sponsor's name has expired after 30 years, and we would like to replace it with another.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Please continue.
We'd like to replace it with another $100,000 commitment. That would also be a 30-year commitment. We have made proposals to Tom Clayson and Doug Stevens, both of whom expressed concerns that we don't have long-term control over our building. And with the amount of vacant space or secondment of property, we worry about the challenge of maintaining where we are. I will also be presenting this option to the Riley family in terms of naming the grand room, and that family goes back to 1881, so I think I can get a sale. But again, you know, with many campaigns that I've been involved with, and I've chaired the United Way campaign, and I've been involved with the university campaigns. I'm advising President Ben Roche right now on his major donors for the upcoming campaign. Major donors have quirks, and you got to be able to understand them, and you got to kind of give a little bit to satisfy them and get the commitment. So on a personal note, I have many dedicated Manitobans that have already made significant donations towards creating our world-class training center. They all support my presence here today and my request of a long-term lease. I won't read them, but I did send the names in my report to all the councillors. So in summary, we operate a state-of-the-art, well-maintained community center, open to the public with a multitude of programs at no cost to the city. We just require another 40-year lease and allow us to continue what we do best. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions there. Councillor Wyatt.
We have a verbal report on the Winnipeg Rowing Club extension of lease for 20 years. 20 years good enough?
Well,
20 years is
our original arrangement was, when we built the club and gave it to you, was 20 and 20. And I think we've upheld our end of the arrangement and exceeded my expectations, because I was around in 1990 when we made this deal. And I don't want to be back here in 20 years. I want to be back here in 40 years asking for the next extension. So I think we should go back to our original arrangement. That was the deal. We've lived up to our end, and I'm asking the city to do the same.
And as you know, Nick, you've been involved with many, many fundraising campaigns with the private sector over the years. I know in terms of your charitable involvement on different boards of directors, it's always easy to raise money when you have a long-term lease that you can say that we're leasing this, we can do naming rights, we can do fundraising in terms of your advertising campaign or your capital campaign for the 1.5 million you mentioned?
Well, we've got to get to 1.5. We've committed to that. I need to get well beyond that to do everything we're doing. And after we put all our money into the facilities, then we got to go back to our equipment and start buying boats, and racing shells are very expensive. A 4-person racing shell is close to $30,000 now, so it never ends. But we're ahead of the curve, and we're going to stay there.
Okay, thank you for your ongoing community service, Nick.
Thank you.
Another question, Councillor Santos.
Thank you for your presentation. I did get a copy of your letter here, and I went over it. So help me understand, and I'll have probably questions with the administration too. What's your understanding of why the city wanted to do a 20-year lease instead of going back to the 40-year lease? What's your understanding?
Well, they originally said we just do 5-year leases, and I said, well, that's just never going to fly with us. I'm asking to go back to what we had originally. That was a precedent, and I say we've performed incredibly well, and I think it's a no-brainer for you to say the Winnipeg Rowing Club is the gold standard for running community centers. Give them what they want. I mean, the Granite is almost a new person on the block compared to us being around since 1881.
Okay. So, sorry, it didn't answer my question. I was asking, the city obviously offered you a 20-year lease. What is your understanding of why 20 years?
I'm not sure.
And, oh, you're not sure why?
No.
Okay, well, then I'll ask the administration. Second question, with the 20-year lease, are you stating that you will not be able to do a proper capital campaign if the lease was only 20?
Well, I'm just giving you the feedback that I get from donors when they say, we're not sure of your long-term stability. What do? I got to come back to you and say, let's ground this Winnipeg Rowing Club with a 40-year lease, and then I can sell the naming rights to all kinds of parts of that building.
Okay, thank you.
Right, just so I'm clarified, right now you have 5 years left on your 40-year lease.
Correct.
So if you were to say 25 years, that would be actually granting you 30.
Oh. Well, I'm saying let's start over and let's go to 20 and 20 again, and
I'm always looking at softs, Nick, if we can't get to the full range.
be done with it. Well, it's just it's just an extension of what we have. It's not a big deal.
I look forward to hearing what the public service has to say. Appreciate all your patience sitting up there all day.
Yeah, that was a long day.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right, next up.
Next is Eric Reeder.
Raider, yeah, that's pretty close, thank you.
Do you mind just spelling your last name?
R-E-D-E-R.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, respect to report 3.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the opportunity. I was here a month ago, so just as I briefly got into the LeMay Forest to present, at the time I was talking to the city mayor's office about the pileated woodpecker cavities in the LeMay Forest. I'm going to give you the boring piece real quick, and then I'll get into the other pieces. I know how long the day's been. The federal law requires that the pileated woodpecker cavity, the roosting cavity, be protected for 3 years. Every single cavity that's found has to be reported to the federal government and monitored for 3 years. This wasn't done in the LeMay Forest. Wildlife officer asked this to happen, so in pushing on this all the way up to the Environment Minister's office, which I've done, and into enforcement, Eco-Justice, which is the lawyers we usually bring on board to sue the federal government about species acts. It comes out that Alberta has regulations, provincial regulations, which keep activities in forestry in the province in line with federal regulations. BC has the very same ones. I talked to a timber cruiser yesterday whose job was to find cavities, report it, and they protect that section of the forest. Manitoba does not have that yet, and the city of Winnipeg does not have that yet. So this isn't the place for you to hear about that. That's going to be a thing that we're going to grow and ensure that the city is putting in place to deal with these protections, and also the province. I'll be meeting with the new Environment Minister on Monday over that. So this isn't about woodpeckers, though. That's not the reason why this is all happening. There's only been one other campaign that's been as big as the LeMay Forest, and I've been doing this for 19 years. In the last 5 years, it was the privatization of provincial parks. There was a huge uproar when people heard that they couldn't drive up to St. Ambrose Beach Provincial Park and use their park pass. The uproar that we've seen on the LeMay Forest, we had about 1,000 letters come in a few weeks. The LeMay Forest, there's been 500 letters sent to the mayor in the last couple of weeks. It doesn't go to all the councillors, so you probably haven't seen that. The only other one, maybe a dozen years ago, the Churchill Oil by Rail campaign was also huge. So this isn't a local St. Norbert issue. It is a really big deal. You already know about the development issues for this site. There's no road access, there's no water, there's no sewer. It's 14 feet below the level of Pembina Highway. There's a lot of reasons why this site shouldn't be developed. My specialty in wilderness is that this area has very large trees in it. We know this is prime habitat for the pileated woodpeckers. There's a reason why we'd protect this forest. But the real problem where we sit right now is the data that was released. The Rashot Seal Cemetery, the deaths that have been recorded in there, and the information that came out this last week. 700 infants are buried there in unmarked graves, and there are records of 3,300 deaths with no record of how the deceased were handled. So this brings this from a decision about protecting nature so that there's a bigger piece of park to how we care for things that are sacred. And big forests should already be hallowed ground. They're places that we have not yet harmed, but the LeMay Forest is sacred ground. All levels of, excuse me, all levels of government have been involved in this right now. The Manitoba Métis Federation is really involved in seeing this area properly cared for. The Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs is looking at this to ensure this area is properly cared for. The federal government, the provincial government, city officials, of course. There was a motion brought forward here by Councillor Wyatt. There just isn't this level of support in most campaigns. And Premier Canoe on Tuesday night told a story about campaigning for searching the landfill. And he talked about the fact that when that campaign was first publicized, there wasn't support for a search. And the way things go is the more information go out in public, the more and more people learn. And at the end of the time speaking about this in public, not only was the landfill getting searched, but it probably caused the downfall of a government. So we know that the more that people talk about the LeMay Forest, it was on the front cover of the Free Press today, this is going to be national news. We know that more and more people are going to support the protection of this region. A vision for this area. In 30 seconds, it's walking into this forest. There's a school right there. There's the community centers right there. There's already an existing park that it would be attached to along the river. People walk into this area and they learn about the Métis community that was there. They learn about the Indigenous ceremony that still exists in that forest. They see and learn what it means for First Nations individuals to talk to you about their traditions and the spirits being in the forest. It's right there for us to all learn in this one spot. It's a coming together of all these opportunities. And that means the city of Winnipeg can have something good, and that's protection of the LeMay Forest. So the two pieces I was told would be best to mention, rescinding the order from October, which allowed the removing the trimming of vegetation. It's a cemetery, so trimming of trees is actually prohibited under provincial law. So we need to rescind that cutting permit. What we want to do is the public
Are you able to wrap and?
Yeah, right there. The second one is right there. The
Thank you.
public needs to have a conversation about what this forest looks like, and we can't do that if the trees are coming down. The second piece, because we've seen The developer doesn't want to have these public conversations that the rest of the country and all levels of government want to. So we would prefer that you proceed with expropriation based on the national historic significance of this burial ground and the unwillingness of the owner to move on this. It's an extraordinary step, but this is the type of place that requires an extraordinary measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions at this time, I appreciate you sticking around.
Mr. Reader, I just want to thank you, Eric, for coming again before the committee and for your ongoing dedication to this project. And hopefully we can see some progress in terms of assembling this land.
Great, thank you.
With the support of all the levels of government that you're talking about, as well as the First Nations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next is David Grant, who's speaking in opposition to items 1, 3, 5, and 7. David is joining us via Zoom. David, you can go ahead and turn on your microphone and your camera.
Your system won't let me.
Yeah, we can hear you, David.
Okay. Good. It's okay. Anyway, yes, I should move on. Anyway, thank you for inviting me to speak today. After watching here now for just over 11 hours, I appreciate even more all the work you do. I'll be quick. I spoke in person yesterday to SPC Services. In that case, I was only at City Hall for about 15 minutes. It was an entirely positive event with a single safety improvement idea for me. I deeply enjoyed the experience. I draw your attention to part of my written submissions on topic 1. The province decides if demo debris must be treated as asbestos waste. There is an extra cost if the government lab says yes. If the province covered this extra cost, there would be no reason for the landowner to fight issues in court. This simple change would cut the time for cleanup from months or years to just days. This fast service is exactly what the neighbors and their councillors want. I see no other way to complete a cleanup in just days. Unfortunately, this would mean us and the residents approaching the government, the environment minister, to do this for the sake of everyone. On the topic 3, Lemay, even without the city buying this property or expropriating it, there is ample wild hiking land in the area. I prefer the land along the river. The riparian area is much more fun, more critters going on. Helping landowner to provide many care home spaces would be a good investment, and I think you've heard this before, because it would free up family-sized houses in the area. 4 or 5 kids do not easily fit in an apartment tower. We don't need to focus entirely on towers, especially when families are involved. And the care home, I believe, would free up to 1,000 homes in the area, houses. Anyway, we move on. Topic 5, Pacific. I support what my fellow delegation has written on the value of the mini park on Pacific. Lord Roberts, which I'm familiar with, lost its trees and green space to apartments, harming the community. There is a demographic who cannot afford a home of any kind. There is a very different demographic that can pay $1,800 a month for a new apartment, or $1,500 a month if it's reduced rent. We should not pretend that the folks living in tents will move into any new apartment tower. Another topic, the HAF sets a bad precedent. It hands millions in gifts to private companies to build apartments, while shovel-ready projects wait months for permits and perhaps years. This has been raised by others today. It is beyond time for real transparency on how the city decides who gets a permit and who does not. The city cannot afford to pay for every investment by every for-profit company, like the builders and developers. Rents bring in so much income that towers will be built if there's a market, and there certainly is, without huge gifts to developers. The same for subsidizing a future builder on Pacific. The city has rules. I must thank Councillor Wyatt for reminding us all that the courts frown on the city when it violates its own RFP type rules. On densification, I'll leave my written comments there, but add in, those who live in apartment towers and have friends who do know that pests can be a nightmare. Why is the city ignoring the call to make new rental units more resistant to the migration of common pests between units? Note that the former housing official who spoke to you today about noon made a strong reference to the horror of bug infestations. Sealing units cost little more if done when the place is being built. Just means putting a little gasket around the pipes when they go through the wall. Those who have suffered in this way become desperate to find a single-family home. They're traumatized by bed bugs or whatever. The real estate professionals involved can attest to this. There are desperate people out there who need and want a single family. The city's densification program is removing, to some extent, that single-family option, while the city has failed to provide better building code protection for apartment owners. And the reason I raised that a few months ago was we were in the position of imposing unique Winnipeg-only wording into the building code. And I would think this one for better pest migration protection is something that would benefit people across Canada. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you speaking earlier and then sticking around to speak again. I do not see any questions this time around, but thank you again, and we'll move on to the next delegation.
Okay, next is Vicky Poirier to be heard in opposition to reports 3 and 5, and Vicky is joining us via Zoom.
Hi there. Long day. So guess what? I'm only going to be less than 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Hello, bonjour, boozhoo. I'm Vicky Poirier. I'm a card-carrying First Nation status Indian with Indian Affairs, and I am all for the development of the senior care living facility near LeMay and Graves. I don't want this ideal land to just be parkland. There are no exemptions for LeMay, Parker, or Kenaston lands to not get built. Why the long delays? The province and country are desperate for more housing. We are not desperate for more parkland. This is a housing crisis. The Housing Accelerator Fund is to help get homes built. Giving 3 lots of land, for example, away on Pacific Avenue for $1 makes 0 cents when the city needs money. Citizens are not stupid. In the opposite situation are LeMay, Parker, and Kenaston. There is no logical explanation for the delay in developing homes. They are shovel-ready, but something is standing in the way. LeMay Senior Care Home is desperately needed. There are a lot of people living in the south end of Winnipeg that would be willing to move within 15 minutes of their friend and family, but not across the city to an old folks home far away from them. So they stay in their houses. Kids have grown up and moved away. There are many houses with only 1 or 2 people living in them. Each of those houses could welcome a large family if a senior care center was built near LeMay. Remember, a large family is not going to move into a little 1 or 2 bedroom apartment or even a 3-bedroom apartment when they could get 5. It's not, the LeMay land is not near the river. It's near LeMay and Grave Street and the St. Norbert Farmers Market. We need this to get built ASAP. Again, the land near LeMay is not exempt from developing homes and welcoming new residents. It'll be a lovely place to live. Walking or using a scooter chair to go to and from the farmers market makes it a very attractive location for seniors and those needing care. Please let this development happen. And please move the development away from the granite lot. Thank you. Merci, Megwitch.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, okay, Councillor Schreier has put his hand up here, if you have time for a question.
So what would you recommend be the next step regarding the LeMay Forest? You're saying the owner of it
Well,
should...
as a First Nations, sorry, go ahead. Oh, as a First Nations status Indian, I'd like to say, yes, there might be some people buried there. We've been on this planet for 4 million years. I'm guessing there's people buried everywhere. It didn't become sacred land until just recently. It's not sacred land. It's land that needs to be developed. We need a senior care home down here, and that's the only option we got coming up. Wouldn't you like some of these homes in Fort Richmond to become available so that families could move in? My neighbors next door to me and 2 doors down, just 1 person living in the home. They would happily move nearby. Their family and friends are here.
I just want to say your delegation goes against the grain. I'm just going to say it, but I truly, truly respect what you're saying. It is actually very refreshing to hear what you have to say. and thank you for saying it, and I mean that. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Moving on.
Okay, Erna Buffy was registered to speak in support of item 3, but she's no longer here, so we'll move on to the final delegation, which is Louise May, to speak with respect to report 3, and she's joining us via Zoom today.
Good
Hello, thank you.
evening, Louise. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, thank you for spending such a long day listening to so many people. And on that note, I think I'd like to keep it brief enough that to reiterate the points that Eric made, and especially for the last two, the request really is to make 2 motions today. And I guess now I'm thinking maybe a third one is in order, which is to delay this to the next month's meeting. There are many, many different pieces in motion right now, including our larger partners coming to terms with this very new information about the nature of the grave site, and the legal course of action that needs time to unfold. I don't see that we need these motions today. And I also would like to see them have as robust a discussion as we just heard with the Granite Curling Club. That is the nature of this issue right now. It's dense. There are a lot of different positions to be considered. And so to ask you to make a motion to rescind the October permit seems like all a big discussion just on its own. I can't see how the city can offer a permit that is against the law. On the other hand, to expropriate or even to move the concept of expropriation up to EPC when it hasn't been fully fully engaged with more community discussion, more investigation into the nature of the graveyard. I think we need more time for all of that. We have court case dates coming through this next month that will also help to identify what the Cemetery Act says and how it needs to be enforced. So would it be possible to ask for this agenda item to be moved to next month's meeting?
Anything is possible at this point in time. If you're done your delegation, I can open the floor to questions.
I have,
Well,
Mr.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not a-
I'd like to speak, I'd like to have my
unfortunately,
full
yeah,
10
yeah,
minutes
you're
to actually
permitted to have your full time. This isn't a
No,
Q&A session,
well,
so please feel free to
The thing
finish.
is that if we are moving it to next month, which is what my first request would be, if we can move it to next month, then I'd like to make my 10-minute presentation next month.
Mr. Chairperson, if I may.
Are you done your delegation?
Can we move this to next month?
It's not a Q&A, nor do I speak
I see.
independently for the entire committee here, but we can definitely consider it when it comes up as item number 3 today.
All right. Well, I will let you move forward with your evening then.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wyatt does have a question.
I mean, it's the will of the committee, but I mean, I would be amenable to moving suspension of the rules, deal with item 3 and move it to next month. I would have not an issue with that if the rest of the committee, if the will of the chair was there.
I would like to finish the delegations. We can get into the reports after, and we can deal with them in any order.
Sure, fair enough. Fair enough.
Question, Councillor Schreier had his hand up first.
Sure, thank you. You said that there's still discovery to be seen, to be discussed, to be observed at the cemetery aspect, the burial site. And is that what you mean? Is that in particular what you wish to find out? I was told that's not necessarily going to happen because it is private property. You may very well know something that I don't. I mean, wouldn't be surprised at all. I kind of expect you to, actually, as a matter of fact. And we rely on that knowledge. And having said that, what do you expect to be done in the next 30 days that it'll be more relevant, this will be more relevant for us at the next meeting?
I know that the people who are researching this are still deep diving.
Okay.
In fairness to the developer, I think this is new information that he needs to assimilate and think about what he wants his response to be. I know they have had preliminary reports about the graveyard, but nothing as extensive as this. We're looking to find out how this graveyard sits in terms of its national importance. It's already been said that it is potentially the largest unmarked grave burial site in Canada. We're looking to understand more about the demographics of the people. We're looking more, we've talked about the infants only. We're looking at how the women and teenage girls who also lost their lives, where that factors in. And I think we'd like to come forward with more of a vision of this being a memorial forest. We'd like to get other faith groups involved. We'd like to talk about this as a spiritual space. And we just need more time to develop all of those ideas.
Thank you.
I just have the one question for you, Ms. May. Are you aware that the courts are ruling, judicial, quasi-judicial, name escapes me, at the municipal board, thank you. It's been a long day. Are ruling on this, I believe it is next week?
There's a hearing next week.
Yes, I am aware, and I'm a delegate there, as well as a number of other people from the coalition and other allies. So we think that that also might factor into how the developer wants to move forward.
Okay.
Just a quick question. I think Councillor Santos had one.
No, it's okay. It was
Okay.
It was clarified through Councillor.
Perfect.
Just Councillor Chambers had indicated to me that he wanted us to move on a motion for expropriation today. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, I do feel that we discussed that, and I was very eager to get a motion on expropriation today, but I do see that these other factors are playing into it, and that it wouldn't make any, it would be a stronger case in a month from now when we have a few of these other pieces that are more firmed up, including some of the other partners.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
That
Thank you.
concludes our delegations for this series of reports. We can move into the reports. Is there any interest in moving any items around here? I heard a few. No, let's get into it. Number one, I'll hear from the public service. Brief rundown of the demolition site and cleaning for vacant buildings in unsafe condition.
Just before Winston Yee speaks to this from the community services perspective, I would like to remind SPC, and of course, because the chair was different at the last time on this item, we heard from Kelly Happychuck on the PPD perspective, and the chair at that time asked to hear this matter again with Mr. Winston Yee sharing information from the community services perspective. So I just wanted to couch that before.
Okay, without interrupting you, Madam Clerk, is there a way that we can send this over to community services then at this point in time? Or I don't want to waste Mr. Yee's time here, but I mean, if it's a community services matter, I'm not sure why.
So the original motion from Assiniboia Community Committee, this originated at Assiniboia Community Committee. It was moved to Planning, Property and Development, where the committee received a report with respect to the matter as information, and then further directed the public service to provide a verbal report on demolitions and site cleanings for vacant buildings. So if this committee would like to receive this as information, they can. If there's
It's here because the org bylaw designates this committee responsible for demolitions.
Okay, so Mr. Yee is just being a,
The issue of demolition and site cleaning is under PP&D through, I believe, their building bylaw. And at one of the previous meetings, I understood that there was questions around the vacant building bylaw, and so Mr. Happychuck had asked me to attend to answer questions to this committee on vacant buildings related questions, but it wasn't the subject matter that was listed in the agenda. It was just questions came up.
Ms. Morris, do we want to have a summary from, or open it up to questions? How would you like?
Sure, that would be fine.
I guess I was hoping that Mr. Happychuck would be here at the same time, which he's not. But anyway.
He is here in the Zoom meeting.
Is he in the Zoom?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Hi, Kelly. Can you hear us?
I can.
Great.
Okay.
Not sure if the video's.
Sorry, I've just asked you to start your video.
There we go. Okay. Good evening, councilors and everybody else. Yeah, so as Director Boris mentioned, this was a matter that started and was reported on by Maura Gear prior to her retirement. And the issues, one of the questions that have come up is surrounding the vacant buildings aspect, which Mr. Yee's department looks after the vacant buildings bylaw, even though it's still embedded under PP&D. So it's a bit of a joint effort here. Demolition work still falls to PP&D, as Winston mentioned. So the background here is, very briefly, is that we were asked to take a look at how can we move forward in a more timely fashion with respect to either demolishing or dealing with damaged buildings, vacant buildings that become damaged. And so not speaking to the vacant building piece specifically, but in general, the department, PP&D, has put in place some newer measures, which we will be reporting on to this committee next month at the end of March. One of those measures is the creation of the Unsafe Conditions Response Team, and we have had some very good successes. We are attending to fire-affected properties or other properties that have been reported as unsafe within a much shorter time frame than we previously had. That we're getting out to them within 2 business days at the most. And so we can do an initial assessment between our enforcement officers and the building inspectors at both residential and commercial properties that get affected by either fire or recently we've had some bricks falling off buildings in certain areas of the city. And so we're able to get to that a lot more quickly and engage the owners and bring a repair about a lot quicker. And where those repairs are not attended to by the owner, because at the end of the day, the bylaws all state that the owner is responsible for all the repairs and maintenance of their buildings. And I think that covers a lot of different bylaws, not just building bylaw, but maintenance of your property falls to the owner. But where owners fail to do that piece, then our department, as well as others, will resort to writing orders for compliance. And when those orders are not adhered to or met with compliance, then we would refer the remediation work to the Municipal Accommodations Division, and they would do the work. And all of the costs that get associated with that referral to Municipal Accommodations, and then when they hire a company to do the remediation work, all those costs get added to the property tax bill at the end of it. And so that was one of the questions that was brought forward for the committee had questions, the previous chair had questions about how can we add it to the property taxes. And the short answer there is we can only add, we're already doing it, and we can only do that to add to taxes when the work is ordered and not complied with, and then the city does the work. We can't just go in without giving the property owner a chance to do the work themselves first. So I think that's the general overview. If there's any questions, be happy to take them. Otherwise, I refer it to Winston.
I see a couple questions here. We'll start with Councillor Santos and then Councillor Wyatt.
So if I'm reading the, I guess the 3 pages here, I'm going back to kind of the original disposition back in May of 2024. Eventually, the Public Service is supposed to write a written report on the process. Is that correct?
That report was written by the Deputy CAO's office.
Okay, so is that report available on GMIS? Because all I'm seeing is that it was amended to have verbal reports come back. So was there any written report on what the Assiniboine Community Committee had passed back in May of 2024? Or is this just all verbal reports?
I believe this is all verbal.
Okay.
Oh, the clerk has information here she'd like to share.
Okay.
There was actually a report that came to committee on October 3rd, and the committee did receive the report as information. I'd be happy to send you the link, Councillor.
Sure, if you can send me the link, that would be great. Okay, so then from October 3rd, from there was further, okay, to provide verbal report backs on demolition and site cleanings for vacant keep. Understand. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay, second question then is I am curious, how many sites are there now that are to be demolished, cleaned at vacant buildings that are deemed unsafe? That'd be my question.
I would have to defer that one to Winston and his team that deal with the vacant buildings.
Okay, perfect.
Sir, good evening. So I think there's probably 2 lists, one that Kelly will have and one that I will have. So we asked the question about how many vacant buildings. I can tell you how many vacant buildings that there are. If there are a number of buildings out there that are in rubble. I'm sure you've heard of that before. So that's where I believe it falls under Kelly and his group. So I think that's when the initial.
I'll take both answers.
For sure. So on our end, there's just under 700, around 688 vacant buildings that we are administering right now. Just over 500 are commercial properties, and the remaining 160, 170 are residential properties. By residential property, I mean a single-family home, a duplex, triplex. A larger apartment would be considered a commercial building. So that's how many we have in terms of our inventory. But your question kind of assumes that they're somewhere, to be destroyed or
Right.
if they're falling apart. Under the vacant building bylaw, it's our staff will provide orders for maintenance-related items, primarily for the safety of our first responders. So if you go into a property and there's holes in the ground or something like that, those things are listed. The second part of that bylaw deals with security. So either in terms of conventionally securing the property, so doors and windows are in place, or through boarding. So that's what we would keep track of. If there are any properties that are structurally unsound, we would refer that to PP&D and, for their follow-up.
Okay, so then I'm going to cut you off right there.
Sure.
What is the approximate number of vacant buildings that are currently considered unstructurally unsound? Do you know that number?
I would say none of ours are that I've given you the list. If they are structurally unsound, or if there's a partial building, that's not a vacant building. So for example, if fire goes to a property that's partly burnt down, we don't enforce that under the vacant building bylaw because it's not a building anymore.
Okay.
And that goes to
Kelly's
group.
team. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so that's perfect. Thank you. So Kelly, could you answer the second part of the question? How many rubble piles and how many properties that are considered, obviously half burnt that comes into under your jurisdiction? How many properties are there?
Sure. So through you, Chair, Mr. Chair, our team is looking at about 117 properties that have been hit by fire and then are in some state of decay, whether they're a full rubble pile or just a partial building left standing. And that goes back over the last 12 months. And of those 117, 115, 117, then about 40 of those are actually rubble piles that have been referred to municipal accommodations because the owners haven't cleaned them up. So we've referred them to MA, and MA has a process that they deal with when they hire their contractors to do the final remediation. And this time of year, it sort of slows down, just to be clear and more fair. This time of year slows down because some of these rubble piles are asbestos laden, and they require wet demolition, which can't be done when it's as cold as it is. So they sort of sit on hold until the weather warms again in the spring, and then we'll get back to it, or MA will get back to dealing with those properties. But right now, I'm estimating there's about 40 that we're dealing with, which is down from about 80, 90 that were there about a year to 18 months ago. We've made some significant strides in getting a number of properties cleaned up.
So then out of the, so 40 is now over at municipal accommodations. That leaves approximately 60, so 75 properties that are still rubble pile.
No, not rubble pile. Sorry if I misspoke on that. The remaining properties are still structures that stand.
Okay.
For the most part, they're not necessarily a rubble pile.
Okay. Could you give me a percentage of how many are commercial and how many are residential?
The vast majority of these are residential. I don't have an exact breakdown, but it would, if I had to guess, I would say it's well above 70% of these are residential.
If it's the will of the chair, I do apologize for questions. I'm not too sure where it goes from now. Are we continuing on with verbal reports, or, because I'd like to see this data in writing. What we do with fire paramedics and the data that we get with substance, what we get with, fires that are occurring, that data is so important to see in paper. Because when we do verbal reports, it's so hard for me to follow, and I do apologize. So I don't know if it's the will of the committee, but I'd be happy to come back in 6 months for Kelly and Winston to provide a more fulsome, just that exactly to what I said. Those numbers are very helpful kind of in context to really show some of the issues. And I know you guys are doing ongoing work with the Bloomberg Harvard Initiative. I totally get that. But I find data is important, but I'm not too sure what the rest of the committee feels on that.
I agree. Mr. Chair, if I can offer something, I am slated to provide an update on the pilot project. It is the unsafe conditions response team to the March meeting.
Okay.
So if it's amenable to the committee, I could bring some preliminary data to that meeting through that process.
Okay.
And then and build from there if you wish, and then that way perhaps this matter could be set aside.
And does that include Winston's data as well with the vacant buildings, 700 buildings that are under his purview?
Mr. Yee had comments he'd like to
Yeah.
add as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to answer your question, we already published that information. I don't believe it would be fruitful for us to report on it just because all that information is reported on an annual basis from our department. So we would list even greater information than I've indicated to you. So the number of vacant buildings. We do break it down in our annual reports, and you can go back the last 10, 15 years, that we'll have that, as well as broken down to commercial, residential,
Okay.
the number of inspections that are done, the number that we board, and the number that we bring back online, so out of the vacant building program, where it's either lawfully occupied or it's being demolished. So all those numbers we publish on a regular
Okay.
basis, and I think we do have some of that on open data as well.
Perfect. And when did that occur? Did that occur at this committee or CMS, Community
No,
Services?
I think it goes through I'm not 100% sure, but it's through the community trends and report. And so that's normally through the budget process. I think we publish all that information so that it's done on an annual basis on our part.
During the budget process?
Well, no, the publishing of the, I'm forgetting the name, community trends report.
The community trends report?
Published at the beginning of the budget.
Yeah, it has all of our vacant building data on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we report on that on an annual basis in writing.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair Duncan, and thank you for your presentation. And I want to thank Councillor Santos for asking in writing. It's nice to see. It's actually expressed by others, including David Grant, I think, made the point it would be nice to see this in writing. Nice to see that that information is forthcoming, both this spring and in the annual report. As we're told now, good to know. Having said that, there is a submission here from a neighbor of mine, Jonathan Hildebrandt, regarding the 3 fires on August. We're approaching a half a year now since then. And Jonathan Hildebrandt, who lives right there on Coburg, just a few houses away from this 3-house fire. You know, the neighbors there have their concerns. Jonathan Hildebrandt, among others, have been raising their concerns. And I certainly don't blame them. And we need to have an understanding in terms of what the process is. People are concerned that there's, how do I say this gently, like we are imperfect. The administration does what it can, but maybe there's a lack of pattern or something. We've been told in the last meeting, at the last P&D meeting, no, there's a set process and that the city is consistent with that. Okay, but I need to account to my neighbors, not only as a member of the City of Winnipeg Property Planning and Development, but as it occurs in my ward, and specifically just, 5-minute walk from my place, in my own neighborhood. What do we tell my neighbors in Glen Elm about how it's been dealt with, including as requested here, as referred to by Jonathan Hildebrandt's submission, which is all on record here for over a month now, because this submission Jonathan brought forward before the last property planning and development meeting. And what can we say about this specific report that's been, our submission, which has been part of this report for over a month now? What can I tell them?
Well, maybe I'll speak first and I'll pass it to you, Kelly, on things that affect PP&D. On those properties, what I understand was there's a fire that affected 3 properties. Right, and the goal of the vacant building bylaw and the goal of my staff.
Sorry, if you could be a little closer to the microphone. Or,
the goal of my staff and how we approach vacant buildings is that we want those properties to be reused lawfully or reoccupied lawfully, right? And so some of the considerations of our staff when they look at that, there was a fire. So the facts, as I am aware, is there's a fire. Some of the homeowners who were affected by that fire applied for permits. They were moving towards building. I understand one has a permit in place and it's already being built up. And that's pretty quick when they're dealing with insurance and others. So our officer would work with those owners, identify that they are under the vacant building bylaw, and we would be doing enforcement. And our expectation is that they are moving towards reoccupying that property and not leaving it in a state that is not palatable to the community. But let me be clear, there is no bylaw in the City of Winnipeg that prevents someone from having a vacant building. You can have it in perpetuity to be vacant because the bylaw doesn't restrict that. But it does allow us some authority and some powers to address it. So in this case, what we did see is there is movement towards reoccupancy. There are permits that are taken out. Part of the submission from the individual that you indicated, Councillor Schreier, is a little inaccurate in the sense that the fencing was not ordered from my area. It likely was part of the permit process that I'll leave to the fencing.
Yeah.
That he refers to is not part of the process, as we never ordered that. So it's likely something that came from Kelly's group through the issuance of a building permit. Now, I can tell you that we've attended those properties. We've issued orders against all the properties. We are managing it through the vacant building program, but at the same time, they are moving towards reoccupancy. And if they are not, then we would take additional measures in enforcement, be those tickets or otherwise. They are being charged for inspections, as well as if they need to board it, we are charging those additional fees as well.
Okay. Now, there is more I could ask about this. First of all, I appreciate the fact that you're dealing citywide, right now. It happens to be then a neighbor of mine to whom I'm accountable as their city councillor is asking about specifics because it's coming up here. And I appreciate the fact that you are dealing directly with this one and specifically. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but here it is as part of the report. You know, one of my neighbor's submissions. And on that basis, I can't help but ask questions about it because it is part of the report. It's part of the submissions there too. And on that basis, is there any, at this point, because I know we're dealing with oral reports today, which Councillor Santos has said as well, not as adequate as written reports, but is there something you're willing to say today in terms of people's frustration with the process? You just mentioned the fact that right now there are no bylaws in terms of vacancy unto itself. A place can be vacant in perpetuity, as you said, but having said that, it becomes an issue of safety. Are there any recommendations at this point? I don't want to, it's not a pop quiz, I'm not trying to surprise you or anything, but given how this has been percolating for a number of months and it's not new, is there any sense of recommendation from the administration right now in terms of any changes that we can make regarding safety to vacant lots in the city, such as these on Cobourg?
Yeah, very good question. Not an easy one to answer because
No,
there's
I
so many
understand
different
that.
elements.
I understand.
I guess first and foremost is recognize that there's a number of different nuances involved. It's not one simple item or issue. There could be multiple owners, involved. In the case that you've identified, you're speaking of the complainants, but there's also the other side of the coin. There's the owners. And those owners were subject to a fire. I don't think one that they wanted to happen or to start. And they are moving towards trying to reoccupy. So we're not trying to put obstacles in their way when we see that they're trying to move towards reoccupancy. It's been, I think you said around 6 months. That's pretty quick, I think, for a circumstance in which I think one of the pictures that the individual sent to all your councillors and your colleagues showed that there was a build in place. So I think it shows that there's good work on PP&D's part to move those permits forward and to get those builds going. At the same time, we continue to manage that process so that individuals, owners of vacant buildings, are moving towards that legal occupation or reuse of it. When you speak about safety as an issue, you know, through the leadership of council in 2023, you implemented a number of additional measures as well as in 2024 for enhanced boarding, as well as other measures for safety, such as fencing, security patrols, prohibited entry that we've used multiple times that help the police service. So those are things that are embedded now in legislation for the city of Winnipeg.
John Hildebrandt here, and he says, it is common for criminals to break into the houses and garages, referring to the 3 houses on Cobourg. This happens multiple times a week, if not multiple times a day. This is a serious safety concern to the community, and the fence needs to provide an adequate barrier and deterrent to criminal activity. It does not. So this is what he's saying. He's representing more than just himself on this one, as we all do. And on that basis, what can I tell him? You're saying we do have bylaws in place. It's a function of therefore the police enacting or acting on these bylaws, enforcing the bylaws. You said something about the fence not being ours. They're saying that properly constructed fences would have made a difference. That's what I've been told by these people. Truly effective fencing would have made the difference.
Okay. So to address your question, I would say that if there is a break-in, it's a criminal offense. Have they contacted the police? Second is we never ordered licensing by law enforcement under the vacant buildings bylaw. We never ordered fencing to secure the place. As when we look at I don't want to get into detail unless you wish, but some of the elements the precursors that provide us the authority to do so were not there. The fencing was put in place, and I'll defer to Kelly, as a matter of the permit requirements. So I'll pause, Kelly, if you want to add to that. But the fencing is not from a security perspective from us. It may be from a permitting perspective.
Thanks, Winston. Yeah, the fencing is there because of the severity of the fire at there was the 3 homes. The one in the middle was hit the most severe, and then the 2 on either side were affected as well. The fencing is in place because our department ordered it to be in place because the roof system was actually leaning, as I'm sure you're aware, Councillor Schreier, it was leaning towards one of the neighboring properties. And so to help mitigate that, there was some emergency remediation work done by a contractor hired by the owner. And that's probably about as far as I'd be willing to speak on that matter. But as a result, we issued orders to those properties, and part of those orders will always state from our department that the property must be secure. And there's 2 ways to do that. One is conventionally secure it, meaning that doors and windows or holes in the walls are boarded up, or they have to put a security fence. And a standard construction security fence is typically 6 feet in height, and when it's linked together, that is enough to meet the standard of the code and the standard of the bylaw. Unfortunately, that is not meant to be a prison wall to keep people out or in. And there are certain elements and people out there that can very easily get over or around those fences.
You know what?
And that's where that's the reality.
Mr. Happychuck. I appreciate the dialogue here, but I really feel like this seems to be one particular site that Councillor Schreier has an interest in here. And if I could ask that be discussed offline, if new motions need to be brought up out of that conversation, happy to entertain them. You can bring them forward at community committee, whatever the case may be. But I've heard enough at this point in time. Is there any motions here?
No.
Yeah, Councillor Wyatt?
Well, I would, just to sum up, we basically have buildings that were affected by fires that are still outstanding, which they are partially fire-related. They have not been brought up to code. We have now what I call fire piles, which the buildings are now gone, but they're piles, they're still fenced off. We have vacant and derelict buildings, number 3, which have been enforced but are still outstanding in terms of the enforcement of them carrying out the repairs that they're required to do. So they're not just a vacant building, but not the vacant and derelict building, but they become just a vacant building. And number 4, we have buildings that are not being enforced just simply because, as we heard at January 20th, in terms of an appeal that came forward, very clearly from staff, which department, I can't recall, that said, we respond to complaints. We're complaint-based, not proactive in terms of going out and doing enforcement based on the need to enforce neighborhood by neighborhood, street by street, so on and so forth. So is that fair to say quickly? Yes? That's kind of the overall summary of where we're standing as a city?
I would agree with your first 3 points. On your 4th point, that is true that we are complaint-based, and our ability to do otherwise is restricted by our staffing.
Right. So, I mean, the only way we could bring this to a head is if we moved a motion, first of all, move to receive this as information, which is the attached items, and then a motion which would be to request the staff to bring forward a report, at which point it will be up to the staff. Number 1, to streamline bylaw enforcement with regards to all the said items that I just listed, namely fires, properties impacted by fire that are still half up, half down, the fire piles, and vacant and derelict buildings both being enforced and non-enforced. Because we are, as Mr. Happychuck just said, reactive. So in other words, how to streamline that in terms of enforcement, number 1, between the departments, and secondly, how to move us towards a proactive system of enforcement versus a reactive complaint-based system. I'd be very curious if we could have a report to that effect. Maybe it's not within 60 days or 90 days, to pick up on Councillor Santos said, to have something written along those lines. That would, I think, move us along quite nicely to do exactly that.
I heard from Kelly, something's coming forward next month.
Yes, we could still have that report, which is related to the unsafe condition response team, which he has referred to. That is separate. But I think overall, as a comprehensive approach to the challenge that we have, this issue is not going away. based on what happened last year and what's happening this year, it's kind of, I don't know what's happening out there with the arson and whatnot, but, you know, our fire department is more aware of that and the police than we are. But in the meantime, we're dealing with these innumerable number of properties that are still out there, fire piles, vacant and derelict buildings that are still outside of the required upgrades pertaining to our existing building code and bylaws. And the fourth thing in terms of the proactive enforcement that needs to happen. So I'd like to move that we get something back to this committee, i.e. from all the departments involved, streamline, how do you streamline enforcement between the departments to achieve these goals that I'm referring to, which is these outstanding issues? And number two, what kind of proactive recommendations you can recommend in terms of, and I dare say, what could potentially be in terms of budget, of taking us for where we're a reactive organization, which we heard clearly at our appeal on January 12th, to a proactive organization to go out there, start to enforce this, start to take these buildings down, start to get after the property owners, as hard as it may be. But, you know, in some cases, it may be on us in terms of, are we issuing development permits on time? Are we getting building permits out there on time? What are the issues relating to all of this to make sure the process is as streamlined as possible between the departments? So
I heard a motion to receive this as information.
that's the first motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
And I guess it'd be new business when it comes up. I could do it now if we suspend the rules.
I think I just have a comment. I think to Councillor Wyatt's point, he brings up very valid points. I want to ask, but without, you know, you guys divulging anymore if you don't have to, I think that work is already being undertaken by the Bloomberg Harvard Initiative that I believe you guys are involved with, which I believe the report that outlines everything that Councillor Wyatt has stated is going to come forward at the end of this year. Is that your guys' understanding?
Yes, there are elements that are already being discussed there and through the corporate enforcement strategy.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've already got something going already,
Yeah,
and I don't want to burden the
Yeah,
administration.
I hear you on that. I just leaned into Councillor Wyatt and offered that we craft something for next meeting. I'm happy to do that.
Sure.
And we can include the committee on that. We're going to move on, as item 1 has been dealt with, to item number 2, which is a verbal report of the Winnipeg Rowing Club extension of lease agreement, public service.
Report back on the Winnipeg Rowing Club's request of a 20-year extension on their current lease. As mentioned, their current lease expires in 2030. The public service has recently been provided information on capital upgrades the Winnipeg Rowing Club plans to initiate. The public service would recommend supporting a new 20-year lease with upgraded terms when the previous lease expires in 2030.
Thank you. And we heard from the delegation requesting a 40-year lease. Was that request made to the department?
Yes, it was.
And what's the department's feedback on that?
Generally, we like to stick to a 20-year term, and so that's just what we would support.
Might there be appetite from the committee to potentially add, and let me just make sure I'm not being repetitive here, a option for a 20-year renewal after the expiration of the 20-year lease? Is that something that we could potentially look at to satisfy?
You're asking the committee?
I'll ask the admin that question.
Yeah.
Since the original lease was signed, the real estate framework has changed significantly
Okay.
in terms of the terms of a lease, so we would prefer to bring back a new lease.
Okay, and currently they have 4+ years remaining?
They do.
So we're at almost 25 years? Yeah, I'm not looking to jeopardize any potential fundraising opportunities, but 20 years is also a long time. I know it's not 40 years. Any comments from the committee?
How soon could we possibly see the renewed lease coming back to us?
We could start working on it, I would say, within the next 12 months, we could probably see something back.
Sorry, what was that?
Within the next 12 months?
Within the next 12. So ideally, targeting end of the year, reasonable?
Yeah, that would be reasonable.
I'll move that we work to direct the public service to report back with a lease ideally concluded by December 31st, 2025.
Yeah. Okay.
For a 20-year.
Yeah, and if staff are able to bring something back sooner, they certainly will.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
For a 20-year lease, right?
Correct.
For a 20-year lease?
That's is,
Seeing that we have 4 more years still.
In the end, the public service would make the recommendation, and then council ultimately would approve it.
Yeah.
So,
Fair enough.
Okay. Great. That's.
Councillors, can I just?
Yes,
interject
please.
Really quickly, so Councillor Allard this morning did circulate to all of the members via email a letter that he wanted to have on the record in the minutes in support. So if the committee would like his submission to be received after the deadline, of course, but if they'd like to
Of
receive
course.
a submission, they can suspend the rules to do so.
Would
and
somebody
it'll be
like to
published in
suspend the
minutes.
rules? Receive, Councillor, moved by Councillor Wyatt, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and that is carried.
And-
Thank you, Councillor
And the
Allard.
gist of his email, is he supportive?
Yes.
Of
Very
the
good.
request, Rachel, 40 years? I believe it was. I read.
I don't know that he mentions a time period in here. He just says.
Okay, great.
um,
Motion's on the table for the 20-year
By the end of the year.
by the end of the year. All in
and
favor?
Sorry, Councillor Wyatt, the motion is to have the public service report back with a new lease, a new 20-year lease by this,
With the target date towards, before the end of this year, ideally,
so by December of 2025?
Yeah.
if that is possible. I mean, knowing full well there's still 4 years or 5 years left on the lease.
Okay.
And knowing that you have many other leases you're doing as well. So,
Okay. With that understanding, all in favor?
aye.
Opposed? That's carried. Item number 3, the LeMay Forests. There
Pertaining,
has been a request by the delegation to lay the matter over.
I have no issue with that, Mr. Chair.
I so moved, but do we need any further wording?
We'll deal with it in a month.
Okay. It looks like it's the will of the committee to lay over. Would somebody like to move that?
So moved.
Councillor Wyatt
And
lays
that's the
over
March meeting?
to the March meeting of Property and
March
Development, March 6th to be exact. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is also carried. See you back here in March.
I'll move approval to item number 4, Mr. Chairperson. It's pretty straightforward.
Any comments here from the public service? We do have Mr. Fay. He's been sitting here for weeks on end now, waiting to speak.
I'm looking forward to speaking to number 8, but
Oh.
number 4 is pretty straightforward, as Councillor Wyatt mentioned.
Okay, yes, right.
4.
My apologies. They all blend together at this point in the evening. We're receiving the public service recommendations.
Yes.
Concurring?
Concurring in those recommendations. Who's moving that? Councillor Wyatt, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is also carried. Moving on to the sale
Councillor
of 395
Santos'
Pacific
work.
Avenue for affordable housing. Any comments, questions, concerns?
Yeah, who's speaking to that one?
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Okay, please.
Please.
So this is an initiative.
Sorry, I have not met you. You're,
Sorry, I'm Mike Lennon.
Good
I'm
to
a
meet you,
program
Mike.
support specialist
Thank
with
you.
the HAF office. And so this is a initiative under the Housing Accelerator Fund. Earlier today, there was some discussion about working with the province. Has the city ever looked at supporting housing on provincial land? And this is an example where the city has been working, the Land Enhancement Office has been working with the province and Habitat for Humanity on 2 adjacent parcels adjacent to a city-owned parcel, and that's 395 Pacific. So the intent of this report is to acquire the 2 adjacent lands, consolidate these 3 parcels, and then sell them together for $1 for the purposes of affordable housing development. And so that's what the recommendations put together. However, the first recommendation, what it does is it delegates the authority to the CAO in order to acquire properties for the Land Enhancement Office for the duration of this program, in order to acquire properties for consolidation and to implement the will of council. And so for an example, you might have some tax sale lots adjacent to a property owned by a housing developer, and this might be a logical consolidation where they could produce more units on a property in a more suitable development. And so that's what the intent of this, the first recommendation is. The second recommendation is when this authority was delegated to the CAO on September 26th to sell or lease properties for $1, and there were 7 identified properties. This was one of them. There was an additional step that's still required, and that's to get 2/3 of council support because this was parkland. And that's per a charter requirement.
Can I, is it okay if I ask questions while he's speaking? Okay, so just to clarify, as I look in iView on this particular property, remind me again, right now it's zoned vacant residential 1. So remind me again, how come the public service marked it as parkland?
In 1998, it was a park. I don't know when it stopped being a park or if it has stopped, but basically what the charter says is if the city acquires some land to be park or make some land as park, then to sell the land after that, even if the land is redesignated as something else, the city has to get 2/3 of council support to sell that land, even if it's been something other than a park for a long time. And so that's what the intent of that, the second recommendation is. And then third, that the city enter into and execute and deliver purchases and sale agreements and/or sale agreements for the properties identified in Schedule A. At the end of this report, you'll see Schedule A. It's a map of the 3 adjacent properties. And the one at 395 Pacific at the corner of Ellen and Pacific is the subject property that the city currently owns.
Does the park have a name?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
It's just 3 issues.
And Councillors, just for context on this, and Mike's done a good job of presenting it. We're always concerned if we're dealing with parkland.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that the approach was also reasonable. For your information, sort of 60 meters to the north is Lizzie Playground. It has a play structure, a basketball court, et cetera. It looks like a park. Another 60 meters south is another park with a play structure in it. This lot appears to be a vacant lot. For the purposes, it has been registered in our portfolio as a city, as park space, green space. It's completely undeveloped. It looks like a vacant housing site. There's also another park about 100 meters to the east that also has community gardens and those amenities. Gordong Park is that one. So there's Gordong, Lizzie Bard. The site is surrounded by other green spaces.
So it's green space that's, for purposes of administration, is being registered as a park, although it's never been presented and developed to the community as a park, but because of the charter, we need 2/3 vote by virtue of its administrative classification.
Good fortune that the counselor for the area.
And here she is.
Next question, I guess. This came about through the news, and I've had some community feedback about consultation or pre-application. I know HAF and Land Enhancement Office is tied to this, and of course, we want to speed it up and get this out and consolidate. I'm not saying no to that, but I'm wondering at what juncture can there be at least some community consultation or awareness of whoever the proponent is going to be to redevelop the land to affordable units. So maybe just we can continue offline, but I want to put it on the record that I have had community come back and they were taken aback and surprised that this was moving forward. And obviously they would like to have more involvement. So I'm not looking to amend motions. Of course, I think moving forward to ensuring that it's affordable housing units, is that correct to state?
Yes, that is. And there will, so this is just to set up the land.
Yeah.
So there will be an additional application to rezone it at some point. And so there will be additional steps to prepare the land prior to development, at which case there could be some further consultations.
Is that coming to this this property for that when you need to rezone, or are you doing that internally?
I believe that would go through community committee.
Community committee for rezoning?
Yes.
Okay.
And today's was an anomaly because we don't really rezone things in the downtown.
Why did that come
It's the first one in like a decade that I've.
Why did it come here?
Any rezoning downtown goes to SPCPD.
But typically, Councillor, because of the sectors, there's not that requirement or need.
Okay.
So, yeah. But yes, we think this is a good one. It consolidates some vacant, almost abandoned properties together for a housing project. And yes, there will be community engagement.
Can you foresee what the rezoning is going to be? What are you guys thinking you're going to rezone it to? Because right now it's residential 1. Are you thinking, well, actually, sorry, it's zone R2, residential family. Are you thinking like at RM1? Is that?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I should step back. I said a rezoning, potentially a rezoning or a DCU, conditional use application, depending on the project. But the discussions with the province and Habitat, what we're expecting is some small scale, something that won't be more than a couple dozen units likely.
And then I guess my question is, will that come to community committee at some point in time? Both applications? Or is that is DCU an internal one again?
Yeah, you know what? If it is DCU, that would
internal.
be internal. Yeah, sorry. So if it does go through rezoning, it would be going to community committee of the council.
I trust that you will let me know
Yes.
when that happens.
I was going to say,
Okay.
regardless,
Perfect.
we will be engaged in conversation with you.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay, so I'm satisfied. I'm
Okay,
happy
great.
to move the public services
Okay,
recommendation.
Councillor Santos moved public service recommendation on item number 5. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Also carried. Moving on to item number 6, revision of 2 economic response and recovery
This is mine too.
plan projects.
I read the report, it's fairly straightforward. Figures we have extra funds left over from the days when we sold the Manitoba, the Winnipeg Square Parkade. And that's good news. So I'm happy to move this to allow.
No, I have questions.
Oh, you have
This is
questions?
in my ward. No,
Was it
no,
your
I have
ward?
questions. Yes, it is.
Okay, public service.
It doesn't say your ward, sorry, Council.
No, it does
Apologize.
not, but
I
it
apologize.
talks about the Main Street amenity plan
Okay,
and
fair.
item number 3,
Sure,
which is,
sorry about
does affect in my ward. So
Mr. Veach?
I see Marcia's online.
Oh, Marcia.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, so I do have questions with respect to number 3.
Sure.
It doesn't state what the cross streets are going to be included, because you just said for Henry Avenue, and we know Henry Avenue is a very long stretch. So are you talking about Henry Avenue from, I want to say Salter all the way to Disraeli, or is it just a short?
It's a short section, so we were thinking sort of that area between Disraeli to Princess.
Okay. Disraeli to.
And if you wanted to define it in the report, that would be fine too. We
Yeah,
could
I
define
think I would like to do that, just because some of the history with some other partners, more specifically Hope Valley, that what I want to be very cognizant of.
Of course.
If that's okay.
That's totally fine with me.
Okay. Hold on. But you said to Princess? Okay, so that
Yes.
does actually include Hope Valley.
Yes, it does. We want to make sure that we include all aspects of the community. So Hope Alley is part of that, but we want to go further so that Hope Alley is extended past to Disraeli, because a lot of work is being done by the Main Street project with help from the Winnipeg Foundation and the Downtown Biz in that area. So we want to make sure everything's aligned.
Okay. So I do have a little bit of cause for concern for that. How much of in a rush are you guys? What's the timeline on this?
Well,
No, I mean a
it's
timeline on the EERP, like to move the money over. Like, are you guys in a rush?
Danny said, this is Danny too, he wants the money spent in 2025.
Okay, so
So-
we do have time.
We have time, yes.
Okay, because I am not too sure if I actually want to include Hope Alley. I want that
Okay.
to be separate. I'm thinking more Disraeli to Main Street in front of the Salvation Army.
Sure, that's fine. I should let you know, we don't have a huge amount of money left over from this. We only have around $43,000. So
Get you a nice.
it's not a huge amount. We could maybe put out an RFP for a consultant or something like that, or combine with the Winnipeg Foundation It's tricky because these funds, as you know, there's a lot of rules attached to it, so we can't single source anything. But we just wanted it open the doors to expand beyond Main Street if possible, because Henry Avenue is critical. It's that critical connection.
Yeah. I'm not too confident at this time. I don't mean to be picky and stuff like that. But I just want to be kind of leery because I know there's been some ongoing conversations around this community. So would you be okay if we just laid this over till the March meeting and we can have further offline conversations? I know we've had emails back and forth, and I appreciate that, but I just kind of want to.
It would be great if we could approve the Air Canada portion and leave the Henry for the following meeting, just because then we could move forward with the funding and ordering items, so we could be ready in the summer.
Okay, so items 1 and 2.
Yes.
And 4, and then lay over item number 3 till the March meeting?
The public, sorry, can we just get clarification from the clerk here exactly what we're able to do on this?
I would suggest the committee lay the matter over rather than separating out recommendations. That's not something we normally would advise the committee.
Councillor Santos, if there's any way we could approve this, like we could discuss it or put limitations on it for the Henry Avenue portion, that would be fine by me. It's like I said, it's not a huge amount of money. So if you wanted to restrict it, leave out Hope Alley, that's also fine. And we'd find, we'd work with the Winnipeg Foundation to make sure that the money is spent in a comprehensive way.
Is this going up to council?
Yes, it has to go to EPC and then council.
Okay, you know what, I'm going to approve it as is, and I'll have more discussions with other state partners, and if I have to move an amendment, I'll do it then at EPC on the 18th. Okay?
Thank you. That would be
No
great.
problem.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I'll support this public service recommendation with a caveat that I might have an amendment on the 18th.
How do we put that in a motion today? Are you in the
No, I'm
motion?
not.
Okay.
I'm just stating that I'll make amendments on EPC.
Okay, you're letting us know, okay.
Yeah, I'm letting you know.
What's the motion right now?
Okay,
Move to,
so Councillor Santos has moved the public service recommendation. Is that correct, Councillor?
Correct.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is carried. That'll bring us to item number 7, which my understanding is Councillor Wyatt would like to move a layover.
I'd like to move a layover for a more in-depth discussion next month, but I don't think we have that nature or time right now.
Any concerns with that public service?
No rush on it.
Seeing shaking of the heads?
we are referring, sorry, to which item?
7.
Item number 7.
Yeah.
Oh, he wants to have more comments.
Okay, no opposition to the layover, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, also carried. Moving on to item number 8.
And can you tell us that we're going to have the shortfall in funding covered with regards to item 8?
Item number 8, Mr. Fay.
Yes, sir. Okay, long story short, I'll be quick. The Canoe Club Golf Course, it fell into a state that no longer met the standard of what we would expect for any one of the 12 golf courses that we own. Further to that, the tenant was falling behind on rent and property tax. We're comfortable taking this golf course over. In fact, we relish the opportunity to restore the conditions and to provide a better overall golf experience for customers, and then ultimately provide a return to the city. I can get into greater detail in terms of what the golf course needs if you'd like. Happy to answer any questions.
There is no other, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you want to finish here?
No, I'm just.
I should clarify that our recommendation is that you would approve an additional 4 FTEs to the golf services staff complement. Those 4 FTEs are comprised of 8 seasonal QP staff, 4 for the pro shop and 4 for golf course maintenance.
8 FTEs.
With the approval of those 8 seasonal staff, that would allow us to take over operations at the golf course.
4 FTEs that equates to 8 humans.
Correct.
And have we heard the Canoe Club in terms of their position on us taking over the course? Any issues there? Are there?
All the feedback that we've received has been positive. There is no quote-unquote canoe club anymore.
Okay.
The previous operator didn't have any involvement with the prior canoe club.
Okay.
We have heard from golfers over the past couple seasons that conditions have significantly declined.
Okay. So you're basically suggesting out of the three, or the various options of the canoe club, number one?
Correct.
Councilor Schreier. Thank you. I've noticed while I've been here, and before I got elected, we go in different phases, and it seems like we go in different phases in terms of what we want our government to do, our city government to do. It looked at one point like we're trying to get away from, we're trying to absolve ourselves of the golf courses. This seems to go in the other direction. That in this case, we're rather inclined, so we hear from administrative report, we're inclined to take this one on. Is there any comments you have to say about the phases? It seems that we want to get rid of golf courses, we're willing to buy one or take one over kind of thing. Is there anything you could say about that?
I would like to answer that because I think that what we can say about that is a combination of very good leadership from Mr. Benfei, along with the shift in the public perception of golf during the pandemic, and it was something that people could safely engage in with physical distancing outside of folks who were not in their bubble. If they were in their bubble, they were in their carts. And so really, Mr. Fay did an excellent job of capitalizing on that and using that point in time to build a lot of interesting community, and with various groups and various online apps and other methods of getting the excitement going, and then using that positivity and that time frame of the greater number of rounds of golf in order to enhance and refresh the courses. So as we move forward, what's before you today isn't asking for permission to reopen. The City Council has given SOAs the right to operate as businesses. The only thing they need your approval for is just those additional 4 FTEs.
Okay. So what you're all trying to really tell us is golf is on an upswing, and I'll say it for you. So, thank you. But that's true. So it's not a joke. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've been here in terms of these issues. This is, no pun intended, this is not part of a bigger play in terms of this course being subject to a redevelopment plan down the road that we see come forward, and all of that sort of stuff.
Quite the opposite.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. It's rare we get a report coming forward adding 4 FTEs, so thank you.
Well, and Councillor White, things have significantly changed since your last term on council, golf related, and we'd love to have you out, show you some of the things.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the things that have changed.
I love to play Crescent.
Perfect.
My son all the time, and he shames me, of course, so, anyway, thank you. Yeah, love to be out.
I know it's mentioned in the report there, but revenue opportunities, do we believe it would be able to cover those costs of those FTEs?
Yeah, we're projecting 20,000 rounds of golf next year. And on those numbers, it would produce a modest net gain of $75,000, only going up in each year as course conditions improve and public perception changes, based on the image of that golf course. So we plan to run it very similarly to the way we run our other golf courses, in conjunction with them.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So the city will run its golf proactively. Thank you.
We do have an annual report on all
We do.
courses, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And I should have mentioned that earlier, is we will report back on how this course performs for this coming golf season.
Right.
The way we report back on all the courses.
Look forward to it. Motion?
So moved.
The recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service is moved by
You didn't get
Councillor.
Schreier's last punt.
That's okay.
Too many at this point.
Anyway, that was what I was just.
Let's see if we can do this before 10 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Moving on to our final item of the day,
I'll
number
move
9.
approval. I've read the report.
Does anybody need any information here? Public service, going once, going twice. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
I'd like to thank our staff, specifically our director, Mr. Beach, for
I-
your hard work today.
If
For
I,
your patience on the long hearing. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Evan Duncan for, well, what was a really quite a meeting. And
Indeed,
well-
his first.
well chaired. It took an open mind to deal with this, and it was a very long meeting, and thank you.
Much appreciated, but as I encouraged everyone, let's take it offline. Move to adjourn.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Counselor Wyatt, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. And thank you to the public service for your patience, members of the public, and of course, our delegations today. Thank you.